Welcome to the M.LEAGUE World Reach 2026 World Tour online coverage. Live coverage? What would you call that?
It's definitely live coverage.
Live coverage.
It's a live event we're at. These are real tiles we're playing with.
I'm Jen. This is Curly.
How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to our second day of the WRC M.LEAGUE Tour here in Las Vegas, United States.
Yes. It's been a long weekend. This is the last day of the tournament.
It's the last day of the tournament, but it's not the last day of the tour. Everyone was still talking about how they still have to fly out to New York and do all those events and meet all the fans on the East Coast here in America. And everyone's talking about all the red-eye flights that they have to get. It's a really busy schedule that they all have going here.
Yeah, but we're doing it, and it's just the atmosphere is so good that it's easy to stay positive and stay alive, a little awake, enthusiastic, which I am.
Oh yeah, it's fantastic to come to these in-person mahjong events just because once the games are done or even while the games are going, when it's not everything's on the line, everyone is having such a great time. Everyone's very friendly. During the after hours event, there was a lot of just fun banter, especially with the fun little rule set that was being played with the little exhibition games that were going on.
Yeah, it was so fun. I originally thought we're going to have an after hours, a fan meeting event. They would probably want to do things with the pros other than mahjong. Nope. Everyone in America just wants to play mahjong.
There is only one reason these people are here, and that is to play mahjong with these pros, and that's exactly what they're getting here this weekend. So, as we go on to the second day, we have 3 rounds left until we make a top 8 split. It's not exactly a cut because those who don't make the top 8 will still play their last 2 games, but then it becomes a tournament elimination style bracket. Well, not quite elimination, but only four people will get to advance to the very final table in the last round. So this is a point where players really need to keep track of their scores and try to find their win conditions and also keep track of where the line cut is. So I actually have the scores in front of me for the players that we have in front of us. Around 80 points or so seems to be the current cutoff. Everyone that we're about to see right here is in about the 20 to 40 point positive range. So each of these players are still very much in contention for the top 8, and they're going to be fighting hard to try to get that advantage and get those points.
So the top 8 will advance. They'll play 1 game, and the top 2 players from each table will advance from that. And then we'll have a final table, which will just be 1 game, winner takes all.
It's 1 game, single elimination style. We love to see that.
Exactly. And the other players will play for placement, the 9th through 100 and whatever is place, because we do have tons of prizes going all the way down the list. And it looks like Game 6 is getting started right now. We have our featured table.
Yep, and our players on deck will be, if I have it right in front of me, yes, we have Philip Gu in the east seat, we have Yuumi Uotani in the south seat, Alfred Chan in the west seat, and Filova Dong in the north seat. If I messed up that name, I'm terribly sorry. That is not a name I have seen before, so I had to do it try to figure out for the first time. I hope I did okay. I probably did not, but we'll see.
Maybe Filova?
Filova, yes, that sounds right. That sounds good. We're going to go with that, and she can yell at me if I'm wrong. I will take that.
So our first dealer is Philip Gu, right here. Not super fast hands. It looks like Uotani is maybe hedging a flush.
Yeah, Filova, has an interesting setup with their starting hand. A lot of honor tiles that they can't do much with. They might be able to go for a crazy orphan's hands, which I think they're trying to hedge for, getting rid of that 9 and 6 pin out the gate. Oh, but with the 9 mon drop, probably not going to go for the Kokushi 13 Orphans Yakuman quite yet. We're not going to be that spicy right out the gate. It's still early in the morning. We still got to adjust our palate. Fourpin's not going to do anything for it. I'm not quite sure what Filova is going to be going for, so I have to probably get a few more tiles to figure out what direction we're going. And a lot of these players have a lot of honor pairs in their hand, or just pairs in general. They could be going for a all triples hand or a 7 pairs hand, depending on like how they draw it. But it seems like everyone is basically pretty slow right now. So it might take a couple of tiles to draw and discard to really figure out which route they're going to take. And we'll see who can get lucky and get the first draw. It seems like everyone is actually going for a much slower hand. Try to get that value in. Again, these people are playing for the top 8 after 3 rounds, so they got to get as many points as they can. It seems like they want to go for a much slower, more valuable style than a quick just get the first place placement style. And that does make sense in this tournament because it is only a 15-5 UMA, where you're going to get bonus points after you finish a game. The difference between first place is only about 10 points. So in the grand scheme of things, it's not that big a deal. You're not necessarily going for like the placement. You want to make sure that you get points off the tables from these players. And also these players are your competition. You want to take points directly from them. So it looks like based on their opening tiles, they're going to go for really big hands. And it seems like that seems to be the case across the board. We have 2 players, Yuumi and Alfred, going for flushes in the bamboos. See who can get there first. Two-pin is an interesting draw from Philip. Okay, interesting. Yeah, it seems that everyone is trying to hedge towards either a flush or a big triple hand. And so Philip was discarding that 5. Probably not going to be useful down the road for the hand they're trying to go for and get rid of it early. Getting rid of the dangerous tiles that, even though they are potentially very good, if you're not 100% sure you're going to use them, get rid of them early so that they're not stuck in your hand if someone calls a Riichi. And no one has made any calls so far. It's been a very quiet, peaceful game, no action, but everyone is charging up for a big hit to try to get a very good lead to start. Alpha picking up the 4s, the Forso, and is that quite Tempai? It's not Tempai quite yet, but they are 1 tile away from a really big hand, especially as the Dora to be a Tuso. Oh, we draw the 5, so all right. Can you all figure out what the weight is, what the best discard tile is? This is a legitimate test on a pro exam. If you ever try to get to that level, knowing how to read these like bamboo weights or these 1 suit weights is very important. And he's taking so much time to figure it out. What is it? I think it's that, and he's not going to reach it. He's not going to reach it. He already has a lot of value, so probably not going to like put everyone on notice, try to catch someone off guard. And that's another thing about this game is you don't want to just put yourself like completely out there of letting everyone know, hey, I'm about to win, especially if the value is already there. It can be better to not Riichi, the technique we call damaing. Oh, but here we go. Philip is going to make a call, going to pawn the 5-pin for the 5, 6, 7. Try to just complete their hand.
Maybe T.
Did I say pawn? Yeah. I would have gotten a penalty there.
We did see that yesterday, actually. When you call it the wrong thing, the wrong words. It's a complicated game sometimes.
Yeah, but out of all the penalties that you can perform in this game, saying the wrong thing when it's not legal for you to do, but still like doing it, it's one of the lower things that you can do. And here we have another call. We're going to get the south wind.
Wow, sorry, I was doing a little bit of housekeeping, but bamboo flush versus bamboo flush.
Yeah, and Yuumi was able to call the south wind, which is her seat. So they'll be able to get that Yaku at the very least. They're not... they are Tempai waiting on the 5 and 8, and there we go.
2 Tempais, and both both flushes.
Yeah, no one was able to complete their hand. It went to an exhaustive draw. So the 2 flush hands were in Tenpai, so we're going to get 2 payments out. A total of 3,000 points is exchanged when it goes to exhaust and nobody wins. The players who are 1 tile away from winning will get payments from the players who are not. But unfortunately, Philip was not in Tenpai as the dealer, so the dealership's going to move on to Yuumi Uotani.
And Yuumi Uotani is a super popular player here in the West. Also was a member of Team WRC in the Sankei Shimbun Cup over the past year. She has made her own team for this season, so she won't be joining Team WRC again, but we have an exciting replacement, so don't worry about that. But it was great to play with her for a year. I got to play on the team with her.
That's awesome. That's got to be so fun. All these team events where you get to play and like coordinate with like all these different people, and it helps team events are just so fun because it just helps you form a bond with players. Normally, this is a very like single player game. A lot of times you're just playing against all these 4 other people. But when you're in a team event and you're rooting for like your teammates to do well, it's such a fun and exciting environment. My club, the DC Riichi Mahjong. The DC Riichi Mahjong Club was on a team tournament online recently, and we got a 3rd place out of like 32 teams.
Oh, wow.
And it was very fun, like rooting everyone on, cheering everyone while the event was going on. And if you can find your local community or even an online community to play in team tournaments, I highly recommend it.
We do have a big team tournament coming up that will be worldwide. It's a World Reach Online Team League. Anyone can sign up. You can get a team of 4 together and sign up, and then you just play once a week. There's a window where you can play and get all your games in, and it's so fun in the Discord to compare hands and keep track of each other's scores.
Yeah, and there's going to be a lot of like pro players playing on that, correct?
It's almost all pro players.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to play with some of these players, I'm almost sure that Uotani will have a team. When we did the first one, was it 2 years ago? We did the first one, and Uotani was the first one to make a team and sign up. So most of the players that you'll see here will be playing in that team league.
That's incredible. I played in one, I believe it was a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, and it was definitely a great experience just getting to play against really high caliber players and having that online so you can go back and review it, and also you can see their discards as well to see how. It's one thing to just like watch like a pro player and kind of see what they're doing, but to play against it, it's a whole nother level of experience, and it's really important for improving your game. That's something you want to do. Another one thing I'll talk about that team tournament is that it's going on for like 3 or 4 months or so.
Right.
You don't need to sign up immediately. You can decide to sign up like halfway through it and still participate. You just need to reach 20 games, I believe, at the minimum. But that's over the course of like several months, so very doable.
It's like a streak system, so they're your best 20 games in a row. So if you lose your first 5 games, you just start over with game 6 and then play 20 more games. Which is just kind of it's an interesting, strategic thing you get 15 games and then 3 big losses and
You got to start. All right, run it back.
Run it back, but it's great experience. And the thing is with these online clients, like this is on Ronron, the JPML online client, where the World Reach pros play and the JPML pros and NPM pros, and also Mahjong Union pros play. You get to look at your hand histories, and you can even run them through, like analytical software and stuff to analyze how you played against the pros.
Yeah, just and all the tools that are available out there for you to improve your game. There are so many. All right, coming back to enough shilling. Coming back to the game here. It looks like Alfred is trying to form an outside hand. Just a little way the tiles draw. I know.
What a fill in.
Oh yeah, that 2-pin. That's fantastic. It always feels good when that middle tile that's like so hard to get, you just naturally get it.
It
feels like
right in,
it just feels like, oh, everything's going my way. I'm gonna be able to win this hand. It does look like Philip is in Tenpai waiting on the 4 and 7 Amon. No, I'm mistaken. Oh, no, no, no. I'm mistaken. Philip is waiting on the 3-6 pin. Oh.
Oh, it's Uotani waiting for the 2-5? Let me see. Oh, yeah, the 2-5 mon. 2-5 characters. Gets that green dragon with Adora. Continues her dealership.
Yep, that's going to be a nice little lead for Yuumi Uotani here. It's going to be, as you mentioned, repeat the dealership, keep things going. Repeating dealership in this tournament right now is so important because we are on such a quick timer. We are playing 50 minutes and plus 0, which means that once the timer is called, you will finish out your hand. There is not a lot of time to get your points in. So any repeat that you get for the dealership, it's going to be massive. We have been hearing that a lot of the games that are going on are not going to the full end of South 4, the all last.
Yeah, it's because this is a fan event and this is really like for friendship and getting getting an opportunity to play with M.LEAGUERS live. We want to make sure that people have as many chances to sit on the same table as some great pros as possible. So the games are a little bit shorter. That means that not all of them will finish. But it also means that you get a lot of experience playing with a lot of different kinds of players. Rather than, if we made the games longer, we'd have to cut down the number of games. So it's a trade-off. And sometimes you get one and sometimes you get the other.
Oh, trust me, as someone who runs tournaments and figuring out scheduling, I totally empathize with that. Well, it's also great because this WRC M.LEAGUE event is not just a tournament, it's also like a meet and greet.
Yeah.
There's like signings, there's a lot of like other activities besides playing Mahjong, the way to interact with your favorite M.LEAGUER.
Exactly. We had like a photo session yesterday where everybody got a picture with all their M.LEAGUER, their favorite M.LEAGUERs, and autograph session, different things like that. So it's not all Mahjong, but it is a lot of Mahjong.
It's Mahjong adjacent things. Ooh, Utami actually has a pretty nice setup there. It looks like they are one tile away, and they had a nice little floater. Oh, they're not quite. I mean, No, there's still not quite there. Have to actually reading the hand. It does look like they're a little bit of ways away.
We had a question in the chat. Tensu shinkoku do shiterunda. That means, how do the players say their points to each other when they don't speak the same language? And the great thing about Mahjong is that there are certain points that are like decided, like 1300 or 5200, and a lot of players in the West have already memorized these scores in Japanese, and of course the Japanese players make an effort to say these in English as well, so we get the communication done. You don't need a lot of complicated language to play Mahjong together. その点数申告は、お互いだから日本のプレイヤーは頑張って英語で言っていただくこともあるし、海外のプレイヤーも結構頑張って日本語で申告することもあるので、なんとか、そんなにいっぱい言葉がなくてもコミュニケーションはちゃんと取れています。
Yeah, I did notice that many of the pros were actually saying their points in English. So it is cool to see them like putting the effort to, and it's a way for them to like extend out the hand to their global audience of, hey, we want this game to be as welcoming as possible. We are also going to take the effort to learn your language, at least the scoring, to make sure that everyone is on the same page and we all understand.
Absolutely. And also we've had the World Reach Championship, which is the host of this tournament, since 2014. So a lot of the pros in Japan have been practicing how to score in English.
Fiova a little stuck there. Looks like Fiova's trying to force a 7 pairs hand. They're holding on to this Southwind for as long as possible. They also have, I believe they have a triple of the 2-mon, and then just pairs all around little floaters. That is always an interesting part. What's also interesting is we finally have our first Riichi from Yuumi Uotani, just waiting on the pair of the 9-pin and the pair of the East. So a little bit of a tricky wait. And as dealer, you want the East to get the double Yaku going for it. Although we do see that both of the East are in Filova's hand, so it's only the 9-pin available. And I believe there's only one 9-pin out there in the wall. We do in the discards. There's one already discarded, so only one chance for Utami to actually complete this hand. But it's not always about winning the hand. I tell people, Mahjong isn't necessarily about winning. It's about not losing. And so even just forcing playing the Riichi and forcing the players to play defensively, Yuumi Uotani might be able to still get 2,000 or 3,000 points out of this hand from the exhausted draw and keep their dealership. And especially with so little time on the clock, just like holding on for that dealership for as long as you can be exactly what you need to get this first place. Yellow Dong going to draw the 8, so it doesn't look that good.
Yeah, it was an all pairs hand that she Chitoitsu, but with the reach on the board, and not very many draws left. They decided to give up.
Yeah, one hard thing that I've definitely noticed playing against these pros is Mahjong has a bit of what I call the script, as in there is a mathematically correct, most efficient draw and discard order. The pros will use that as suggestions, as a base. But then they will be very tricky on the tiles that they're waiting on, and they'll set up traps for people who are following the script.
The thing is that there is efficiency, but if you're only trying to just win hands, then you can just go straight efficiency. The problem is that we have scores, and the scores are cumulative over 8 hands or 8+ hands. So different strategies need to be taken for certain yaku and to try and really take advantage of the potential in your hand when you see certain yaku and certain score potential.
Yeah, it looks like most of the players are just going to be folding out, make sure that they don't deal in. It's always a tricky balance in these spots. Ideally, you don't just want a hard fold and just completely dismantle your hand, because you're going to be losing those points at the end. And it's a fine balance that you have to figure out. Do we just completely fold out, make sure that we don't deal at all, or do we try to walk that tightrope to make sure I am in tenpai so I can at least get something out of this hand? All right, but everyone else decided to fold out. Yuumi Uotani gonna continue her dealership. We are on East 2, Repeat 2. We have 1,900 points just in the middle waiting for someone to take. And with the scores so close together, that is such a huge pot to grab.
Absolutely. I'm going to address the chat one more time. Oh, sorry. We have some questions about what tiles are called in each language. So for Tonnan Shape, we use the directions. Tonnan Shape は英語で east, south, west, north そのままで。あと、みんな日本語で言うのも楽しいみたいなので、日本語の用語を使うことも結構あります。For 白髪 tune, we call them the dragons, white dragon, red dragon, green dragon. The manzu are known as characters. Manzu はキャラクターと呼ぶこともあるし、sozu は bamboo, and pinzu は dots or circles. でも結構みんなその数字は万とかピンとかソとか使うのが好きなので、9ソとか9万とかって結構言ったりしています。レンちゃんは continuance, exactly. And 親は dealer って言っています。Okay. We have a truly bilingual stream going on here. This is the World Reach channel. So we are happy to use all the languages that we know, which in this commentary booth is only 2.
Yeah, unfortunately, I am very bad with languages. I am learning Japanese a little bit. I've been a fan of anime for a long time, so I picked it up from there. I've gone through various stages of learning beginner Japanese, but I haven't taken the point of really sitting down to learn more things besides the basics. I can hear it and understand it decently well, but I haven't gone out to like speak it a lot. So every opportunity I've had to like speak Japanese here has been a blessing and also been terrifying because I get a little clammed up of like, am I gonna be saying the right thing? Am I gonna be stumbling my words? I forgot half the words already. Is definitely a bit of an experience that you have to just like keep doing to get with any language. Yuumi Uotani has a very interesting decision here. It's gonna cut down the one, so clean up that shape down there. And Alfred is trying really hard to force this flush. He had already called the green dragons. And it's going to try to force out this. Oh, he is actually in Tenpai. Alfred's in Tenpai waiting on a single west wind. That's an interesting spot to be in because these honors, it's really good to wait on these honor tiles when you're in Tenpai if you can make it work, because a lot of people will discard them kind of absent-mindedly and you can catch them. But if they can sense that you are on a flush, it may be dangerous and they may try to hold on to it. But will they be able to hold on to it without dismantling and giving up their chance to win? See, like right there, Yuumi Uotani immediately drew and discarded the south, didn't think anything of it. The next person who draws the west wind will probably fall into the same trap. And so Alfred is just waiting for that moment. Nine pin's not going to do anything. He can switch up his weight if he wants, but the hand that he has all the value if he's trying to if he goes for a flush. So unless it's another wind or another honor, he's probably not going to change it. Might change it if he gets a different bamboo, like the one of the middle ones, like right there. But it's not going to do it. So he's not going to go for the middle tiles. He wants to try to catch someone not paying attention. The west wind is going to be the best bet for him, unless he gets something that gives him a improvement of number of tiles that he can wait on. That would be from what I can see, the 1, 4, or 7 so that he can have an extended pair wait. Yuumi Uotani picking up that 8, so that would have been kind of an interesting keep because it extends out that 6-7 shape and lets in the 5 as the pair with something that she doesn't have, but it's not going to quite work out, not quite efficient. Oh, and there's the west. There it is, sumo. There it is. Half flush and a green dragon. That's going to be, should be about 3 Han 30. It actually might be 40. It might be 3 Han 40 because of the foo, if I'm counting things right.
It should be 40.
Yes, 3 Han 40. So a nice chunk of change from everyone and gets the points in the middle. And that's going to be enough to put Alfred into first place and going into their dealership. So very nice hand from Alfred. Exactly what they wanted. Unfortunately, because he opened up for the green dragon, drawing the west himself did not give him any extra points, any extra Yaku. But because he drew it himself, everyone else has to pay a portion of the value of the hand. So everyone's going to be losing points, and he's going to rise up. Honestly, that is one of my favorite things about Riichi Mahjong. I mean, I've said this is my favorite thing many times because there are so many things I like about Mahjong in general. But what I like specifically about the Japanese variant Riichi is the point system, where if you draw the winning tile yourself, everyone will pay you a portion of the value of the hand. But if someone discards the winning tile, or your winning tile, they have to pay you the full amount. The other two players don't have to pay anything. And when I teach people this variant and like that's like the rule for it, that's when their eyes light up. I'm like, oh, now I see like what the game is. I see why we have the organized discards because of the Furitin rule.
Yeah.
You have so much agency towards making sure that you don't lose those points. And it's a very active, like, involved game, basically at almost all points. Besides, like, maybe, like, the very first few, like, draws and discards where you're just playing efficiency, you need to be paying attention to what you're doing, what the players are doing, And especially at a level when you get high enough, you're not just paying attention to like what they're discarding. You're paying attention to, did they immediately draw and discard a tile, or do they merge it into their hand and get rid of something else?
Yeah, it's definitely one of the variants of mahjong that allows you to play the most defense, and so you can take a more versatile strategy than many of the other variants.
Yeah, you can, whenever there's a game of offense and defense, you can choose like where you like to fall on that sliding scale and how that matches up with the other players, especially when there are 4 other players or 3 other players that you're playing with, not just like a one-on-one game. It really, there's just so much dynamic like flow to the game, and no 2 games are ever the same. I know I probably don't need to sell Riichi Mahjong to everyone in the audience, but I just love talking about it. Okay, Apion's not going to do anything there. Ooh, discarded a 4-pin and immediately drew another one. Sometimes you just have to hold that. Amon's not going to do anything for Filova. It looks like Vilova's trying to get a straight going on the characters if it works out. You gotta find some value. It's not enough just to win any old hand. You gotta really find where the points are, especially in this format of no red 5s. So a lot of players who have played online or started the game will be used to the red 5s, where one of the 5s in each suit is red and is worth a Dora. We're not playing with those here. So in order to find your value, you need to get Han and Yaku. And it's not enough just to win the hand for any old points. It's not going to be worth a lot. You got to get the value, especially if you are in not quite last place as Filova is, but third place, and barely. Only just barely. You got to get something. You got to find the value.
So you see a lot of hedging for Sanshoku. And it will also depend on the player's style as well. Even with the M.LEAGUERS who are here, each of them have different play styles. So you'll see some who focus, especially like Moriyama, the president of JPML, who focuses a lot on Yaku and aiming for certain Yaku. And then in other players, you'll see a lot more focus on efficiency. And in other players, you see a lot more focus on defense. And they only take certain chances when they can read that their opponents are weaker.
And if you caught yesterday's stream, I think we all saw Moriyama's favorite Yaku, the Riichi, not just any Riichi, the Atomic Riichi, his signature move that we finally got to see. I'm so happy that Yusong got to see that and be on the commentary booth for that. I got to see that for the first time last year at WRC Tokyo, and I had no idea that was a thing. I got completely off guard. It became one of my favorite moments in commentating ever. Looks like Viola might try to hedge towards a flush. Hold on to that red dragon, though it might just be trying to get rid of the dangerous tile earlier. Oh, but there's only one red dragon. Oh, no, there are 2 red dragons. So they're holding on to it for a safe tile. It's nice. We finally got the setup for today that we can see the overhead of the game. So now I feel way more comfortable talking about the game. I make much more informed commentary about the decisions that they're making because now we can see everything.
This is a question. We can see there's 19 minutes left on the clock. Once that clock runs out, the players will finish the hand that they are currently playing, and then the game will end, and then they'll use the scores that they have at the end of that hand.
7-pin is an interesting draw from Viola.
So when we say red tiles were taken out, we're not talking about the Monzu, the character suit. And we're not talking about red dragon. We're talking about red 5s, which count as an extra Yaku. Red 5s are something you'll see on M.LEAGUE and some of the pro organizations. But in WRC normal, like standard rules, we won't use those red 5s. And they're just extra bonus points. But we do use all the suits and all of the honors. We do not use flowers, though, in Riichi Mahjong.
And if you haven't played without the reds, I definitely recommend trying it. It's not for everyone. Some people really like the red 5, some people don't. I would try both of them and see which ones you like.
上位何人が通過でしたっけ？ 8 人が、準決勝に通過し、そこから4人が決勝戦に通過します。これフレンドリーの大会だから、準決勝1回戦、上位2人が通過して、決勝は1回戦で、その半チャンだけを勝った人が優勝です。
Viola did draw a second Dora. Although there's barely any time to utilize it. No one's in Tenpai yet? Oh, Yuumi. Alright, gonna make the call. Finally put them into Tenpai. It's just a simple one Han or hand. Although they will have Dora, so they'll get a second Han out of it. Just waiting on the 4 and 7 Mon. For just an all simples Dora. Just try to get anything going. But yeah, now in this last row, you're going to see everyone's going to be calling aggressively, not necessarily just to win the hand, but to make sure that they are in Tenpai to get the exhaustive draws. Ooh, there we go. Vilova did grab that Dora. They added it to their hand. They are Tenpai. But they won't have a Yaku, unfortunately. So it was just a call to get into Tenpai. It seems to be the case for everyone. Yuumi taking a moment to think about whether they want to make a call, I believe. Yes. Interesting. Hang on, I'm checking the tapes. She made the call and had to discard the 4, or discard the 8-so. But she was Tenpai. That was a weird... Hang on. She didn't actually call the win there. Am I missing something? Oh, she called the 1 dots. Yeah, there it is. That's why.
She doesn't have a Yaku.
She didn't have a Yaku. That's what the call was. That's why. So
she was Tenpai, but she didn't want to draw a dangerous style.
Yes. That totally makes sense.
To keep Tenpai, but discard something safer. And Zotmeister, you're absolutely right. The red 5s are an extra Han and not an extra Yaku. And I don't know why that I said that. Generally, I don't use these terms in English. And in Japanese, I would never say it's an extra Yaku. I would say, and I thought for some reason I was saying just extra points, but it's kind of, when I go to English and using Japanese terms in English, my brain gets confused sometimes.
Honestly, you're forgiven. The fact that you can talk between the two and honestly speak. You speak both languages very, very, very well. And being able to be one of the main translators in the community to bridge it between you are one of the essential bridges between bridging the Japanese and the English speaking communities to bring us together for this.
Yeah, that's
so
very kind.
I forgive you for messing up a little bit here and there. Lord knows I've probably messed up way worse talking on commentary.
Naki no hassei wa onaji desu. Yes, we say pon and chi and ron and kan and sumo.
Yeah, I had one of our club members was talking about they are linguists, or they study linguistics a lot, and just what fascinates them is the history of the terms in Mahjong, because Mahjong was originally a Chinese game. And so from the 19th century, it was formed and developed there. And then once it was discovered by people from all the other countries, they brought it to their respective homelands and made the adjustments you had. There's so many different kinds, but it all stems from the Chinese terminology and how they changed the words to match their cultures and their languages is always really fascinating. What's also fascinating is Alfred's super quick Riichi on turn 3. So fast, so quick. And that's what you need. It's going to be waiting on... It looks like it's just the 8-mon. Yeah, just a single tile wait. But as if you try to go for a turn 3, that's I'm losing my train of thought. It's a really good strategy to go for a Riichi early, especially to try to scare everyone off.
It's good to put pressure on people.
Yeah, but it seems like no one is deterred by that. We already have 3 calls during that Riichi, and it looks like players are almost in Tenbai, although Philip has made 1 call. Oh, and that'll do it. That'll put Philip in Tenbai, but he can only win with the White Dragon. Yeah, he can only win with the White Dragon. Whereas Fiolova did call the Green Dragon, so they have their Yaku in place. But they're not quite Tenpai yet. And here we go. This can be the backfire of doing the turn 3 Riichi. If everyone is not bothered by it, you're just going to be sitting there stuck and you're potentially going to deal in.
Tenpai for Fiolova as well. We've seen a lot of aggressive play, the early reaches. We saw it on Matsumoto's table yesterday. He had a lot of early reaches, and no one felt any pressure. They just pushed back. And when you're in a tournament like this, and especially as we're getting close to the cutoff mark, then people do get aggressive. They need to go for points, and so it's harder to get people off their hands. And that's something you have to work into your strategy as well.
And the strategy of just waiting for the White Dragon did work out for Philip. He's going to get that hand in. It looks like it is just White Dragon and 2 Dora. Oh, that's actually a really big hand. Didn't even notice the Dora. That was another reason to for the early Riichi. Even though the tile they were waiting on was just, they only had 1 available, it is the Dora. So if you draw it yourself, you don't want to be discarding it. So if there's ever a tile to wait on for a bad wait, it might as well be Dora. The trade-off is you are unlikely to get it from someone else. But with that win, we are moving on to the South round with only 11 minutes left. And all things considered, still a very, very even game here. We do have Yuumi Uotani slightly ahead by about 5,000 points compared to everyone else. But 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are within very sneezing distance of each other.
Uotani has a super fast hand, though. Look at it when it comes back around here. Lots of good shapes. She has 2 open-endeds that are just there waiting for her. 1 completed sequence and a pair. Also, just a middle weight that maybe she has 2 middle weights now that she can choose from. So a lot of flexibility and very fast hand.
Fiolova actually has a triple of their seat wind in hand already. That's going to be really dangerous for everyone else. They can they have the Yaku already. They already have the points.
There it is, filled in now. Uotani has 2 open-endeds, and she doesn't have to worry about any more middle weights. She can just release that 2-4 character.
Yeah, and also for this hand right now, oh, there it is. I was about to say the 4-pin is the Dora, where we see 1 in everyone's hand except for Fiolova. So everyone has a lot, has potential value. They feel like they can be the ones to push this hand because they have the Dora. Alfred's hand's looking a little slower compared to the other ones. Gonna have a hard time trying to get in Tenpai. 5-pin, definitely a huge pickup for Fiolova. Philip does have this pair of East, and it is not the round win as we move on to the South, but it is still the seat win, so they still get some value out of it.
Again, you see this move that Uotani just made? I want to talk about that for a second.
Please do.
The most efficient discard for what she just did would have been the 7, so she had the 7, 7, 8, 9. And 2 open-endeds that weren't filled in yet. So if you talk about straight efficiency, discarding that 7, so we'll give her 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 types and 28 tiles that would make her Tenpai. In this way, she only has 1, 2, 3, 4 types and 16 tiles, but she's guaranteed to have a good weight. Now, this is a strategy that was very common around the time that I started Mahjong. And then somewhere along the line, it became a lot more common to discard the 7 so instead. And lately, that 8, 9 locking in the pair has come back. And look at how it pays off. Now she has a great weight, open-ended. If she had drawn the 5, that 5 after discarding the 7 so instead, she would have had to choose on a single weight between the 7 and 8 pin, and then maybe do something, pick something later that would make it open-ended again or something, and it would slow down her hand. So this is a strategy where you don't necessarily play the most efficient, but you play in a way where you're going to guarantee yourself a good weight when you're ready to reach.
Yeah, it's the idea of, do you want to take the smooth road to get to the okay spot, or are you going to take the rocky road to get to the way better spot, like the beach spot? That's the spot where we always want to be. But yeah, that is a fantastic thing to point out, is just also, you just mentioned how the play styles change over time. This is not a solved game. Mahjong, I don't think this game will ever truly be solved, because it is a 4-player game and you have to play depending on the players around you. So if a lot of other players are playing a certain way, you can adjust and go take advantage of that.
Yeah, there's definitely shifts and trends, and when younger players come in, they come in with new ideas, and then along the way, different trends come to counteract those trends. So it's always a very dynamic game, and there's been a lot of, they call it mahjong research, happening over the past 10 years that has really advanced the game and also brought a whole new level of player everywhere, even in Japan. So there's a lot more analytical approach to the game than there was 20 years ago.
Vilova did get their Tenpai, and they are on the flush. Or no, they're not quite flush, because they did call a Mon sequence, but they have the Norths in hand, and they have a Dora, so that's gonna get their value. It looks like Vilova is on a 3-sided weight, 7, 4, and 1 to try to. Oh no, I am misreading the hand. Oh, okay, that's one of the weird ones. Okay, that's Vilova's hand is 1. Doing my exam.
I think there are 3.
Yeah, it's 147 still.
I think there's 3, 6, 9 pins left in the wall for Uotani. 多分老朽ピンは3枚残りだと思います。1枚捨てられています。切られてます。
Yeah, I am. Okay. I am locking in. Vilova is on a 147 pin weight, which we do see so many of them out there.
And Uotani gets the 6, and that's Tanyao as well. Riichi Tanyao Tsumo pin fu. And 1, 2 Dora. She gets. Oh wait, what? Oh yeah. She gets an Ura Dora.
Yep, on the tile that she drew. So that's going to be a huge swing.
Hanemon hand, yeah.
Yeah, huge Hanemon hand. And that's going to skyrocket her into the lead. And with only 5 minutes left remaining in the round, and Utani holding on to a dealer sheet, it's a fight for a second for the most part. But that fight is really intense between the rest of the players. The point difference is barely 4,000 between all of them. So any sort of good hand can nudge them up to get that second place. And even though they can't quite secure the first, again, these players are about the same points in their rankings. They are about, give or take, 30 or 50 points below the cut line, the current cut line. That'll change depending on how the tournament plays out and who's in 8th place. But
for example, if this game were to end right here, then Uotani would take first place. She'd get 16.8 plus a 15-point UMA, so she'd get about plus 30. So that would get her very, very close to that cutoff line.
Exactly. And so even though you can't get first place here for the other players, you still want to try to get any points that you can. Because it could be those small points that make all the difference. I have definitely seen some tournaments where the cut line, someone missed a cut for just 3 points.
We already have a reach from Alfred.
Yeah, Alfred with a really quick reach. See if it works again. Going to be waiting on the the 4-mon and the 9-pin. Really tricky weight there. It doesn't seem to have that much value. They have no Dora. They have no Yaku besides Riichi. But again,
this is what you call a first to reach. So it's a very early reach, and when you're first to reach, then your chance of winning statistically is supposed to go up. It doesn't always feel like that when you're playing.
Yeah, but Filova is not deterred by this Riichi, taking both tiles that Alfred has like discarded since the Riichi, and now it looks like they are in Tenpai just waiting on the 7-pin.
So uradora in English we say uradora or underdora or hidden dora. If you really want to use English, you can say hidden or I think Yusong says underdora. But a lot of people do like to say uradora. だからどちらでも使えます。
I'm a true believer of it doesn't matter which one you say, none is more correct than the other. As long as everyone understands what you are saying, then it works. And that's the beauty of language, especially the English language. English language is very freeform, which is both a blessing and a curse sometimes.
It's one away from all pairs for Yuumi.
And Alfred, their only Yaku is a straight on the So tiles. So they are, for the most part, stuck on this single tile wait to get their pair. Philip picking up a triple of the one mon. It's really kind of, it looks nice, but it looks like the rest of their hand isn't quite formed out yet. But if they can feel that the one mon will be a safe tile down the road, that gives them 3 guaranteed discards they're trying to fold, but that's not going to get the opportunity. Filova draws their single tile wait. It's just going to be a open straight. So just one Han. Should just be one.
I think
one
maybe
Han
also one Dora. They had cheated the 5, 6, 7 of Mon.
You are right. I did miss that. So it is going to be 2 Han. 2 Han 30. And Sumo, just 2,000 points total. And it's not going to be quite enough for them to get first. But what's important is that they won the hand really quick. If you see that the timer is now only down to a minute, if the game had gone to exhaustive draw, the timer might have hit and they would have not been able to get another opportunity on their dealer. This was actually a really huge win for Alfred because now he has a chance to really get some big points on this last hand. And now that the timer is going to go up, they are going to get to go into extra time to complete this hand. So this is Alfred's final opportunity at this table to get as many points as they can.
Yes, Itsu, we do say full straight. For Hoitsu, we can say half flush or common flush. And Chinitsu, full flush or pure flush. And yes, we are talking about the Dora that also I never get, just like Yumizu, because Mahjong hates me.
Nah. Mahjong doesn't hate anyone. It just it loves, but it just loves people at different times. Don't confuse the absence of love for hate. And that's the cope I tell myself when I'm not getting lucky. But sometimes that's the game. Sometimes it's not your day to be the lucky one. And when that happens, you just have to remember those days when you got so undeservedly lucky on so many crazy bad plays that you made, but they just paid out, and they paid out big. You just got to remember, I just got away with all of that. I'm no longer due for any luck for the next 2 months. And you have to be okay with that. What goes around comes around. It'll come back around at some point. You just don't get to choose when. And that's why I was talking with some of these players in this format is, one, it's a very quick format for time, and also just in general, you have to be good at the game for Mahjong, definitely. But there's also, you have to be lucky on that weekend in order to really place at the top levels. We see players who are, I consider, some of the best in the world, especially in America, and they don't always have great tournaments because it's just not their day. Mm-hmm. And it just happens.
So this will be the last hand. We have gone into the red on the clock. Yuumi is basically folding out, I think, she has such a huge lead, she doesn't want to risk dealing in, and she doesn't have to worry about any dealer continuances or other hands after that.
Yeah, so she's going to be discarding all of these very scary tiles early on. That was actually a strategy that I like doing is I will always, when I'm hard folding, I'll see tiles that other people have discarded, and I will make sure I will hold on to that so that I have guaranteed safe discards against everyone if they were to go to Riichi. Especially in this spot, it is fairly likely that someone will want to Riichi. Maybe not here though, because Philip just picked up a pair of the Sanso, which is the Dora right now. And they are one tile away from Tenpai.
I wonder if... Oh, no.
Tuso is not going to be helpful. Oh, but Alfred did call Riichi while I was talking. I'd missed it. Alfred is just waiting on the 5 and 8 pin.
He just called Riichi. It wasn't. He didn't really miss it.
But yeah, Alfred looks like their only Yaku is Riichi and the Pinfu. Yeah, and that's all they're going to be able to get. But that will probably be enough for them to get into second place if it hits.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking also in the comments it says maybe that Uotani was kind of looking at Kokshi, but when I looked at her discards, she's actually discarded the 1 pin and the 9 so already, and they are not left in her hand. So 最初の打牌がいいピンと9層だったから多分大谷さんは国士狙ってなかったとは思います。And also 女性のコメンテーターは日本プロ麻雀連盟ジェンです。よろしくお願いします。
So would you consider Yuumi Uotani a player that would go for Kokushi for the crowd, for the fans?
No.
No?
Well, maybe a little bit. I know that when she's pulling her tile, she's very conscious of whether there is a like a tenho chance or not. And if there is, then she will pull in her last 2 tiles a little bit slower.
Oh, okay.
But not just enough so the commentators might notice, but not enough so the other players would think there's something. So possibly, but
gotcha.
Not this time at least.
Yeah, there are definitely some pros in the M League who ham it up, I would say. They know they're on camera, they know they have an audience, and so they play for the crowd a little bit.
I mean, yeah, you are on a stream, you are playing at least to the commentators, if not to the viewers.
Oh, but that's going to be the deal, and there it is. Alfred gets his Riichi Pinfu as the dealer. Did he hit the Underdora? It looks like he just barely missed it.
Looks like a 9.
Yeah.
So the 1. It's the 1-1.
But it's just Tuhan as the dealer. That's going to be enough to push him just barely into second place. And when the first place is 1,005 or it's so far ahead. I don't have the numbers in front of me right now. It's so far ahead. Just getting like a decent second place is probably about the best you can hope for. Based on it is unfortunately below their starting amount, and so their first place or their second place placement of +5 points is going to about even that out, which isn't bad. But in this spot where you are trying to reach that top 8 and you need like 20, 30, maybe even like 50 points to get there, it's not the best spot to be in. And unfortunately for the other players, they're sinking lower into the ranks. Going to be a much harder climb. Going to have to go for some big hands as we go into these last 2 rounds before the cut.
All right, and that will do it for this game. But we're going to keep talking for a few minutes while they get the table cleaned up, and they're going to come in here for their player interviews.
Yeah, and as the tournament goes on and we get closer and closer to that cut, players are going to be way more conscious about their point totals and what they need to win to make that cut. So you're going to see some very different styles of play as we go further and further on. Oh, and there we go. If you notice, Jen pointed out that does anyone, I'm wondering, recognize the person in the red shirt that's like in the shot there on the table in front of us? I don't know if they are recognized for some of the new generation, but for me and probably Jen growing up, that is a very famous person right there.
I was already very much an adult at that time.
Okay. Well, there's the one and only William Hung of first season of American Idol fame. He is apparently a very, very big mahjong fan.
He loves mahjong, and he's just one of the best people I've ever met in my life.
Oh yeah,
Super positive.
he is just a absolute bundle of positive energy. Like I got a chance to hang out with him like a little bit, just to like be around like the circles where we were just like talking, and he was just a bright ray of sunshine the entire time.
You can never walk away from an interaction with Will without a smile on your face, because I'm just so happy and grateful that he decided to come join us in this event. And playing with Mari Takamiya over there, did you see that? And another person who is just a ball of sunshine, and also you cannot walk away from an interaction with her without smiling, because so much positivity. She's so happy to be here. She's so happy to share mahjong with the world at the press conference that we had on Friday. They were asked what is important about being a pro. What do you think is the most important thing? And this is something that I really want to resonate with all of the new pros in the West that are taking the test and becoming professionals. And this is something I always say as well. So when she said it, I was like, thank you, Marty. Oh my God, we think the same. And we really have so much in common, actually. I really love talking to her. But she said, your most important role as a professional mahjong player is to make sure that the people you're playing with are having a good time. Now, that doesn't mean that you have to let them win. That has nothing to do with that. And there's also a saying in Japanese that I think is really important. It's you be strict with yourself and hold grace for others. So when you're talking about protocol and manners, it's important that you have good manners, but you need to have a certain amount of forgiveness and grace for people who are maybe not, at the same intensity as you are in mahjong. So, there's certain maybe habits or something that most pros do not have, and people who are not pros maybe do have. And it's not your job to police them. It's your job to make sure they're having a good time. Of course, if they're breaking rules, then we need to take care of that. But there's a big difference between playing in pro-only matches and then playing with the community. And when you play with the community, it's your job to make sure that people are enjoying the game. Because, as she said, if people are not having fun playing mahjong, we're not going to have any more mahjong players.
Exactly. As someone who runs a club and is bringing in as many people and teaching the game, absolutely 1,000% agree. 10 out of 10, no notes. Exactly that.
Yeah, and you should watch the press conference as well. It was on Friday. It turned out just great. So many great questions asked of the M.LEAGUERS, and so many great responses provided by the M.LEAGUERS as well. And it was a completely bilingual press conference. Just awesome. Okay, and we are ready to switch over to the interview. So we're going to hear from the 4 players that we just watched play.
Good morning. Welcome to M.LEAGUE World Riichi 2026 US Tour Post-Game Interview. M.LEAGUE ワールドリーチ2026 US ツアーご覧の皆さん、こんばんは。対局後インタビューへようこそ。In this segment, we're going to interview each player just play on the main table. このインタビューでは、先ほどメイン卓でプレイしていらっしゃったプレイヤーの皆さんに少しずつインタビューしていきたいと思います。That said, please everyone welcome Yuumi Uotani. まずは魚谷選手です。おはようございます。魚谷選手、対局お疲れ様でした。海外のプロの方とかファンの方とプレイして2日目ですけれども、先ほどの対局いかがでしたか？
はい、羽間が積もれてついてましたね。はい。
さすがっていう感じでしたね、本当に。
でもちょっと朝で配信対局なことも知らずに来て、ちょっとぼーっとしてたんで、そうですね。でもまあなんとか形はちゃんと打てたかなと思います。はい。
She said she got lucky, she got a lot of points, complete awesome first place, but she didn't realize that her table was going to be the streaming side. So she said that she was still like waking up, but she's so happy how it turned out. 実はですね、日本時間まだ午前3時とかなんですけど、結構日本からも視聴してる方がいらっしゃってて、コメント欄ではユーミンって何人か本当に日本人の方だけじゃなくてアメリカの方もおっしゃってたんですけど、何かメッセージありますか？ Do you have any message for people that are watching the stream and just like rooting for you?
はい、アメリカの方は朝早くから、日本の方はこの深夜遅くに見てくださってありがとうございます。応援してくださってる方が、はい、いてとても嬉しいです。配信対局でトップ取ることができて嬉しいので、成績的にはちょっと上位狙えるかわからないんですけど、上位目指して頑張りたいと思います。ありがとうございます。
Everyone in US, good morning. And そしてeveryone in Japan, good evening. Thank you all so much for tuning in and watching this game. And I am so happy that I was able to like show you one of my best plays when the camera was on my table. So I'm very glad how it turned out. それではセミファイナルまであと少しですけれども、何か目標は？
そうですね、ちょっと自分のポイントが結局何位とかまだ把握できてないので、ちょっとそれを見て、もし上が狙えそうだったら、プロも決勝卓打てるんですか？
それはいい質問ですね。私もそれはよくわかる。調べています今から。そうだそうだ。I'm so sorry. So we got few more games until the semifinal, and then she doesn't know her rank yet. And also, we don't know the pro is considered. Probably not. 多分ないですよね。Butそうですね。We're gonna check that out soon. But so you gonna do your best. それまで一生懸命頑張るということで。
はい、そうですね。上位目指して、あるかないかわかんないですけど、セミファイナル、ファイナルの上位卓目指して頑張ります。
そうですね。Whether I'm gonna get there or not, but I am aiming for the semifinal. じゃあ、魚谷選手、ありがとうございました。頑張ってください。All right, let's have a next speaker, the player, Alfred. Come on in, Alfred. 続きまして、アルフレッドさんです。Good morning. Great game, Alfred. How did it go for you?
Yeah, it was a pretty close game throughout most of the game. I think everyone in the table played really well, and then Uotani just she's a pro, she knows what she's doing, and then scores a really big hand, and that's how games go. Really, you can't really expect things to happen like that. But even if that happens, it's up to you gotta keep the game going as well. Play for your own conditions.
なかなかいいゲームだったと思うんですけれども、途中からやはり魚谷選手がどんどん頭角を現してきて、でやっぱり魚谷選手はプロだなと思いました。でどんな状況になろうともとにかく自分のスタイルでやり続けることが一番なので、そうやれたかなと思いますとおっしゃってます。So this is the second day that you've been like playing with M.LEAGUERS. So do you feel like your nerve now calmed down and you're able to focus a little bit more?
I don't think I was really nervous. I just found this event really fun. It's a good opportunity to play people you don't usually play with professionals. It's a good experience. Yeah. It's good to learn to like watch the pros how they play and see what they do, see like the mannerisms, and then take that information and learn from that.
2日目ということで M リーガーの方々とプレーする緊張も慣れてきて落ち着いてきましたかと聞いたら初めから割と落ち着いてる方だと。そして一緒にプレーしてる皆さんもマナーをよく分かってるし、とにかくずっと楽しくできてますとおっしゃってます。 Alright, now you got a few more games to the semi-final. What's your goal?
Well, I just play as best as I can, try to win a couple of games and see where it goes from there.
あと、セミファイナルに向けて目標はありますかと聞いたところ、とにかく自分のスタイルで頑張れるだけやることだとおっしゃってます。Awesome, Alfred. Thank you so much. Good luck in the rest of your game. ありがとうございました。Thank you. Bye. All right, everyone. Now we have Philip. Philip, come on in. Philip さんです。Thank you. おはようございます。お疲れ様でした。How did it go for you?
It's a close game, and it's a very hard game. I think the first when I was dealer when I tried to Tenpai Chidoi, but I always make the wrong choices. Seems like Chibing is very good because I can see all the lobing. I keep a few Jihai in my hand, and also Muan, so that's like all the tiles I tossed and I draw it back. So not sure if I made the right choices. I need to study it again. Yeah.
前回の先ほどの対局ではチートイツだとかいろいろ目指してたところがあるんですけど捨て牌がそれに対して合っていたのかわからないところもあって自分なりにいろいろ考えながら打っていたんですけどまあ悪くない結果だったかなとは思っていますとのことです。And this is the second day that you've been like playing with M.LEAGUERS and all the pros, and I'm pretty sure there's like nerve kicking in yesterday. But do you think now today is the second day? Do you feel like you were able to like focus more, less nerve?
Yeah, definitely. I think the table style is like the first time I played it. The first game was Takamiya-san. I think a little bit nervous at that time, but afterward, I think today even at stage I feel okay. But I think that's a really nice game. I really enjoy playing with Munatami-san and the other two opponents. It's a little lucky for me to get on stage and experience this.
Awesome. 2日目ということで昨日は緊張してたんですけれども昨日まず高宮選手と一緒にプレーできたのでそこで少し緊張が和らいだというかなので今日はもっと楽しく大谷選手とプレーすることができてすごく良かったと思ってますとおっしゃってます。Alright, any goal for towards the semifinal?
My points are not too high. I guess I'm setting to like 10 or 20 positive 10 or 20. I didn't calculate, but I will try my best. If even this is a little chance, I will play my best for the next two games. Yeah.
Awesome. セミファイナルに向けてはですねスコアがそんなに高くないのでどうかなとは思うんですけれどもとにかく、自分のやり方で一生懸命やろうと思っていますとのことです。Thank you so much, Philip. Thank you. Good luck on the rest of your game. Thank you. ありがとうございました。Alright. Last but not least, yes. Philova, come on in. I hope I'm saying your name right. Your name is very cool sounding. お疲れ様でした。Thank you so much for being here. How did it go for you?
I think so far so good. Like it went good. Like I'm pretty satisfied with my performance yet.
That's really incredible. 今のところいい感じにできてるので自分自身は満足してるとおっしゃっています。That's amazing. Does that mean yesterday, because a lot of players were actually nervous to play with M.LEAGUERS, did you have that at all or were you already calm?
I'm pretty nervous and they had a lot of stress on us. But I know we are playing the best of the world, so I'm myself. We are bringing like 120% of the my performance here. Yeah.
昨日はやはり初日だったのでストレスだったり緊張がすごかったんですけれども今日はやっぱり落ち着いてできたので良かったなと思っています。Okay, last question. I've been asking for everyone, but now that semi-final is very close, what's your goal?
I think I only need the top, to get into the semi-final. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Okay, you got this. トップを目指すとのことです。I love the spirit. Well, good luck. Thank you so much. All right, thank you. And that is all the post-game interview for this round. And you guys, we are going to have another game starting in about a few minutes or 5 minutes. It's starting soon. So I will see you in the next interview. Thank you.
And we're back with the M.LEAGUE World Reach 2026 US Tour. You can see the time on the clock there and our featured table down there getting ready. I'm so excited for this match. Sho Shiratori versus Yusong.
That's right. We have our commentator extraordinaire Yusong finally on stream. He's been prepping for this. He's been mentally like hyping himself up for it. This is probably the biggest stage that he has played Mahjong in quite a while. And there we go. Yeah, we get the selfies going. This is going to be a memorable experience for everyone there.
And I know that in the after hours event, the fan meeting event last night, Yusong did play against Shiratori just by chance. And Shiratori cold read one of his weights, and it freaked Yusong out.
Oh, yeah, just had it completely locked in, knew exactly what he was doing. And that is seeing the peak of the mountain as the clouds part and see truly the gap between players and like how truly powerful these pro players are. But
well, the thing is, it's not really fair because there is a gap between Shiratori and the entire rest of the Mahjong world. This is definitely one of the, if not the top player in the world right now, at least probably top 2 or 3. He has won the JPML Hawaii, which is the A1 League, twice in a row. He's the reigning champion. Even years ago, he won the Masters tournament for JPML twice in a row. He was on the final table for Masters this year, and it was a nail-biter until the very last second, and he definitely had a chance to take it down. I think it went to Futoshi Watanabe in the end, but every single player had a chance to win, and it was... If you are going to like pay to watch any match that's on the JPML English channel, that game, the whole final table was just insane. Garth and I were commentating that, but definitely recommend, and you can see Shiratori's genius there.
so that makes me feel a lot better because I did also get to play him in the After Hours for Funsies Silly Rules event, and I did win the table and I got a hit off on him directly. So that makes me feel better, even though some of it was a little fraudulent because we were playing rules where you got to open Riichi, you could chi from anyone, and if you made a pawn and someone discarded that tile or that 4th tile, you could con it and add it to yours.
Yeah.
I got a lot of value out of that. So I did get a win over him, even if it was a jokey format. But what's not jokey right now is this game that we're about to go into. We are in round 7 of the WRC M.LEAGUE Vegas tour as we have Yusong here in the E seat.
Oh, yeah. Also in the comments, So, yeah, Sho Shiratori actually came to Vegas early, and he went super deep in the Salute to Warriors event, 11th place out of like thousands of players.
That's incredible.
And then played another tournament right after and cashed in that one as well. So just kind of a genius overall.
And this was in poker? Or was
Poker.
It was a poker
World
game,
Series
yeah.
of Poker, yeah. Biggest stage in poker.
It seems that the bridge between Mahjong and poker is fairly close.
There's a lot of overlap, especially in Japan. Definitely, I have always been trying to get some poker players over to the Mahjong side throughout my life.
As we start out this hand, we also have Zoe Ning and Stephen Ong on the table. And while we're talking about like the streamer extraordinaire and also one of the best players in the world, we still have 2 other players at the table. It is a 4-player game. They could come out of left field and absolutely demolish all the competition. That is the great thing about Mahjong. It is never truly decided until you actually play the game. You don't know what the outcome is going to be.
Absolutely. And Stephen Ong with a bunch of honor tiles looking to hedge that flush there in the bamboos.
It's looking to hedge the flush, but This is always an interesting spot for Steven. You have a pair of dragons and you have one of the others. Can you reasonably get more dragons and go for the, if not the little dragons Yaku, for the big Daisongen?
It looks really far away, and there's 2 white dragons on the board, so I think it's not viable this hand, but hopefully we'll see that in an upcoming hand.
All right, Yusong gonna hold. Ooh, interesting. Holds on to that south tile. I think he's been learning some things, picking up some lessons, holding on to that safe tile that should most likely be safe. For when you get to Tenpai, you can push it.
And we have Shiratori. Second call has a 5/6/7 in the dots cheat, and the 6 mon, the 6 of characters, has been pulled.
Yeah, Yusan also making a call. Looks like he's just trying to go for an all simples hand. He does have that 1 mon towards the bottom over there, so he needs the 3 to get it. And there we go. He's gonna make his move, make the call, be waiting on on just the 3 mon to complete that 2, 3, 4, and try to just get like a 100, a nice easy 100 to start his day, and try to just like get the juices flowing.
We do have 2 Tenpais, so Yusong is waiting for the 3 character, and Shiratori is waiting on a 2-pair wait for the 3 bamboo and the 8 dot.
Yeah, unfortunately, not a lot of value from either of these players. They are just both with 100s, but trying to get that first win and trying to get the momentum going, definitely important. Especially once again mentioning that we only have 50 minutes in this round. So every win is just that much more important. Oh, and Yusan picks up the 4 mon.
He's trying to decide between the middle weight or the 2-pair weight.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought. We do see one of the 2 pins has already been discarded.
I mean, he has Sanshoku locked in with the 5/6/7. So, yes, everyone in the chat, you're right. He was not going to miss Sanshoku.
Wait, you're right. I missed the Sanshoku. The Sanshoku has come out to play. So, gonna hold on to the Sanshoku chance.
Yep, and he decides to keep that middle 3 weight.
Yeah, I mean, I was telling him before the game, he was getting a little nervous. Just play your game, and worst case scenario, go for the clip. So if he can lock in the Sanshoku on the first one, that's going to be huge for his mental state.
So Shiratori does have 2 door. No, he has no door in his hand. Totally.
Yeah, well, we are showing what the actual door is on the display, but how Riichi Mahjong usually works is that the next tile in the sequence is the Dora. And sometimes we're just so used to that. We just see the 2 and we just assume that the 3 so is the
I was
Dora.
just looking at how there are 2 3 so here. Steven is holding both of those. And Zoe has the 2 8 dots. So it looks unlikely unless... Oh, Zoe discards the 6. So even if she draws the 7, she's not going to release the 8 dot anymore. And Yusong draws it! Tanya and Sanshoku, it's going to be 1,000 points from each player.
You're going to double check the score?
No, Shiratori was politely waiting for Yusong to say the score himself. he had the sticks already ready.
There we go. And that's probably got to relieve a little bit of pressure. You got the first win in. You got it on one of your Yakus, your signature Yakus. That's the momentum that you need to feel a little bit more comfortable, especially on this streaming table. It's definitely a little bit of a different vibe on the streaming table, just because the sake of production, we need lights. We need lots and lots of lights. And so you have it's very bright and shining on this table. It's a very different environment than what you may be used to when you're normally playing. So finding anything you can to make yourself comfortable is important here.
And also, if you're used to watching streamers play Mahjong, you might be used to having those Arabic numerals in the corner. We don't have those for the Manzu, so any new players are going to have a little bit of a transition phase to remember to look at the kanji and not look for those numbers.
Yeah, but tiles with numbers on top of them are available out there for you to look at. Many of the ones that are built for American and Hong Kong variants, which you can play Riichi on those, do have the numbers on them. And there are also Riichi specific sets available that do have the numbers on them. So if you want to use the numbers to maybe help other players learn the game, that resource is available for you.
日本から見てる方、この今親である、ユーソン・ルーという方は多分アメリカで一番有名な麻雀の、クリエイターさんです。インフルエンサー、いろんな、パロディソングとか出してるし、いっぱい麻雀の動画アップしてるので、見ていただいたらすごく楽しいと思いますのでおすすめします。ユーソンで検索すれば多分出てくると思います。So make sure, if you haven't seen Yusong's videos yet, you definitely want to take a look at his YouTube channel. Also streams live on Twitch. Super fun content all the time. Nothing but fun content. And Yusong is going for the flush. He's going to release the entire 1, 2, 3 sequence in the bamboos and go straight for the expensive flush as dealer.
I truly hope I did not lead him astray when I told him to go for the clip. Oh, but no,
Nope.
it's got to work out.
When you have
he's feeling it.
God draws, then you can go for it.
Oh my goodness, that was an insane draw. He has a potential for an e-Peiko as well. The pure double straight looks like on the 9, 8s, and 7s. I mean, when you're hot, you're hot. You just gotta ride that momentum. 5-pin doesn't quite work out for him. But fortunately, he did see that one of the Souths was discarded. So if anyone tries to do push ahead and go for a Riichi, he does have an escape option. But while he's in his spot, while he's in his dealership, while he has the lights and cameras on him, let's go for the big plays. Let's make this memorable. Ooh, we have the North. Yeah, he's going to completely get rid of the suits as well.
Yeah, it's fine. You need to keep some of the safe tiles. That's one of the actual advantages of the flush is that you can hold on to safe tiles pretty easily while you're going for it.
Yeah, you can't quite see his discard pile. You can see a little bit right here. There's not a character in sight. So a lot of these players, especially at the higher levels, especially Sho Shiratori, is going to be noticing that there are no character tiles. There's a bunch of middle tiles on the other suits. There's probably a flush just waiting in the wings, and they can play around it. But you can only play so much, especially if Yusong's able to draw his winning tiles himself. Not been able to the last couple of discards, but we'll see how it all plays out. 6-pin is an interesting draw from Zoe. Gives them a chance to go for a straight on the pins, but even if it doesn't, all those wide sequences are super helpful. And there it is. There is a South triple. He needs to take a moment. Have you done your Chinichi training, Yusong?
This is going to be a 7-mon wait, but you do have to take a second to make sure you know exactly what you're waiting for. He's not going to reach. There are actually potential for weight upgrades, so I don't mind not reaching, especially since it's so expensive already as dealer. Already at least 2,600 all. I'm sorry, if he draws it, it's going to be a Mongon. Going to be 7,700 on a discard. Oh wait, no, it's 8. Oh, sorry, it's 12,000. He has e-Peiko as well. What am I thinking?
Yeah, he's got a big hand. Ooh,
it's
okay.
already a Mongon.
Now he actually has to think.
Nope, that's a good choice, I think. Just keep with the weight you know, and also it doesn't really improve the weight. It just changes which middle weight it would be.
Yeah, and as we can see, there are actually 3 7-mons out there. None of them have been discarded. None of them are in any of the other players' hands. He has 3 shots at this. As any shot that you can go for, that's probably one of the best he could hope for.
Yeah.
Steven, taking a moment to think about how he wants to go about it. It's that green dragon kind of just sitting there. Everyone is probably aware that flushes are abound, and there is the direct deal in for the 7-mon.
So you have Hoitsu and e-Peiko. It's going to be 12,000 points.
There you go. That is a dealer Mongon right there. Yusong starting with this dealership and not letting anyone else have a chance at it. Such a huge start for Yusong. That's got to be feeling great. And he's going to get another shot at the dealership. He could really pull ahead of this. I think he was actually going into this round doing pretty well in the tournament.
そう、画質の方は申し訳ございません。これは多分限界だと思いますが、2日間だけで、この会場にある設備でしかできませんので、少し我慢をお願いします。We are doing our best.
All right, Stephen here has a pair of the Red Dragons. That could be a quick way to end Yusong's dealership and stop this like monster of a train that Yusong has like started to ride.
Shiratori is going for an outside hand with Sanshoku and mixed sequences in the 7, 8, 9.
Oh, he's gonna try to Sanshoku back. That is an interesting play and one that I really like and have so much respect for. When you understand what your win condition is, you are not just going to hold middle tiles because they are the most efficient. You understand my line is this specific Yaku, so I am going to fully commit to it and go for the outside hand.
Oh, nice stick for Zoe here. Open-ended upgrade, and Sho's going to chi that Tuso.
Yeah,
now just one away from this Junchan Sanshoku.
Yeah, Juchan being the full outside hand where...
With 2 Dora, by the way.
Oh, it is 2 Dora as well. That is actually a terrifying monster hand from Sho Shiratori. Would expect nothing less.
He's looking for a Mongon hand.
Yeah, Shio doing a great job understanding his win condition. He'll take any tile that they can. So it'll be up to Zoe to make sure that it is not fed into Shiro. So because Shiratori did call a 1, 2, 3 sequence, and now
again 7, 8, 9 Tempai waiting for the 8 pin.
Yes, exactly like that. Because they've made 2 calls that are outside, you have to be very aware, especially on that 4-pin drop on the first discard. It's probably no secret what Sho Shiratori is actually doing here. It's just a matter of can we win quickly or prevent him from winning.
I see 2 8 dots in other people's hands and none on the board, so there's 2 in the wall somewhere.
Yeah, it's just a matter of can anyone else try to get Tempai before then? Try to clean out this hand. Yusong holding on a pair of the East, going to try to hope to triple that up. Though, doesn't seem that anyone else has them. Oh, wait, no! Zoe and Yusong both have the East in their hand. This is a situation where I believe it's called Mochi Mochi, where both players will have the a pair of the honors in their hands, and they're just waiting for the third, but they are locking each other out.
He's very proud of Yusong right now for holding on to that 3-pin. He has a 3, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8 shape. We call it an open-ended gut shot in Jen and Garth talk. Is Yusong going to pull that? No, did not. It's a double East for Yusong, but chooses not to pull in the East. Maybe we'll take the second one. But also a potential for Tempai without using the East, so maybe looking at that as well.
It could also, and not to put anything bad on Yusong's name, but it could be that it just happened so quickly that he didn't even notice.
That's why the 8 comes out from Zoe.
And there we go. Zoe, unfortunately, going to be dealing it again. This time to Sho Shiratori. Or Shiratori, sorry.
Shiratori.
Sho Shiratori.
White bird.
That is right, yeah. I know just enough Japanese to understand when you're communicating back. I can mostly get there.
Can I just say, that was a tsumogiri by Zoe. She had discarded the East before, so if Yusong had drawn that East, or had pawned to that East, he would have been the one to draw that 8-pin. And possibly, I think he could have used it in his hand, but it would have upped the chances that he would have dealt in rather than Zoe.
And that's one of the cool things I love about commentating Mahjong, is you get to now see all of the plays that happen, how like the waves and the flows change based on just one decision, and how that just cascades into 8 other decisions. And if there was just one slightly different decision made by a player, it becomes a completely different game, and we get to see the beauty of that here in the commentating booth. and also to an extent on the stream for you all. You all get to see how the game plays out and what could have been, what actually happens. But with that, when Sho Shiratori is going to be creeping up on Yu Song's lead, Steven finally has a chance at the dealer. Steven, unfortunately, hasn't been able to do much this game, just kind of sitting back, watching everyone else go for the big hands. Let's see if Steven can make a play on this dealership. Joe picking up a red dragon, which will pair up also with the north, which is not his wind. It's going to clean up that 2-3-4 pin shape right there. Do so. Ooh, it looks like Yu Song could be going for something big. He has a bunch of pairs. He has a triple at least. There's an interesting route of he could go for a all triples or a Chitoi, depending on how he draws. White Dragon, it's not going to do anything. He's taken a moment for it. It's going to get rid of it. And Zoe does not take the opportunity to go for an open con with that White Dragon. Wisely, of course. But that play was open to them, and I would be remiss if I did not mention the opportunity for people to con. One pin's not going to be helping Yu Song. Steven picking up a one pin. Looks like Steven's holding on to that red dragon for quite a while. That might come back to bite him. Okay, Steven's going to make a call. Interesting. Steven's holding on to this red dragon for the entire time. It looks like he's going to try to force for an all triples hand. That seems to be the only route they could take unless he can pair up that red dragon, which is probably what they're hoping for. But they might put themselves in a spot where they're going to give Shiratori the red dragon exactly when they need it. Looks like they might try to shift towards an all simples hand, getting rid of the pair of the 9-bam, the 9-so. So trying to hedge their bets a little bit, at least try to get something going. Oh, Yu Song's going to actually drop one of the 1-mons, breaking up that triple, trying to set themselves up for 7 pairs going for Chitoi. Interesting. Also potentially looking at the board, not liking any of the tiles that they have, and might try to fold it out. He's already gotten like a decent lead. He doesn't want to do anything to completely lose it all, but that passiveness may be what comes back to bite him. As it's one thing to like get a lead, but knowing how to play a lead is a completely different skill set. I was talking with players earlier today about like how we play in tournaments, and how you play with the lead, and how many times it'll just slip away because you play a little bit too defensively. You have this lead, you want to hold on to it, and then it just slowly bleeds out. And you just get nickeled and dimed, and all of a sudden, someone is within Mongon range, and then you just get it at the last second.
Yeah, generally it's when you are on a roll. Not to call it flow, but it's you do like kind of get in the zone at times, and generally it's better to ride that wave instead of trying to stop it.
Yeah, it's definitely like it's momentum, and once you're
absolutely.
Yeah, it looks like Yu Song is just gonna be getting rid of a lot of tiles that they know that are guaranteed to be safe, and just not play with fire.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit early maybe to discard the 1-mon there a second ago, but if you don't know, I don't know. My general strategy is if you can't read the board, then it's better to push. You play your own hand.
The signs can't hurt you if you can't read.
Yeah.
With that kind of mindset.
I mean, that's generally the consensus, because it's impossible to read the board perfectly unless you're Sho Shiratori. So,
and also reading the wall as they pick up the red dragon triple right there. They have to figure out what their pair is going to be.
But the risk of missing out on a hand that you should have won is much higher than dealing into a hand. Not the risk, the loss. The loss of missing out on a hand that you should have won is much higher than folding and not dealing into a hand that you don't know. I mean, it could be super cheap. On this hand, there's nothing on this board makes anything look really expensive except for that Dora pawn.
Yeah.
So as long as you only worry about that hand, you don't really have to worry about the other hands at this point.
But like
this
coming back
situation.
to Shiro's hand or Sho Shiratori's hand, they picked up a triple of red dragons and immediately threw it back. They gave up their Yaku.
It's close to the end of the hand. He
And
had Tempai.
He had Tempai, but I didn't think he had a Yaku because he was using the red dragon as the pair.
So the trade-off would be going for a really poor single weight and probably discarding dangerous things, or keeping this open-ended until the end of the hand and hoping that it ends in a draw. He was definitely only caring about the Dora pawn and not dealing into that. So even if he were to push that hand, it would be just 1,000 points, right?
It would have just been 1,000
And
points.
he's pushing against an 8,000 point hand. So as far as the risk return goes, there's a lot of return in keeping Tempai in case it ends in exhaustive draw, but there's not a big return in trying to actually win that hand.
Yes, and while we were talking about what could probably be an entire like chapter of like a professional book, Steven did get the win there. Zoe unfortunately dealing in once again. Steven getting a dealer Mongon for another 12,000, and suddenly the game is even for the most part. But it's kind of the opposite scenario of the last game where one player pulled ahead and everyone else was fighting for second. Unfortunately, Zoe here has been the one dealing into everyone, is now big into fourth place with only 4,100. And Steven is super close now and actually in second place, catching up to Yu Song by only 300 points. That is only one repeat stick's worth of value. That repeat stick that we have right here, it's the value to win is just right there. It's on the table to grab.
Yeah, that Mongon Sumo for Steven was just huge to come up, and I'm excited to see how Shiratori is going to play against this as well.
Oh, is it a Mongon Sumo or is it a deal-in?
It was a Sumo by Steven, I think, is what the booth is telling me.
My mistake. Unfortunately, that is on my fault. I did not keep track of Zoe's point total before going into it, and honestly, because it's so low right now, I just made an assumption. So that is on me of not keeping track of the board state as we're going into it. So I'll be better about it right now as we lock it into this next hand.
No, it's just we have a booth to keep us honest.
Yeah, and the booth has been doing a fantastic job this event. If you look at the beginning of the first round to call us out a little bit, the quality we were kind of getting used to it. The quality of the table right now is definitely way higher as we learned how to have all of our stuff interface with the HyperX arena and their amazing crew. It just takes a little bit of time to like mesh and meld together because this is our first time at this event and it's already like a fantastic like experience so far. So very happy with everyone involved in the production, everyone here. It's just a fantastic, wonderful time.
Is it East too, really? Is it not South?
No, Steven was dealer that last one, and Yu Song had a three repeat win.
It was Sho's win. It was Shiratori's win that gave Steven the dealership. Okay.
That's correct.
So we've had basically enough hands to be in the South round, but we have not made it there yet.
Yeah, it's important to hold on to your dealership as often as you can and try to juice it for as much as you can. Try to get all of the milk out of the cow because you're not going to get many opportunities to get point values, especially with only 50 minutes in the hand. We are already halfway through the timer, and we're barely halfway through the East round, if even. We're not even.
We have some questions here. So, yes, if you go negative points, you can still call reach in these rules. We do not stop the game because of busting out.
As I famously said, you can go infinite negative in tournament. And then someone proceeded to go very, very, very deep in the tournament. Deep negatives, unfortunately. Yeah, they put themselves in a spot where, well, they're negative, so we have to go for the big hands. And 10 away, gonna give up the 6-7. So interesting. So, Jen, I'm actually curious about this one. So Yusong got rid of the 6-7 so instead of the 3-5 Mon setup. Any thoughts behind that? They did pick up the 3-pin.
I think it's because of the 6-7 looking a bit safer to the board.
Got it. Gonna try to go for a little bit more safety this time around.
And also probably because it's 6-7.
But would you want to hold on to the 6-7s, or do you want to get rid of them?
You need to share them with the world.
All right, so you've been picking up 7-pin. Gonna start getting rid of the 9 or the 1 bam, the 1 so.
Do you know how to say 6-7 in Japanese?
You put me on the spot, and I would know, but now I'm like blanking.
No, they literally say 6-7, according to my teenage daughter.
I don't know what I expected. It should have been that. I should have expected that, but it actually caught me off guard.
It's the biggest inside non-joke in the whole world. It actually exceeds beyond across borders.
I'm actually kind of a lover of it because it means nothing. I mean, it does mean something, but the expanse of it has been lost within all of that. And now it's just a thing that is just funny because it is funny. And I think that's what makes language beautiful.
Okay, so Zoe just had I agree with you. I wasn't trying to
Yeah.
you. Zoe just had a choice. We can't see the hand right now, but she drew a 5-pin for that 4-4-6-6 shape. There was an option to discard the 5 bamboo and choose either a 3-6 or a 4-7 weight in the dots. Or discard discard the 5 so to wait for a middle 5-pin in the dots, or discard the 6 or the 4 dot for a pseudo open-ended shape. She chose to keep the 2-pair weight.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that also could be I may be completely misspeaking, but a way for her to potentially accept Dora as well, try to get more value. Although 3 of them were already oh no, she had discarded. No, this is something else. There weren't enough Dora out there to go for it, but that's the decision that she made. And as we go to the exhaust, it looks like Steven was the only one not in Tenpai, so he's going to lose 3,000 points spread evenly across everyone. He's going to lose the dealership. And Zoe now has a chance to try to make up this huge deficit that she's had.
And that 4,000 point swing gives Yusong a little bit more breathing room in his first place position.
That's right. But assuming that Zoe cannot hold on to her dealership the entire rest of the 20 minutes, Sho Shiratori is going to have another shot at it. And that's all. That might be all they need.
A first shot at it, actually. It feels like another shot. It feels like it should be Shiratori's second dealership, but hopefully we make it to his first dealership.
I mean, maybe that's how you need to defeat the pro. Just make sure they're in the North Sea and they don't get a shot at dealership. Whatever it takes, I say. All right, Yusong. That pair of North is not his win seat, so won't be able to use that as easily. Yeah, that 7-pin they just drew on the very first draw is a Dora, so I imagine he's going to try to shape his hand to accept it. Or at the very least, not get rid of it. You don't want to get in this first place spot, which it's first, but not by a whole lot compared to everyone else. You don't want to give anyone the opportunity to gain value. Steven picking up the 6 so on that 6-6-7.
Oh, no.
Now
there's 2 6s.
That is the unfortunate thing I've found, that now that, like, the joke is just numbers. In a game where we talk about numbers the entire time, it just comes up. You can't help it.
It does feel like it must have originated in Mahjong, because how could it not have? It just fits so perfectly.
Could also be poker. Just pocket 6-7.
Yeah,
Hey. Yusan picking up that 6-pin. Now got very fortunate, was able to draw around that door they drew on the first turn, and their hand's looking pretty decent right now. Steven,
Yeah,
though.
triples up that 5-mon and actually could go for a vertical hand if he wants to.
So what do you mean by when you say vertical?
So vertical is like the stacked. So when it's stacked, you think of pairs and triples. And horizontal would be flat. And when you think of flat, then it's sequences. Like a pinfu. Pinfu is also known as a flat hand because it has no fu, but sequences are flat and
Yeah, you're only getting one of each, and you're not like doubling up on the same tile. That definitely makes sense. Ooh, Sho Shiratori did pick up a 2-pin, and that could get paired up. He does have a bunch of pairs in that one triple of the 8-so. Could potentially go for 7 pairs, but if they get lucky, might be able to go for the Yakuman all triples. See how he does with this draw. Gets a West, gets rid of the 5-pin, understands that the 5-pin is very scary, and the type of hand that they would want to go for will probably not use it, so going to get rid of it early before it potentially deals into anyone else.
the question is toitsuba. Toitsuba, what would you call toitsuba in English? I would call it a pairs board. Everyone has pairs in their hand.
Gotcha. I'm always torn on so Zoe had a 1-3-5 shape where it's just like you're using 3 tiles to accept 2 opens and you draw that middle one. I'm so torn on that one. I've heard very different stories of you should keep both because they both have acceptance on them, or you should just cut it to have a cleaner one shape. But Yusong's going to go ahead and just call the red dragon, I believe. Just get that Yaku locked in. Try to just keep this game going.
So if you have that double gutty, is what I call it.
I really like that, actually.
It comes from poker. I got shot is the middleweight in poker. But if it's like a 3-5-7, which she has now, and you draw the 6, then keeping the 3 is really beneficial. On the other hand, if you have the 1-3-5 and you draw the 4, keeping the 1 isn't as beneficial. The reason is because it doesn't have the potential for a 3-sided weight. So the closer that shape is to the middle, the better it is to keep that extra tile if you have the capacity in your hand. And if it's on the edge, you don't have to worry about it so much.
All right, but something that people should worry about at this table is Steven is actually in Tenpai. It is only for right now he's in Tenpai for just Ipeko on the 7, but he is just 1 tile away from going for a Suanko, but he's just going to go ahead and take the easy points, just the simple 2,000. Take the points where you can get them. You could, if you were a little bit more patient, you might have been able to go for the Suanko, the much bigger points, but take what you can get, I always say. Lock in those gains, and don't worry about the potentials. You could have potentially lost it all. Mahjong will teach you a lot of life lessons, especially about finances.
All right, and I think we have moved the dealership to Sho Shiratori.
Yeah.
We'll get that display fixed for you in just a second once we get the scores up. There it is.
Yeah, unfortunately, it wasn't a big deal in, but Zoe needed to not deal in there at all, continuing to plunge further and further down to 0 into the negative territory. As mentioned before, there is no busting in these tournaments, but you just don't want to be negative. That's just not a good place to be.
Yeah, that's a great question in the chat. Is this a show match? I thought Yusong was on commentary. Because this is a friendly fan event, Yusong was coming all the way out here. We really wanted him to commentate, but we also really wanted him to get a chance to play with the pros as well. And so we worked it out so that he could play a few games. Of course, he doesn't qualify for the ending standings or the final table, but he gets to have this experience of playing as one of the subs, because we always have to have subs in Mahjong tournaments. So he's playing as one of the subs, but gets a chance to really have this fan experience that all the other players are getting as well. And then we'll hear him on commentary on games for 9 and 10 later today.
Yep, he'll be here replacing me for the semifinals, and I might have put in a word to be able to replace him in one of the games. I might be able to get the sub in for one of them.
Okay.
I'm excited for that. If it works out. If it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm always one to give up my seat at the club, let anyone else play. So if I don't get to play, it's no big deal. I'm just happy to be here and talk about Mahjong and just be part of this wonderful community as we all get brought together.
And we love having you here, of course, at the World Reach Championship last year in Tokyo as well. So much work that you do for us that is just so appreciated.
Appreciate that. I mean, we could go on about like how much work that you put into all of it as well, but that is also another like book that might be as long, if not longer, as all the pro books that we have made, especially your pro book as well.
I don't do very much. I just like to hang around everybody.
Nah, you say that, but you actually do so much. But as we get back into this hand right here, it looks like Zoe's gonna try to have to force something big to make a comeback. Again, we're getting towards the cut of getting into the top 8. So you got to make some big plays to make these scores, depending on like your position in the tournament. And Zoe here, if she locks in this 4th place, and this is the result, almost certainly she will have very little, if not no chance of making to the top 8. So this is your opportunity to go for the big plays. This is when you got to go and just, caution to the wind. Let's just try to get something going. What's the worst that can happen? You're going to lose. You're already losing. Play for your ceiling. Sho Shiratori has an interesting hand. They can probably go... They're trying to set up a flush of some sort, but they do also have the green dragon pair that they can call if it gets discarded. It doesn't seem like the green dragon has been played at all previously. It's not in anyone else's hand. So it's just waiting for the wall for someone to discard. Now, will someone draw the green dragon and be hesitant about it? Once we get into this, the second half of the hand, where we're getting into like the 3rd row, if a dragon hasn't been called, you get really cautious. And I would also be really cautious about that call right there. Sho Shiratori just called the South Wind. That is not their seat. So you got to figure they're cooking up something. What could their Yaku be? But they discarded the East, and so Zoe's going to take that right back. A chance for Zoe to try to make up some of these points. Although, unfortunately... Oh, they do have 3 Dora in hand. Zoe could make a decent comeback with this. It won't be quite enough, but if they can get it locked in, that's just the start. They do have the East and 3 Dora available, and they are in Tenpai for it. They just need the 2, so Zoe is 1 tile away from making up this huge deficit, at least coming in from the start.
Once again, the scores can be checked in the World Reach app. And this is game 6 of a 2-day tournament. The first 5 games were played yesterday, and there is a VOD on the YouTube channel if you'd like to go check that out.
I believe this is game 7.
Oh, this is game 7. We started today with game 6. Sorry. 5 games yesterday. This is the second game of today. Thank you.
I know long weekends are long. It can all blur together. I completely understand.
And Shiratori switches from the Shabo, the 2-pair weight, to a 3-sided weight, now waiting for the 3-6-9 bamboo.
4-pin's going to come out. It looks like Steven's going to try to fold out. Zoe picking up the 8-mon. Does the trick of, I draw my tile. I'm going to draw it from the merge into my hand and get rid of this other one.
I'm sorry. It was Yuumi Uotani was the featured pro on the first table. Also, I think like Alfred and I can't remember. My brain doesn't have enough space for that.
Oh, I'm not even going to try. There are so many names, so many wonderful people, but I am actually the worst with names. I will meet someone and I'll meet someone, hang out with them for like a month, and I'll like still forget their name. It's the curse of having like fish brain memory and also meeting so many people, teaching so many new people in Mahjong. It's something I need to work on.
I do have sort of a face blindness, so I remember people mostly by their hairstyle, and if their hairstyle changes, then that's why I always exactly know who Curly is.
Oh, yeah. My wife does say it's very easy for her to pick me out in a crowd. Steven picked up the triple of the Red Dragon. Suddenly has a Yaku, but it might be too little too late. We only have like 3 or 4 draws left.
And Zoe worried about this green dragon that hasn't come out yet.
Yep.
especially with Shiratori's discard. Discards it, but Sho had already changed his weight and then gets another one later. If he had not changed to the 369 weight, that would have been a winning tile.
Oh my goodness. That's a scenario where, okay, they are mortal. They can zag when they're supposed to zig. That was a scenario where Sho Shiratori could have had a huge Mongun comeback as dealer, but just chose slightly incorrectly on what they were going to wait on, and unfortunately got punished for it. But they were in Tenpai. They are going to hold on to the dealership. 7 minutes remaining. Potentially the last hand, depending how quick it goes. Remember, if the timer is called while this game is going on, that will be the last one. But if someone calls wrong before the timer goes, then they will get to play the next hand. So 1, potentially 2 hands left in this table for Sho Shiratori to make a comeback. And because he was Tenpai and both Steven and Yusong were not, that gap is just getting closer and closer. I imagine Yusong is starting to feel the pressure. He, as I was mentioning before, he had a first place lead. He had a big one. He had a really fortunate start to this hand, but it's starting to slowly slip away. And now you only need like 1 or 2 Han to actually overcome if you're Steven or Sho. So very doable. Anything could be happening for this game. Zoe gonna have to just shoot for the absolute moon here first if they want to try to get anything out of this.
Yeah, and the players should be thinking about this hand in particular as sort of a South 3, a South 2, or a South 3 hand. Generally, you have not just your win conditions. Win conditions, you're always thinking about in the very last hand, so which is generally South 4, but when we have a time limit like this, we have to move it up a bit.
Interesting. Yusong actually got rid of the 4-pin. I think he's trying to force his hand into the Sanchoku shape. Yeah, he could have held on to that 4 to try to go for a pure double sequence on the 2-3-4, but he's sticking true to his heart, understands what his Yaku is, and is going to try to go for it. Unfortunately, that 6-pin or that 6-0 is not going to help his hand. Zoe looks like, unfortunately, they can't get anything big out of this hand. They're just going for, I mean, maybe they could get a Sanshoku on like the upper tiles, but it looks like Zoe's just going to end up getting a like Pinfu hand, and unfortunately that's not a whole lot to go for. But if they can complete this hand quickly, they'll get another shot at trying to get a big hand.
All right,
Okay.
that's a good pair for Yusong, and you can lock in that 2-3-4 shape in the dots instead of turning it into a pseudo open-ended.
Yeah, even now, no longer going for the Sanshoku, but now has, as you mentioned, that pair, which is the Dora. That's how they're going to get their value.
Well, Yusong doesn't need the value so much as just to win and keep other people from winning at this stage. It would be great to have value, but the priority is probably more of keeping other people from winning at this point.
Exactly. And now that you know that you have 2 of the Dora, you're feeling a little bit better about the value of other people's hands, especially if they open up.
Yeah, the only thing is that Yusong does need another sequence, I believe. I think he has only 5 blocks.
That's right. He has 2.
I mean, 4 blocks.
Yeah, he has 2 pairs. Technically 3, but that 2-pin is not really doing anything, considering that he also discarded the 4-pin. He has the pair
Oh, he has
of
5. Sorry. Yeah, 5, but yeah, the extra pair. It would be better for that to be a sequence for a sort of Pinfu and easier to win hand. But I mean, 2 Dora.
Yeah. So now they're going to have to lock in. They're most likely going to be using that as their pair. So going to have to lock that in. While we were talking, Steven did pawn the green dragon, so he has a triple of it. Trying to move towards a half flush potentially. Has these loose honors and this like 2 bamboo. Yeah, going to get rid of it now. Want to get rid of the tiles near the Dora, especially if you are not planning on using any of them. Ooh, Yusong snapping, grabbing those tiles from the wall. Checking, is this my tile? Unfortunately, it does not and has to throw it back.
And that's
Ooh,
Tempa, and he's got the full straight with
Yeah.
Tudora.
it's got the full straight, the Tudora.
And it's a 7-mon again. Is this Yusong's lucky tile today?
That might be it.
Shiratori also Tempais.
I do. Oh,
Oh, and that's a win. Right after Tempai gets the win. I think it's just 1,000 points. 2,000.
yeah.
Dealer, so probably 1,500 with the one continuance.
Yep. And it's just going to be a nice little quick hand from Sho Shiratori. But as we mentioned before, that was a quick hand. We're going to get another shot. Shiratori's going to have another round of dealer. And because that was directly from Yusong, the first place player, the margins are so thin. Everyone is within like 1,100 of each other. It is truly anyone's game.
Three players basically vying for first place. I'm getting flashbacks from this year's Masters final table.
I'm not familiar with that one. Was it?
That's
a
the one I was
traumatic
talking about that
experience?
Shiratori was on.
Okay,
and
gotcha.
I think the worst condition in all last was needing a Hanemon Sumo.
Ooh.
And that was, I mean, that's not a difficult condition when you're at a final table in the last stand, right? That's usually you see like I need triple Yakuman to win the tournament, but that was the most difficult condition. Everybody else was like, if I win this hand, I win the tournament. If I win this hand, I win the tournament. 3 people were in that situation, and 1 person needed Hanemon.
Yeah.
It was insane.
Yeah, that's a really hard spot to be in. You are so far behind. You need to go slower.
No, what I'm saying is everybody was so close.
Yeah.
We didn't know who was going to win.
Yeah, but the one person was down below, and they needed that, and everyone else needed. It's basically the same situation.
But I mean, like Hanemon is Hanemon Sumo in a final table. That's not a difficult condition. Usually we see like 2 people need Yakuman Sumo, or 1 person needs a double Yakuman Sumo. So for 4 players to be that close in a final table, it's just nail biter till the very last second. That's what I'm trying to say.
I don't know. Maybe it's just the fact that you made the statement Hanemon Sumo is not hard is like just threw me back. I was like, you guys are on a completely different level.
That was the worst condition, which
Gotcha.
is it's not ideal. But when we're watching final tables, yeah, usually there's a huge point difference after 4 or 5 games.
Gotcha. Oh, someone is just like big first, and it's just like, okay, just kind of fighting for a second.
If you get 2 or 3 big first, then nobody has a chance at the final at the last game to make a comeback. This time, every single person had a chance until all last, like a viable chance.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah.
Very close game up.
And
to
that's this reminds me of that. It's just one hand, but we have 3 people who could just win any hand to take first place.
Yeah, it looks like Steven's going to try to make that him. Going to call the Green Dragon triple that they have. Time is now called into the round. So officially, this is going to be the last hand. Let's see who can be the one to just eke out that last little bit on the home stretch.
I think this is Tempai for Shiratori. He's deciding whether to reach or not, and he goes for it. 258 character weight.
I do like that play. You're already in 3rd place. What's another like 1,000? And it'll put so much pressure on the table. I may be incorrect here reading this. This is a Riichi to push for Aura.
Well, and here, so Yusong has decided to fold. That's a playing for 2nd place move. If Shiratori draws the winner, then Yusong will stay in 2nd place. If Steven deals in or Shiratori deals into Steven, Yusong will stay in 2nd place. If he wants to go for first, then he's got to push here, even when it's dangerous.
But wanting to push against the best players in the world when they're in Riichi, I don't fault him from backing down. That's a large ask. That's such a tall ask. I don't think I could be that person. Oh, but here we go.
Yusong is not folding. He's going for Tanyao.
There we go.
It was a shift. It was a sneaky shift that I missed. But Shiratori will win the hand off of Zoe, I believe. Oh, wait. Off of Steven, sorry.
Yep. Unfortunately, Steven's going to be the one to deal in, and that's going to put Sho Shiratori into first at the very last second. It's not about what place you're in throughout the tournament or throughout the hand. It is just how you finish, and Sho Shiratori is going to finish in first place here with that very last win.
What a great showing by Yusong on his first broadcast table against the best in the world. And also, I don't know if you noticed, he handles those tiles really well.
Sho?
No, Yusong.
He's
Definitely cool looking discards.
Yeah, he's definitely got some. He's developing his own style when it comes to the discards. As they try to get a judge over to record the score, just get some friendly banter going about what happened. And that's always the fun about Mahjong. Like once you're done with the game, you can talk about like what you did, what you could have done, and there's always like rooms for improvement. And like especially when you have the one of the best players in the world, even though there's a bit of a language barrier, you can kind of gesture about what the plays that you did. That you could just reveal your hand, and these players will be able to see what you did and be either like nod or go like nah about that. So great opportunity.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you a secret that I think Shiratori doesn't let out. I'm pretty sure that he can pretty much understand most English.
Oh, okay, he actually knows English, and he's just like
I've never heard him speak it. I've never heard him try to speak it. He might be a little bit when I'm not around, because if I'm around, he'll just ask me to interpret. But when Garth and I are speaking English in front of him, I'm pretty sure he knows exactly what we're talking about. There's two players in JPML who I think they never ever speak English, but I'm pretty sure they understand every single thing we're saying because of their reactions. I think Sho's one of them, so it's a secret that I'm pretty sure he knows what's going on.
Okay, that makes me feel better about like my Japanese understanding, because I feel like I'm in that same boat. I get a sense of what's going on. There's some key words that I can like lock into, and kind of assume and figure out the rest. But don't get me actually trying to talk. I'll clam up. But great job from all of these players. What a great showing. Unfortunately for Zoe, that was a very big loss. I had probably at this point of this tournament, that's going to knock her out of contention. But with even as like a third place for Steven, that's a really good third place. That's most likely a positive third. So for all these players, very good for their placing. And so we'll take those. And as we get on to finishing out the rest of the rounds, we see our judges here collecting scores, making sure that everyone is signed, corrected, so we can get on to the next round as we have our players walking up the HyperX arena stage, going through the hype tunnel.
The hype tunnel is so fun to walk through. I sometimes take extra trips downstairs on purpose so I can walk through that.
And there we go.
And I kind of pretend like the camera's on.
Do a show of it. When you are in that tunnel, you are just surrounded by these lights. These lights can change to any color that we want it to be, the entire color spectrum. And you just feel like you're in a different dimension when you're walking through it.
Yeah.
Definitely, once you come out on the other side, I feel hyped. Does its job. Yeah, and we're going to have the players come in and get the interview going, but...
Yep, we will have one more game before lunch.
That's right.
And then after lunch will be the semifinal and the final, finally. Oh my god.
I know, we're coming up towards the end. It's starting to get really intense on here. Again, it's not going to be a elimination cut. All the players are still going to play all 10 games. That's what they came here for. They get to play against all of these pros. But for the prizing, for someone to be declared the winner of the tournament, they will have to go through a top 8 into top 4 placement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but there's so many prizes going all the way down the line, and that's why the players are going to keep playing for placement after the first 2 games. After the first 8 games are done.
Yeah, some of the prizes, including the auto tables that you see them playing on. These auto tables specifically will be available for the players to win as prizes, and also, I believe, available to purchase. I know I'm going to try to get one for me. I've been holding off to get one for a while, and after playing on these ones feel like these are good.
They're really good, and they're really reliable. They're the slim scores. Slim score voice. So you can actually turn the voice on to say reach for you.
There it is right there.
Coming in white and black. I want one.
I know. I'm humming and hawing about which color I want. I do
Black.
like the white.
I would always get black.
Hmm?
I mean, I'm someone who always chooses black over
Right.
white, so
Well, I have to like find the balance between, okay, I like the white one. It would probably look better in like where I'm planning on putting it in my house, but I plan on using this to there we go. There we go. We have the black table right there. A nice sleek shine to it. I'm probably going to be bringing this table all around the DC area for people to play.
awesome. All right, looks like we are ready to start our interview, so we're going to hand it over to Sayaka.
Hello, welcome back to M.LEAGUE World Riichi 2026 US Tour Post-Game Interview. M リーグワールドリーチ2026 US ツアー対局後インタビューへようこそ。In this segment, I am going to interview each player that was just playing the game on the main table. ここでは先ほどメイン卓でプレーをしていたプレイヤーの皆さんに少しずつインタビューをしていきたいと思っています。First, we have our star, Sho Shiratori. まずは白鳥翔選手です。Yeah! お疲れ様でした。お疲れ様でした。見ていた感じ、最後の方はさすがプロだなよという感じの終わり方で、私だけじゃなくてコメント欄も英語と日本語でやっぱりプロだ、やっぱりプロだ、プロはすごいって言われてたんですけど、どんな対局でしたか？
いやそうですね、やっぱちょっと序盤苦しかったですけど、ちょっと我慢してたら最後にバーって結構手入ったのと、あとちょっと制限時間との兼ね合いであと何曲ぐらいあるかなっていうので、どれくらいの手上がったらいいかなっていうのもありましたけど、はい、それはちょっと難しかったですけどね。はい、でも僕結構ここまでの予選でスコアが良くなかったんで、最後もリーチ打たなくてもトップなんですけど、リーチ打って得点を伸ばしにいったっていう感じでした。はい。
Well, I was just saying, like, you guys are saying that in the comments that he ended really strong. And then everyone is like, he's such a pro. This is what the pro is all about. And he said, well, the game was pretty tough in the beginning. And then towards the end, I was just being really patient with it. And then I was able to, like, go a little bit higher towards the end. And then I could actually, like, end it, a win. But I wanted to wait a little bit. So I was, like, I was trying to aim for the higher score because this whole tournament, he hasn't like scored too high much, so he was aiming higher this time. 今回ファンの方とか海外のプロの方とプレーしてみていかがですか？
いやもうまずは本当にこう麻雀プロとしてこういうふうにアメリカに来て麻雀をしてこういうふうに交流できるっていうこと自体がもう僕はプロになって20年なんですけど、もうその時から考えられないことなんで、まずもうそのことですごくもう感動しています。はいはい。でそうですね、やっぱり皆さん麻雀がめちゃくちゃ好きだっていうのが伝わってくるんで、それがめちゃくちゃ嬉しいですね。はい。
He's been a pro for over 20 years, and to see now where Riichi Mahjong is in the US, there are a lot of pros, there are a lot of fans, and then playing Riichi Mahjong, and they're so knowledgeable, just respect the culture itself. He was so touched by it. So he's just like really enjoying this like whole experience where he gets to play other pro from overseas, and also the Riichi Mahjong fans in the US. あともう少しでセミファイナルですけど、それに向けて
そうですね、特大のトップを取らないと次いけないんで、とりあえず1勝できたんで、次特大のトップ条件で頑張ろうかなと思うんですけど、はい、ちょっともう一個だけいいですか？はい、いいですよ。今日対戦した今対戦したユソンが、YouTube を、コンテントクリエイターで麻雀ですごい有名なんです。そう YouTube を撮ったんですけど、それもぜひっていうのと、あと昨日エキシビジョンみたいなのがあって、ユソンと同卓して、ユソンが2つ仕掛けてるところでローピンとパーソー待ちでしょって言ったら、ユソンがローピンとパーソー待ちでめちゃくちゃ驚いてたんで、多分もうそれで恐怖して普通に打てなかったと思います今。
なるほど。So their semifinal, he's going to have to win big, so he's going to aim for that. And he also wanted to add that Yuson, you all know Yuson, there are a lot of fans out there watching it. He played against Yuson today, and then they actually filmed the content a few days ago, so check that out. And also, because they play a game few times towards this, when they were playing the game about yesterday, they did the exhibition match, and then he asked Yuson, you must have a どれとどれっておっしゃってましたっけ? Roping and paso and the was. So Yuson got a little bit intimidated is what he think it is. So if you know what he is talking about, please check out Yuson's content. 白鳥選手ありがとうございました。Yay! Oh, that's cool that he's promoting for Yuson. Yuson の宣伝までしてくれて。Oh, speaking of Yuson, now we have Yuson. Come on in, Yuson. ユソンです。こんにちは。お疲れ様でした。Wow, he roasted you. Damn. What are you going to do about that?
Look, this is a triumph, not only solely due to the fact that last night it is true, the rumors are definitely true. I was soul read on a psychic level. There were shivers down my spine when Shiratori Pro intuited the Shanpon weight that I had, and so my heart sank when I realized that we'd be playing at the same table. I'm like, this is the most difficult matchup of my life. I'm coming pre-tilted. So, but all in all, it was so fun. It was such a fun game today.
Yeah. そう昨日のエキシビジョンマッチで白鳥選手と対決した時にまさに自分が持ってる牌やたられてもうドキッてしてもう心臓がマジで沈んだんですけどってでもそこでやっぱりさすがプロだなと思ってもう本当もうびっくりしちゃったんですけどそりゃそうだよなと思いましたって言ってますでもすごく楽しかったって言ってます And you got some like nice score this time around so how do you feel about that?
They're calling it the least deserved half flush hand of all time. I think there were many misplays. I don't know if the commentators called it out. There was 8 of characters that came by. I could have called pawn and then ended on I think a 3-sided weight, and I didn't do that to keep the hand closed. We could have a debate as to whether or not that was right or wrong. I'm not sure, but I think I got very, very lucky today, and so that early lead really helped throughout the rest of the game for sure.
Yeah. ポンができそうな機会があってそれを逃してたので解説の人が何て言ったかわからないんですけど、最初の方結構うまくいってたんでだからそれでいいスコアで終われたっていう印象かなって言ってます。Also, a comment, like a chat, live chat went amped up once your face came on screen. So if you want to like make a quick message and shout out to your like fans out there.
Shout out Pinfu Nation. Thank you so much for joining the stream today. I'll be commentating the last 2 Hanchan, so not this next one, but the final 2 of the game. Thank you, a deep, heartfelt thank you to everyone in my community, the English-speaking Riichi Mahjong community at all, everyone at the event who has come up and said something kind to me. It is my heart is so full from this entire experience. So thank you for both the in-person support and the online support. Genuinely, thank you so much.
ユーソンはですね、アメリカでものすごく人気な麻雀のコンテンツクリエイターなんですけれども、今回ユーソンがプレイしてる時にファンがもうガーってライブチャットにコメントが来たので、いつも応援ありがとうって言ってます。で、これから準決と決勝の方のハンちゃんの解説をするので、それも楽しみにしていてください。Thank you so much, Yuson! Good luck! And now next we have Steven. Steven, come on in. Yay, Steven! 対局お疲れ様でした。How did the game go for you?
It was good. I had a good time. There were definitely a lot of chances to break through. I took the chances I was given, and although it didn't work out at the end, I had a really good time, so it was fun.
You did really great, though. Yeah. そうですね。全体的には割といい感じでいけたかったかなと思うんですけど、最後の方にちょっとっていう感じだったんですけど、まあ良かったんじゃないかなと思ってます。What was it like to play with Shiratori?
Oh, yeah. So I am a converted Abemas fan now. I was playing with Matsumoto Pro yesterday, and that was also really fun. So being able to play 2 for 2 was really great.
Oh, that of course you're going to turn into a fan. So 昨日は松本選手と対戦して、今日は白鳥選手だったんで、僕はもうアベマスのファンになりましたと言ってます。Awesome. You got like one more game to go. How would you like to play?
Very aggressive. Yes.
最後1試合なのでセミファイナルまで、とにかく攻めますとのことです。That's the spirit. Thank you so much, Steven. Good luck. Thank you. Woo woo. All right. right, but last but not least, we have Zoe. Zoe-chan desu. Come on in. Not the sad face, Zoe. How did it go for you? どうだった？お疲れ様。
Oh, I think I used all my luck to have the same table with all these amazing players and Shiratori-san. Yeah, it was really fun.
白鳥さん、いや素晴らしいプレイヤーとプレイできたところで運を使い果たしてしまった感じかなって言ってます。I just want you to know that live chat, people are rooting for you. So I want you to know there are people rooting for you.
Thank you so much. I was not aware that people are watching this.
Really?
Yeah. But I did embrace myself like in a few hands, but I would just keep learning, and it was a really good chance for me to like play with all these amazing players.
Yes, for
Thank you for arranging this.
No, of course, it's everybody else. I'm just doing this, you know. I'm not a big deal. 彼女は自分の卓がまさか映されるって知らなかったから、それ知るとなんか余計恥ずかしいなって思ってるんですけども、全体的にはすごくいい経験になったし、来てよかったなと思ってます。We're so happy to have you too. Thank you so much for being a part of us. ありがとう来てくれて。Good luck with the one more game, and then just have fun with it. 楽しんで。Thank you so much.
楽しいです。
楽しんでください。頑張ってありがとう。All right, and that's everybody for the game 7. And now we have one more game before semifinal and the final, so please stay tuned. We're about to start any moment. See you later. Bye.
Welcome back to the M.LEAGUE World Reach 2026 World Tour. We are ready to start our final game of the qualifying round. After this round, the top 8 scorers for the entire tournament will advance to the semifinal table. We'll have 8. The semifinal 2 tables. We'll have 8 players playing on the semifinals. The top 2 players from each table will advance to the final table, where we will decide our winner. So we are the third to last. Is there a word for third to last?
Yeah, third to last.
Okay, third to last game.
Yeah. I was mentioning about English, how it's a beautiful language, but sometimes a very ugly language. There's no special word for it. We just say third to last.
No, I mean, I love the word penultimate.
Penultimate. Oh, that is a good word.
And so I was just, if there was a third to last word for penultimate, like similar to penultimate. Then
If there might be, I would have to ask my wife. She's an English major and she knows all the words, and I just barely get by.
That would be awesome. Yeah, that's your homework.
All right, that's my homework. Okay, I'll be sure to report back. You might have to ping me to remind me, but I will definitely try to figure that out for you. But as we go into this 8th round, this is, once again, the final round of the normal Swiss. So players have win conditions at this point. There are targets they are trying to meet. I think the cutoff line for the top 8 is roughly still in the 80 points or so. Yeah, it's 82.7 as of the previous round. That might be shifted a little bit, but probably not by too much. So even just like scrolling down a little bit on the scores that I'm seeing, like 24th is only like 40 points away. So a first place, like a really big first place, could be enough to get you into the top 8. So these players should understand their win conditions, how many points they need to go for, at least within the range. There's not an exact target, so they're just going to have to go for it.
And we have a few players that we have actually seen on stream in the top 8 right now. Makoto Katayama, who we watched play yesterday on the stream, is plus 187.3, so pretty much locked in for that top 8 spot. Airi, also, who we watched yesterday, plus 126.3, basically locked in for that. And our world champion, reigning world champion, is currently 7th place with plus 84.4, so right on the border there. Going to have to definitely get a positive in this game to advance. Also, World Reach Pro Erik Karhan in 8th place with plus 82.7, pretty much in the same boat as Uchikawa. They're going to have to run away from those people who are on their heels. Players like G1, who is in 10th with plus 68.6, and Tamas, who we're going to watch right now, has plus 63.0. So first place for Tamas could get him a spot in the top 8.
Ooh. All right, so I'm going to be very upfront. I have a dog in this race. I am very biased towards Tamas. He was one of our founding members of the DC Riichi Mahjong Club. He has put so much time and energy and effort into the club. Still, even though he has moved around quite a bit, is now in New Jersey, I believe, and now goes and plays with the New York club, he still considers himself a DC representative. And so I am rooting for Tamas. You're going to get some very, very biased commentary from me this go around, and I am not sorry for it.
And our featured M.LEAGUER Pro on this table is Mari Takamiya. Playing, of course, for Konami Mahjong Fight Club.
That's right. And we also have Melissa Fung on the table as well. She is a member of the New York club, Riichi Nomi, and a very, very strong player. Like, I've played with her a couple of times. She's done very well in tournaments. When I was first starting out, she was definitely shown as one of the strongest players, like, in the group. Just loves the game, puts so much time and energy. Flew all the way out from New York just to be here, and I assume she'll also be flying back on the red eye to play even more in New York as well. So, true love and fan of the game. And we'll see how all of these different players just clash and collide into this final hand. And this final hand is going to go in it's in Thomas's favor. He has a triple of his seat win right there to start. Can do a lot of tricky things with that. It's one thing to have the pair for you can call it, but if you have the triple on deck, you can do so many tricky things. And he picked up a pair of the white dragons as well. He could potentially move his hand into a half flush to get such a huge start on this hand. And he has acceptance for the Dora, the Sanso. Doesn't have it quite yet, but we could potentially get there. Ooh, 6-mon's not going to be helpful for his hand. It's going to get rid of the 9-mon, though. 6-mon might be a little dangerous as the hand goes on. Depends on like how they draw. But Melissa does have a pair of the green dragons, just looking for someone else to draw it and really get rid of it. And there we go. Tamas fills that 1-4 shape with the Dora. Gets that gut shot. He is now 1 tile away, I believe. I think there's...
One away.
I'm trying to look at his hand from that.
6,
He has...
7, 8, 9, or south, or June.
No,
wait, no,
he's
it's
not
2
white.
away,
He
right?
does... No, he has the
Oh,
red
let me
dragon
see.
in hand.
Oh, he only has 2 white dragons. That's why I thought it was 3.
Yeah, no, he's
My bad.
his thumb's covering it for the camera, so we couldn't quite tell. But still, he is in a very good shape. And once again, I am going to be focusing a lot on Thomas's hands. I am very interested in having him win. So
Yeah, that is 1 away.
there is 1 away.
And fills in 2 gut shots, 2 draws in a row. Crazy.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to be nice with it. Just get that. But there we go. We get a call from the south from June. Going to lock in their seat wind already.
And that's Tempai waiting for the 5-8 So, the 5-8 bamboo for Tamas.
Yeah, and that's already a half flush with the Dora. And their seat win. That's such a huge start if it pans out.
I think even has the potential to upgrade to a Hanemon, which is why he has not reached.
Yeah, and there's also like so many different lines of thought of, do you Riichi because you want to get more value? What is your like tolerance cutoff line for the Han that you go for? Oh, but there we go. We have a deal in. Tamas finally gets the score. Oh, and it was, I believe, Melissa who dealt in.
The Mongon North, Hoitsu, and Adora will be 5 Han for Mongon.
Yeah, so really good start for Tamas there. Unfortunate deal in for Melissa, but the game's going pretty quick. Gonna have an opportunity to get get your dealer, try to get some of these points back. 8,000 is not a lead, I don't feel. You can make that up like very easily.
But he did move the dealership away from the featured pro, and now we will have Jun Yamada as our dealer.
Yeah, that's also a very important thing you pointed out. You don't want to give these pros any advantage at all. So taking away their dealership is going to be huge, not for everyone at the table. Everyone, slight sigh of relief that such a powerful player does not have that powerful weapon at their disposal, at least right now.
Yep, 8 players will advance to the semifinals, so the top 8 at the end of this game. And after this, we will have a lunch break. And there will be a small event before we get the stream restarted.
Yeah, so there will be a decent amount of time. It is, I believe, 12:45 Pacific time. I have to think about it and adjust that. I'm used to East Coast. And on schedule, we won't have the games 9 and 10 until about 3:45. So quite a bit of time from this game until we get to the next one. This is, as you mentioned, a fan event. We are not just here for the tournament. We are here to have a bunch of events with the players, opportunities to get things signed from them, have some lunch, because we need lunch. There is a lunch break in these tournaments. I've played some other games where they don't have lunch breaks, and you're just supposed to go back to back to back to back.
Oh, yeah.
It's brutal.
In pro tournaments in Japan, there are generally no lunch breaks. They might have a morning session and an afternoon session, and you might be able to pop out and buy something real quick, but there's not a time where you can go sit down and have lunch. But Melissa is going to reach with a Pinfu hand, waiting for a 4-7 character.
I believe so. Yeah, I gotta see where it is on her hand. Yeah, it looks like to be.
No, sorry, 2-5. 2-5 character. The 4 is upside down. 2-5 character for her weight.
Yes. Yeah, it takes a moment when the tiles are, one of them is upside down. It takes that little bit of extra brain processing power to check it in. Oh, and that's going to be the deal in. It was not on the Apatsu, but that's going to be it. June's going to be dealing into Melissa, get some of that, some of those points back that she lost. more importantly, she's going to be getting her dealership back. Or she's going to be getting a dealership to try to make up even more of those points that she lost originally. One final comment I'll make about the lunch break. It is way easier to get a lunch in Japan than it would be in America. There's so many convenience stores everywhere just to get a quick bite.
To get a quick bite. But also, that's not actually a problem in Las Vegas. There are fast food restaurants in all the casinos. You can definitely pop out and get something in this venue. And that's not true for all of the mahjong venues in America, but Vegas is all right.
Vegas is a good spot. It's a
We
fun,
got a
it's a good little
Nathan's up there.
Yeah, it's a good little destination spot. I mean, I won't get into it here. I could go on for hours about finding a proper location for a tournament. I could also probably write like a professional size level book about that. All right.
Speaking of books, we did launch 2 English versions of Japanese books here this week. Kotaro Uchikawa's book, The Essential Playbook, Reach Mahjong, The Essential Playbook, and also Yoshihiro Matsumoto's Balance Your Game. They are the first in hopefully what is a long and ongoing project for World Reach Publishing, so we can bring you Japanese works in English.
Oh yeah, there is actually a mountain of books and content available like in Japanese. So much has been written about the game. I know one of our local players who understands Japanese like eats up all of them and has become very, very good in the game because they have access to that knowledge that many others don't. He does share his teaching so much and lends out the books, but it is still like it is a barrier that I'm very happy to see that World Reach is putting in so much time and energy to bring all of those resources available to level up everyone's game, because a high tide rises all ships. As if everyone else gets good, then you need to improve your play, and it just makes for a way more fun and better experience.
If you want German versions, please email World Reach. You can go to the website. There's a contact email and make requests. I personally cannot translate the books into German. I did translate these 2 books. A huge team helping with all the proofreading and design and everything, but that's not something I can do in German.
All right, as we get back into...
This is Tenpai, I think. Waiting for the 5 so Tonki, and Jin's going to wait for something better.
Yeah, he does have just a Ipeiko, the pure double run, as the Yaku. So if he gets the win, he can get the win. He'll probably take it. But as you mentioned, an opportunity to get more value. Ooh, we have a triple of the South. That is not Mari's win, but they do have a pair of the West, which is. So maybe they might be able to open a call for that. But would you agree that the pro players will, on average, play slower? Go for slower, bigger hands.
Oh, okay.
No, not like actually like play, but like their style is to go for the slower hands, and
it really depends on the player. And it really depends on the situation. So they're going to find situations where it's more beneficial to go for... It really depends on like what potential you have in your hand. And Jun Yamada's going to reach. Now with that Ipeiko, also Pinfu, got rid of that single tile weight and now is waiting for a pseudo open-ended, a 6-7-8-9-9. I'm sorry, 7-8-9-9, waiting for the 6 and the 9.
Yeah, and Tamas also looks like they'll be in Tenpai with that 6-and draw. Going to decide the route that they're going to take, and making the decision is going to Riichi back. Also on a Pinfu Ipeiko shape, but is not confirmed for the Ipeiko. Going to fight back. A slightly wider weight. Tamas has 2 Dora in hand. There's a lot of value to be had here. And probably really making a decision about their Riichi, whether in like normal circumstances, like just in a void, it probably would have been a very good play to not Riichi because you have your Pinfu, you have your value. So you just want to get that. But we are in a tournament setting. Every single point matters. So you gotta you're not just thinking about the 4 players in front of you, or the 3. You are thinking about the hundreds of players that you're also competing with. And Tamas is able to get that, lock in that Riichi with the deal in from Jun right there.
Yeah, Jun had no choice but to discard that 8, so...
Yep, the forced discard off of the Riichi.
And I believe it was 2-door. Reach 2-door for 5,200 points. And that will bring us to Tamash's dealership.
Tamas's dealership with also a huge lead. This is looking pretty good for one of our newer World Riichi pros.
One of our newer, but also the first World Reach Pro to ever spend a lot of time playing tournaments in Japan. He went to Japan in, I believe, like February-ish of last year and played a bunch of tournaments, JPML tournaments, because World Reach Pros qualified to play for JPML, NPM, MU, and also RMU tournaments. So spent a lot of time doing that leading up to the World Reach Championship in June.
Yeah. Tamas is truly a global phenomenon going around playing anywhere he can, supporting so many communities. He supports the American community. He supports the Hungarian community where he's from. He is just a true savant of the game, of like wanting to like get as good as he can at the game and also support the community as he can. Also has put in a lot of time and energy into the American community in helping us with our technology as well. He's very tech savvy and has helped created a American database of clubs available called the ARA database, where you just go to the website and it's just an easy QR code that we have, and then it immediately shows you a map and dots of every single club, every single Riichi club in America that has tied themselves to the ARA. It's such a fantastic tool, especially when we go around teaching at conventions and they want to learn more about Riichi. We can just point them to that website. You'll go here and you will immediately know where there is a local community around you. So I know I'm like rooting for Tamas because he is like, you know, he's OG DC when it comes to Riichi, but he's also just like done so much for the community as well. Oh, Melissa Fawn's hand is actually getting really spicy here.
Yeah, it's still really far away, but it's one of those strategies where you, if your hand is so bad, then you just go for the most expensive hand possible, planning to fold later.
Yep, that's right. Play for your ceiling, especially if you don't really have anything else going for it. And it'll be interesting to see once a few more tiles like go her way, will she try to be more explosive about opening up her hand. All right, but it looks like the call that Tamas made, he called the 7-8-9 pin, which means that his hand is very much hinged on getting this white dragon, which we do see one in Melissa's hand. At some point, she may drop it, and that's what he needs. But Tamas is not in Tenpai yet. So it'll be interesting to see how things play out. And there, oh, he picks up the 1 and now needs to cut a block. Decides to cut the character, the 7-8, or the 6-7. I had to say it. Melissa just tries to go for this like flush hand based off of like the start and has just not gotten anything for it. But yeah, while we're talking about like June, Melissa, and Tamas, all of these players playing at this game, we have a professional player at the table who hasn't been able to do that much. She is here, but hasn't really done much. And here we go, finally. Making me eat my words, finally coming out to do something. Gonna get a pawn.
Just one away from ready for a Tanyao hint.
Yeah, just all simple. Just try to get something going. Try to get out of this East round into the South. This hand, or this game, currently, the flow of it is going much quicker than the previous one. Ooh, Melissa does pick up a 5 of characters there. And then discards the East. Eventually, that West will most likely come out. And it's now just a matter of, will Tamas actually be in Tenpai to take advantage of it? Oh, Melissa picks up the Tumon. That's also going to be helpful, that 2-3 shape.
Yeah, the Monzu shapes for her have definitely been shaping up.
As the shapes are wont to do. They become shapes.
It's better than shaping down.
That's true. Tamas is going to make a call. Tamas is in interesting spot. Both of his calls really show that he's probably going for an outside hand. We all see that he's stuck on the pair of 5 pins. So he has no value, but though he does need to wait on the white dragon in order to win, which is something that like people are not going to want to drop because they are afraid that it is actually a half outside hand. Even though it's not, he's waiting on the tiles that would make it so. So it's going to be really hard for anyone to discard. Yeah, and Melissa's now going to have to make some choices here. That 2-mon, even though it is a character, it's not super helpful for her current shape. Maybe she can get something from it. Maybe it needs to become a 7 pairs route. Yeah, Melissa might actually have to shift to 7 pairs depending on how things are panning out. But here we go. Mari's going to make another call, calling the 4-5-6. Try to gets into Tenpai, waiting on just the 5-8 of dots, which we do see in 2 of them in Tamas's hand. I don't think I see any of the 8 dots around besides the Dora, or the Dora indicator. So lots of opportunities for Mari to actually win this hand. Tamas, yeah, decides to just stay in Tenpai. Little risky. 2-pin's not going to help there. Oh, and
there we go. That's something. It's getting so late in the hand, though.
Yeah, it's so late in the hand. You have all of these honors that you have to push out. You are probably not going to get Tenpai. You tried to go for the big hand. You just got a little too late. So very wise move to just play defensively. And Mari's actually going to switch up her weight. Just get rid of the safer 6-pin tile right there. Just wait on the single 7. It's also going to be a little bit trickier.
I mean, right now Mari's main objective is to maintain Tenpai. Winning this hand specifically is not that important. It's just Tanya. It's just 1,000 points. But she doesn't want to lose points in the exhaustive draw or deal in to anybody.
If I may be so bold, I also think it's because Tamas had just previously discarded the 7 dots. So if someone is not paying close enough attention, they'll think that's a 7 dots, it's safe, and that might be a way to sneak in another win. But at the very end, she'll also use it as a guaranteed save tile towards the end. So it's also doing multiple things at the same time, as I'm like seeing it fold out.
The thing is, switching to a Tonki weight, the single weight, gives you... it's not intuitive, but it gives you a lot more options for folding in the future while maintaining that Tenpai. If she had kept the open-ended shape, it would have been a lot harder to fold. Now she has the choice between the 1 and the 2, so she'll choose the safer 1, and then we can just end in Tenpai.
As we go, we get into the exhaustive draws right there. Both Tamas and Mari will be in Tenpai. Tamas going to hold on to his dealership, and each of them are going to get 1,500 points for their trouble. And yeah, Tamas still holding on to this lead. Mari finally getting some points, finally on the board for the most part. And Jun and Melissa starting to fall down on the rankings. Going to try to have to get a big hand here. Still plenty of time in the round. Almost at the halfway point. A lot of opportunities for people to get some really big points. As we have, I believe, is going to be the 1-so as the Dora this time around. As the players draw their opening hands, we'll see how things start out. I'm going to have the players take a moment to sort their hands. Oh, Tamas has a pair of the Dora in hand already.
Again.
I mean, as I mentioned, you got to be lucky on it. And he has
4 9s.
He has the 4 9s. Tamas, you know what you must do. You know I'm watching. Do me proud. Do me proud. For those who don't know, conning is absolutely one of my favorite things in this game. And probably to a fault, I do it quite degenerately. But when it works out so well and it's so fun.
You know what? I do everything degenerately.
Generally?
I do everything degenerately.
Degenerately? You're a degenerate?
It's my name.
It's in the name. You have claim on it. I imagine Tamas might try to go for... They're trying to hedge themselves towards... They have a lot of options, actually, now I'm looking at their hand. They picked up the 8 Mon, so they could potentially get the 7 and just use those 9s as 2 shapes. Or they could potentially try to go for an even bigger hand. It looks like they're trying to set themselves up to go for all triples. Because if you do claim a quad, it will count towards a triple for all the other Yaku.
Yeah, but that's a lot of pairs that are not necessarily easy to pull.
Yeah, he actually does have a lot of ways that the hand could go. Because his pairs are close together, the 5 and 6 Sos, it could just form out naturally. So I think he's just playing in a very like wait and see style. Try to keep his options open towards multiple ways. And it's such a tight rope because you want to put yourself close to the value hand as much as you can. But at a certain point, you are going to have to make a decision on the route to take. And at what point do you do it without sacrificing the efficiency for it? Melissa picking up 6 Mon, which helps with that 7. Gotta decide what to do here. That red dragon is nice for a Yaku, but it's the only Yaku that they would have.
Yeah, the honor tile, the Yaku high tiles are deceptively low scoring in most cases. You have to really combine them with other Yaku. So we are set to come back to the broadcast at 3:45 p.m. for the semifinal. So it'll be quite a long break after this game, in like 2 hours or so.
Oh, here we go. Tamas finally picked up the 7-pin pair. So now he's going to lock in this con. And it looks like the new Dora is going to be the West Wind. Unfortunately, one of them was already discarded. I don't think anyone else has
Two
any
were
of them.
discarded.
Oh, yeah. Both Melissa and Tamas dropped it within the first one. So a bit of a whiff right there. But what helps is that it was a closed con. So Tamas is going to potentially be able to Riichi and utilize the potential under Dora.
Nope, no reaching. Going straight for the all triples hand with the 6 Sopon.
Yeah. So proving me wrong immediately, commentator curse. Oh, but now that Mari does, now that there's a con on board, Mari's going to do the Sumo Giri Riichi, immediately discarding the tile that she drew. Now that there's actual value on the table, especially with the Dora, has a chance to get a huge bonus with the under Dora. Unfortunately, she is just waiting on the 5-pin. Really hard tile to collect, but we see 3 of them right now. 2 of them in Melissa's hands, 1 in Tamas. Tamas, if he wants to go for this all triple, does have to drop the 5-pin, which could play right into Mari's hand. This actually could be a really huge backfire for Tamas. Oh, but it would also be a backfire is Melissa as she goes for another
Let's
Riichi.
tempai for Tamas with another Dora, and it deals in
No.
to Marty.
Yeah, unfortunate spot.
Leads Tanyao. Leads Tanyao. I think that's it. Yep. 2,600 with a continuance is 2,900.
All things considered, not a bad deal, but you were cooking up something big, and it's unfortunate that you lost it. It's unfortunate for Melissa that you basically just donated a stick for nothing. You didn't even get like a chance to get an Apatsu. But you got to shoot your shots. You got to try to get the wins where you can. As we move on to the South round, Mari now a more solid second place than before. Easy reach within Tamas' first. You had mentioned before that as dealer you shoot for about 10,000 points.
Yep.
For
To
the
be
value
within 10,000 points of the place that you want or need.
Exactly. And once you're within that, that's like, okay, you are in legitimate striking distance to overtake someone. Okay, we do have the North as the Dora this time around. Jun does have 1 in hand, but that seems to be it. Tamas would love to pick that up because that is his seat win, but doesn't have it in the opener. And sometimes, you're just unlucky like that. It looks like all the hands are looking a little slower this time around. Although Jun did pick up a pair of the Norths. So now they have Tudora. They finally have their value. This is their chance to make a comeback. They just got to play around it now. Oh, they did pick up a 7-mon. It looks like Jun is actually Ishanten. If I'm reading their tiles right, they're a little bit closer to the wall for me to really see what the character tiles are. Oh, yeah. Jun is not making it easy for me to see what these tiles are. Not only are they up against the wall, the character tiles are upside down. So your guess is as good as mine. But he does know, and that's the most important thing. As long as he knows what his win condition is, that is what matters. Tamas going to draw this 4-pin. Going to take a moment to think about his route. Decides to drop the 5-mon. Interesting, actually. Wait, he dropped the 5-mon, but he had the 2-4. So, oh, I see. Conventional wisdom on pure efficiency would make him want to drop the 2-mon. But because he has the closed 2-4 as well, and the 2-3-4, yeah, he's going to be hard forcing the Sanshoku on the 2-3-4 for each of the suits.
I don't know if you are familiar with this term, but Mari Takamiya is 2-gen Shanten.
2-gen Shanten?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure this does sound familiar, but it's been so long, probably a literal year since you probably mentioned it to me last year. So please, and also for the audience out there, remind us what Gen Shanten is.
I go for Yakuman so often that when you are any amount away from a Yakuman, then we just add Gen to the Shanten part. So 2-gen Shanten Mari Takamiya is 2 away from Suanko right now.
I mean, it's also 1 away. Oh, also technically 1 away from 7 pairs.
We don't look at 7.
We don't look at 7 pair. It's not a Yaku. It's not a Yaku for y'all.
It's not a. I mean, it's kind of a Yaku.
It's technically a Yaku, I guess.
It's not a real mahjong hand.
I guess we're supposed to invite it to the party if we have to.
Yeah, we're polite about it.
But
Thank you, Mr. Rainbow. Gen Shanten is the only Shanten. Yes, regular viewers of the channel are familiar with the Gen Shanten term because the Sankei Shimbun Cup commentators have all adopted it for me, which I am eternally grateful for.
So I do want to point out that June did make a call on the character tiles. So now, oh yeah, there we go. We get another call. He's trying to get these Dora cashed in, and the way he's doing it is going for the flush. And I think he's Tenpai. We have 2 very close to the wall upside down tiles. I can't quite tell. I am just going to assume they are Tenpai, as everyone else should. So mahjong has a lot of rules of thumb that you can go for, and one of them that I've heard is if they've called once in the 3rd row, they're probably Tenpai. If they've called twice in the 2nd, they're probably Tenpai. And if they've called 3 times in the 1st row, they're probably Tenpai. So the fact that Jun has called twice in the 2nd row, especially with those characters, you have to be really cautious about whether they're a Tenpai. And so character tiles are looking pretty scary. And it looks like Mari agrees, going to be breaking up that 8-pin shape just to make sure that she doesn't have to discard any of these dot tiles. And, oh, you can't even quite go for 7 pairs because the Mon tiles are so scary against this potential flush. Jen's going to draw and discard the 5-pin. Melissa going to drop the 6-0. Just try to make these tiles work into their favor. Everyone's hands looking so scary.
Pretty flexible one-away shape right now.
Yeah, Tamas did manage to pick up the 3-pin to fill out that the gut shot, as you like to call it, and now is 1 tile away from a Sanshoku, but doesn't really have much other value besides that, and it's going to be... They got to get really lucky with it in order to get this Sanshoku. Oh, but that is unfortunately going to be a deal in from Tamas. Deals in the 7, so I was correct. Jun was in Tenpai.
7-mon.
What did I say?
7-so.
It is 7-mon.
want to say it too loud. We all know what you meant.
I appreciate you
That's a
keeping me honest. You
huge-
got to keep me honest.
That's a huge blow to Tamas and drops him down into second place.
Yeah, unfortunately, that big lead that he had gave most of it back. And so now we're pretty even across the board, even though Melissa is down in fourth place. It's not by a lot. Just like one good dealer turn could like bring it all together. Like no one has secured anything here. Anything can be happening, especially we have so much time on the clock. The way that these players have been playing and just like the speed and comfort that they have with their draws and discard, 17 minutes, it feels like an eternity. There's potential of like 2, maybe even 3 more hands. We could potentially hit the all last here, depending on how quickly this South 2 goes. Two-pin, a very good pickup from Melissa. It's going to fill in that 2-3-4 shape. Tamas has a pair of the green dragons. Might try to use that to claw their way back. It is also the Dora, as I finally look at Dora. Don't do what I do. Make sure you check the Dora the first thing you do in the game. Sometimes I forget to check it, and it comes back to bite me. So, Tamas locking in these 2 green dragons as the Dora could potentially be a Mangon of value right there. But if anyone else draws it, they'll be very hard-pressed to get rid of it. Oh, and Melissa did pick up a 7-pin, and that completes like her shape on the 7-pin. So Melissa does appear to be 2 Shanten away. So within the first couple of draws, already looking pretty good, pretty quick with the hand, all things considered.
Yeah, fill in the 6-mon for June. Filling in that 5-7 shape.
Yeah, that's right. And they have a lot of good shapes, a lot of solid, strong shapes in order to go into Tenpai. Gonna have to drop the White Dragon in order to do it. And Melissa drawing the 3-so. Not gonna quite work out for it, but getting these middle tiles, holding on to them, try to form them out. They are incredibly powerful. June that 9-so is not going to be helpful. Gonna have to just give it right back. Oh, what a fantastic fill. Picks up the 4-so. That helps that 3-5 shape. Now has to make a decision on what Tenpai they want to go for. Or if she has a lot of choices here. Oh, interesting. I was thinking about so many choices she could take it, and she did the 5th one that I was not even considering. She's actually going to be going back a step in Tenpai in order to get more value of her hand. Going to be dropping the 9 of characters, so she can at least get an all simples Tanyao hand. Yeah, and there we go. It's probably going to work out for her. It picks up the 5-so. That could be a triple or also just like a pair if she can get a connector to it, really increasing the flexibility and value of her hand. So really heads up play from there and picks up the 7, and it works out perfectly for her. Now able to go into Riichi, and it's going to have a Pinfu. It's only going to be Pinfu. It's only going to be a Tanyao. It's not going to be a Pinfu because she has a triple of the South, or it's triple of the 7-pin. As I get my words assembled together, she now basically doubled the value of her hand instead of just a Riichi Nomi. So I gotta say, that's probably gotta feel really good for Melissa to make that hard decision to go back a Shanten, to go the rockier road to make sure that you get to the beach at the end, and it's gonna work out. But we're gonna get challenged here. June picks up the 8-so, gonna be in Tenpai, slamming the Riichi, waiting for the 3 and 6 pin. And Maria, our pro player, has been kind of just waiting in the shadows, hoping to try to get something going. Hasn't dealt in, but hasn't made any super explosive plays. has a potential to go for a all characters route. Going to play a little bit more defensively, but depending on how the tiles fly, might be able to actually cash in this hand on the characters. We'll see. Tamas picks up the 1 mon. He's in a tough spot. 2 Riichis on the table. It's so hard to want to do anything against it. Yeah, even though you have the 2 Dora, like if 2 players are in Riichi and you're still pretty far away, you might just have to back out. I think that seems to be what
Yeah, it all
he's doing.
depends on how many safe tiles you have and how good your shapes are. Like if you have 2 dangerous tiles you have to push and a middle weight, then there's no way you can push that. If you have
I'm gonna pause you for a moment. Melissa did just discard the green dragon for us, so Tamas has really taken a moment to think about if he wants to. Decides not to. The temptation to do that is so strong, and Tamas does resist it.
If you have a good weight and you only have to push 1 dangerous tile, then a lot of times you can still push it. But if you have 2 or more dangerous tiles, then generally you're going to have to give up. Unless you don't have anything you can give up with, and then you can push anything.
Yeah. Yeah, if you have no safe tiles, then just don't worry about it. Just go full ham, full force. Check that bush. Yeah, it looks like Mary and Tamas are just going to be folding it out, making sure that they're not the ones to deal in. Now, Tamas has 2 guaranteed safe Dora to fold out with. Yep, and there we go. These last few discards are just going to be the Dora. Mari draws the south. It's going to take a moment. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways that this could go. I'm trying to look at the discards and see what she's seeing. 1-1 was actually kind of a dangerous tile. There were 2 of the 2 mons discarded, and we discarded one of them already, but there was a small chance that the could have been a 1-4 weight.
Well, and in a draw with 2 players tenpai.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 players tenpai, one of them being June, so they're going to hold on to that dealership. 11 minutes remaining in the round. We have 2 Riichi sticks in the middle and a Honba. 2,300 points up for grabs for the next person that wins the hand.
And Jun Yamada has put himself in a great position to try and make a comeback for that first place. Dodgers hat, probably a Uotani fan.
I mean, who isn't?
How can you not be?
I know, that's what I'm saying.
He did not even have to know baseball. He's just so wholesome.
He is one of those, like, the generational, he broke out the mold and, like, of everyone now knows him. He is truly, like, I'm going to be old hat about it, truly one of, like, the Michael Jordans of the baseball world, where everyone knows his name. All right, we're going to go on and get into our repeat of the South 2. Ooh, this is a really good starting hand from Mari. A lot of connected tiles, a lot of good shapes. No auto tiles that they have to spend the entire first row discarding, unfortunately, unlike Tamas. So, has the potential to go really quick with it, especially if they get some good fortune along their way with the draws. Melissa also in an interesting spot where she has a lot of pairs, but they're all kind of connected together loosely. So, you can't quite commit to a 7 pairs line. And this is a tricky route towards how do you still play efficiently to go for a real hand, but still keep yourselves open for the 7 pairs? Because sometimes it just shows up. Okay,
Not with that fill-in, though.
Yeah, that 6 so is definitely going to lock in that we are not going to go 7 pairs.
She's looking at that side weight, the 1-2, and in that case, you can still sort of hedge the pairs as you go. If you don't want to hedge pairs, you can do something like the 6 mon and wait for something to stick to it, because those like super middle pairs, like the 6s, are generally difficult to make into triples. So they can be good sticky tiles if you make them a floater.
Yeah, and in general, if you want to be discarding those terminal, if you have too many blocks, the terminal tiles or the terminal weights with less tiles is process elimination, probably the weakest one. Oh, Maria just picks up the 7-pin. That's such a huge pickup. Completes that 7-8-9 sequence. Has a triple of the 6-pin with the 5 there. They are Ishan 10, but I wonder if they are going to try and grieve for more value. Again, I don't quite know their everyone's positions. I don't have it in front of me right now, but people might be playing for top 8s. So it could be an opportunity for Maria to get a lot more value. And there it is. Yeah, we are going to be trying to go for the full flush to try to get as much value out of this hand as possible. Might be the last opportunity that she has to get huge, big value to make up any point differences that she had in this in the last of the tournament.
Okay, but is that the commentator's curse? I said those middle tiles are hard to triple up, and there is the tripled up 6 mon.
No, that's commentator's blessing.
Oh, blessing.
No, the curse is when you say a bad thing could happen, and then it does happen.
I was telling her to discard the 6, and she didn't. So that is just proof that you should not listen to Jen.
Oh, I'm interesting. I may be wrong here. Murray did pick up the 7-pin, but immediately threw it back.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Looking at this, I think because it's Tempai, she doesn't want to go back to 1 away. She's waiting for the 2 mon right now for Tempai with a full straight. And Adora.
Oh, she does have full straight. That is right. She is already in Tempai. I need to practice my training. But Melissa, while we were looking at Mari's hand, did call Riichi. And it looks like that was a sumo?
No.
Oh, was that a deal-in? It was a deal-in.
Deal-in from Muddy.
There it is. Such a huge steal-in. Melissa getting that hand, or locking in that Riichi. Going to get a lot of value out of it. Huge points distributed across the board from Marie over to Melissa. And now Melissa is going to have her dealership as well after she just got that huge hand. Yeah, it was a Mongon hand, and she also got the points in the middle for it. So, and just like that, Melissa is in second place. But these scores are so even. And with only 5 minutes left remaining in the hand, this could be the last one. So, this could be the hand that people need to win in order to get this first place.
So it was a Riichi Ippatsu and all pairs. 400. So almost a Mongon. 6,400 plus some of the points that were in the middle there.
Like I mentioned before, sometimes the 7 pairs just shows up and you just have to be willing to accept it into your life if it wants to. Melissa picks up a pair. Oh no, she has a triple of the West. So it's not her wind, but I mean, that's a completed shape right there and you'll take it. But it does limit a lot of her options for if she wants to try to go open.
Yeah, I think that in this hand you're probably looking for reach, and you can use that West as a pair if you get something like Pinfu. But it's just so far away, like however you slice it. You have to just, if you get good sumos, you go this way. And if you don't, then you have an easy hand to fold with.
Tamas got really lucky with his draw, picked up a 5-pin to finish out that 4-5-6. That 6-pin or that 4-pin being the Dora. So it's a way to get value. I don't know what these players' win conditions are to make top 8, and I'm sure they are also considering that when they're making these plays.
Tamas is very close, and he actually has a pretty good hand right now. But Takamiya started with an even better hand, and now his Tempai reaches, waiting for the...
It's a 3-6-9 mon, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, so really wide wait, especially for a turn 4. I mean, that's... Especially in potentially one of the last hands of the game. That's that pro level just like aura that you need. That just like that skill that just can't be taught. You just gotta just be natural with it.
So Jun Yamada at this table is currently in first place overall with plus 178.
That's also really good information to know because Jun now can consider, all right, as long as I don't deal in and go big negative, I am a lock for top 8. So I can just chill. And the context of the whole tournament definitely influences these plays.
Yeah, also the scores are going... Oh, and Marty draws the winner, and I think gets an Uradora. No, just misses the Uradora. No Dora. Reached Sumo Pinfu.
Reach Sumo Pinfu is going to be it. And it looks like that is going to... I'm sorry, I lost my train.
That will move us
I
on
literally
to
lagged out for a second. I
all
apologize.
last, and Tamas will be our last dealer. Now, it's important to remember that there is no Agariyame, so even if Tamas wins this hand, if it is before the time cutoff, there will be another hand.
Now, the way he can get around that is to Tenho this hand right now. And I don't think he did, unfortunately. I tried. I tried to give it to you.
No. So Jun Yamada, even getting last place here is not a problem at all for Jun Yamada because the scores for the top 8 will reset in the next hand. It looks like Melissa does not have enough tiles.
Oh, no.
She should be a bottom Tsumo, and there's only a top left. So I think maybe she didn't take her final draw.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the final draw was taken before that. So they're going to call the judges over to get that sorted out.
This is going to be a Shohai. And I'm not sure what the rules are in WRC. Is that a dead hand? Or is it a chombo?
I don't know. I know previously it was chombo, but at least within the American community, there's a lot of sentiment of like trying to downgrade that a little bit, especially within the first row, because it is it can just happen if like the East player just immediately discards their tile. And that's also a hard thing to judge. It is also on the dealer to ensure that everyone has drawn their tiles before they make their first discard. So it becomes a level of who was actually on fault here. And I believe this is what they're going to be figuring out with the head judge as it gets try to get this sorted out.
So I'll tell the evolution of the Shohai. When I started, Shohai was a dead hand. When you had too few tiles, it was a dead hand. If you had too many tiles, it was a chombo. This was in JPML.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, a few years ago, they both became chombo. And just this year, in April, they've changed the rules. So now they're both dead hands.
Okay.
And the way that they remedy it is, in this situation, Melissa would draw 2 tiles.
Okay.
To get back to the right number of tiles, but she would still have a dead hand. If it were too many tiles, then I think she would not draw and discard to get until she had the right number of tiles and still be a dead hand.
Gotcha. Okay,
so they like to get the sumo back to where it was supposed to be.
Yeah, I do like that approach. All right, very, very hot take from me right now. All the tiles are technically equally random. So whether you draw from one point in the wall or the other, in my eyes, it is still equally random. Hot take, I know, but I agree with in the tournament settings to if it is reasonable to try to get to the game state into a point where you can like continue the play and not just like immediately punish the player. I am for that if it is within reason. Shohai is definitely within that, like it's in that kind of gray zone that it can be, depending on how it was done, it could like be because of the dealer's fault, because of the person who drew's fault. And if it is something that can be resolved by, okay, just draw another tile and then like we're good, I would personally, like, I'm in favor of that. But I also be the caveat that is I am incredibly nice. Okay, so it looks like their solution is just going to be
it looks
redeal.
like a chombo, yeah.
Oh, is it going to be a chombo?
Redeal would be, I mean, the reason, if it was a dead hand, they would keep going. They're just going to replay the hand as if it never happened, but there will probably be a penalty for Melissa.
All right. So very, very unfortunate situation for Melissa there in this all last. Actually,
I'm not sure if it's Melissa because the rules also the rules that changed a bit later would be that there was at one point where the South player would actually get the chombo for that because they drew and discarded a tile that was not theirs.
Right.
And then that changed to the dealer getting the chombo because they discarded without making sure everyone had drawn all their tiles.
Right.
So I'm not exactly sure who the penalty will be attributed to, if it will be to Tamas as the dealer or to Melissa as the Shohai player.
Production, I know you can hear us. Please let us know what the situation is so we can share it with everyone. But as we get into this actual final hand, Tamas does have a pair of the red dragons, so might be able to get something in quick. But it's still such a small point difference between everyone. And depending on their positions within the tournament, it's going to be really intense. As we mentioned before, June is in very, very, very big point placement in the tournament so far. So basically a locked for a top 8, especially with the point differences between everyone so small. But it is depending on how the chombo flies.
Oh, there was no penalty given, actually. They just did a redeal.
Okay. Me personally, I like that approach. It was early enough. Only like one set of discards has been done. No one's made any calls, and it's just easier to just like make it do like a redeal. All right, so everyone is no penalties are distributed. Everyone is at the points that they're at. They may have gotten a time extension on the timer that we see. We already passed time.
Yeah, I think this will be the final hand. Anyway.
Yes.
But they did get to start the hand even after the timer ran out. So when the timer is red, that means we are past the time, and it just counts up after that. While we are still within the time limit, the timer counts down.
Yep. So this is definitely going to be the last hand. So this is the opportunity to make up these points and try to this is your final opportunity to make a difference to get into top 8. Oh, it looks like the head judge Alon is talking with the players about something.
I think maybe a penalty will be attributed. It wasn't at first, but I think that maybe the judges had a conference.
Okay. That makes sense. So regardless of what was going to happen, they would have to do a redeal. Yeah. So it looks like they were just going to let the players play the redeal and then discuss among themselves what the penalty was going to be and then come back to the players. So at least they can make progress on the hand. So as we wait for the players to be told what the penalty is, we will get that info to you all soon as we know what the decision was. I'm sure having been in many like judge huddles of like, okay, this happened, how do we handle it?
That's Senpai for Mari with Sanshoku, and she does not reach. Sanshoku with waiting for the Dora.
Yeah.
So it'll be at least 5,200, which is enough to get her into first place.
Yeah, perfectly executing her win condition. Just setting herself up for the exact amount of points that she needs in order to win. And now, like, Tamas, to try to keep this first place, gonna have to get a quick hand in. Try to get this red dragon, but none of them have been drawn by anyone. Has to find it himself. He does also have the white and green dragon, so potentially I'm looking at the discards now. Most likely not going to be able to go for anything bigger, but the white and green dragon are going to be safe tiles if he gets the red dragon. And who knows? He might get lucky enough and just get the rest of them. It's not completely dead, just very, very unlikely.
So Mari is hoping that somebody else will get to a Tenpai and push with their Dora, and that it will be easier for them to push if she's not to reach.
Yeah.
But we have a reach first from June.
Yeah, it looks like June is going to be waiting on the 5/8 so. Which we do see one of the 2 of the 5 so's in Melissa's hand. We see 2 of the 8 so's in Tamas's hand, and we do see one of the 8 so's in Murray's hand. So 3 and 2, not that many available. Also, when you get into this spot with everything so close, you have to consider the tenpai payments at the very end. And that could be the difference.
And
But
she draws it herself instead. That's going to be a Mangon, Sumo Sanshoku, and a Dora.
And just like that, Mari is going to clutch out the first place there. Really tight game across the board. Very close going into this all-last situation. And just barely squeaking ahead. Mari is first place with 38,900 points. Tamas not able to keep the lead, but still manages the second with 28,600 points. Melissa climbing back all the way up from third place, from fourth up to the third. And Jun has so many points already, he can afford this fourth place. Going to get about minus 20 on his score. Most likely not going to be the difference maker. I don't know if the top 8, how the seeding is done for that, if at all. It may be pure random across everyone, or your placement determines what table you will be at.
That is a great question. It's not something that can really work into the player's strategy, so it's not something that necessarily needs to be super, announced beforehand. A lot of times it is, but
it's more
I
just
think
like
you
leading
can-
to the narrative of,
Yeah.
okay, if you actually didn't take that fourth and then a third, would you have fallen to a different table?
Yeah.
And just one of the million possibilities.
I mean, that's all
and
after the
alternate
facts talk,
universes.
right?
Yeah.
So we did not actually learn who specifically the Chombo is attributed to, or if it was at all. The initial ruling was no penalty and just play the game again. But I think since they had a meeting after that, I'm not sure exactly what happened with it. But great job, Mari, winning the game.
Yeah, and I don't know if a second place for Tamas, especially technically as a negative.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be enough to put Tamash in the top 8. But Jun Yamada will probably maintain that first place overall, unless Makoto Katayama got a first place leading into it. You can see the players as they start to disperse for lunch. Of course, we're going to have player interviews before lunch, so don't go away yet. And even, when we get into lunch, don't go away. Leave your stream on. Look, the World Reach Professional Mahjong exam is happening in October 2026. If you want to be a pro, go ahead to World Reach. I think it's worldreach.org. And the worldreachleague.com is for the WRL, which you can play in even if you're not a pro. This is what we were talking about before, the RODL, the World Reach Online Team League, which anyone can play in. You can register now. But if you do want to aspire to this professional level, the pro test, the pro exam is definitely something that you should look at. This gives you, once you pass the pro exam, you have access as a World Reach Pro to all of the tournaments of 4 different professional leagues in Japan, which is crazy. You have access to tournaments that I don't have access to as a Japan Professional Mahjong League member. So it's definitely something that you should look at if you're super serious about this game, or if you want to become serious. We have seminars every month to help learn more. The exam itself is a written exam, and you have an interview, and there's also a playing exam. So you play and basically explain why you made certain plays. So it's not, this is the right play that you have to make in this situation. As a pro, all you have to do is be able to explain your plays, and they have to sort of make sense.
Oh no! Don't tell me that, because I've taken the practice exams on the pro exam. Okay, quick spoiler for everyone who's thinking about playing those. Know how to count your scores from just looking at it. Do some Chinitsu training. Chinitsu being the full flush. Be able to know with a full hand what your weights are. That's going to be on the exam. And win conditions. You're going to, one of the last sections is you're going to have a scenario of you have this many points. What is the minimum number of Han and Fu that you need in order to get to first place? So practice up on those 3 things. There are resources available that WRC also provides to help practice exams, like questions from like previous exams as well, to help you with that. But now that you tell me there's like an interview question of why did you do the thing, I'm gonna feel that every time.
I mean,
I just felt it in my heart, and I could see the tiles and see the flow. I don't think they'll take that as an answer.
it's more like an assessment of your own play. So you would need to explain plays that other people might think are unorthodox. And if you have a good reason, then it's totally fine to play things that are unorthodox. Because as professionals, we need to be able to, teach people about mahjong as well. And also explain why we made certain plays. So it's not because this play is right or this play is wrong, but as a pro, you need to be able to articulate the plays that you make.
Gotcha,
So that's
gotcha.
that's the big part of the play test. And of course, there's a protocol test. You have to have good manners at the table, and good sportsmanship to be
Yeah.
a pro. And like we said before, you are not necessarily responsible for making sure that people have fun, but that's the experience that you want to give people. You want people to be happy to play with professionals.
Yeah, they want. I mean, as I can attest to, all the pro players here, they are an absolute delight to play with. They are so friendly. You can tell they truly love the game. I mean, of course, they're a professional. They've put so much time and energy into it, but that definitely just like comes off like on the table of them just being so welcoming and accepting, and being so happy for you when you also win as well. They just want to see good, fun mahjong like being played at all times. And even if it's a little like fun, like a little degenerate as well, they're also okay with that because like, oh, you're having fun with it. It's gonna be a great time as well. All right, looks like we're gonna be getting the player interviews for this last game set up very shortly.
Okay, looks like we are ready to go. So don't go away after the interviews. There's going to be a lunch break, but leave the stream on. Come back around 3:45 Pacific time to check out the semifinals. And now we'll hand it over to Sayaka.
Welcome back to M.LEAGUE World Riichi 2026 US Tour post-game interview. M リーグワールドリーチ2026 US ツアー対局後インタビューへようこそ。In this segment, I am going to interview each player who was just playing the game at the main table. このインタビューでは、先ほどメイン卓でプレイされていた皆さんに少しずつお話を聞いていきます。And we were about to have Takamiya right about now, but before that, I am going to call the other player. We're just like fixing the order at the last minute. Anyway, so now we have first Steven. まず Steven さんです。Oh, I'm sorry, not Steven. Hold on. Tamas, my bad. Tamas さんで失礼しました。Yay! Great game, Tamas! How did it go for you?
Well, obviously, I'm not super happy with the Chambo. I'm disappointed I didn't notice before. But I thought it was a really exciting Hanchan. It's going to be good to look back on some of the decisions I made and review and then learn. But yeah, it was really fun.
Yeah. 今回の対局はちょっと自分では納得いかない部分もあったんですけれども、ハンちゃん的にはいい結果だったかなとも思うので、この後また自分でどうやってプレイしてたかっていうのを見るのが楽しみですとおっしゃってます。What was it like to play to Takamiya?
Oh, I was always like super wary. When am I going to deal into her? I think I ended up dealing into other people often because I was so wary of her. But yeah, she was so strong. I mean, that final hand with the Sanshoku Doratu to come back. Yeah, it was. I mean, this is what we're here for, to play with such good players and improve.
やっぱり高宮選手は強かったですと、3色you said the three color Dora 2、3色ドラ2でまさかやられるとはって、でもさすがそこでプロだなと思ったので、すごくやれて光栄だなと、一緒に対戦できて光栄だなとおっしゃってます。Okay, now that it's ended, how are you going to, how would you like to take this experience to?
I'm going to definitely review the footage, just see, look at all the decisions I made. You know, was it a good idea to dama that initial hand as opposed to going for the Haneman, to push Toi Toi with the 3 Dora? There were a lot of decisions which I want to go back and be like, was that the best one? Or hard forcing the 2-3-4 Sanshoku? So yeah, do that. But of course, today there are 2 more Hanchans, so I have to be looking forward as well.
全試合セミファイナル前の全試合は終わったので、これから自分のこれまでの試合を見返して、あの時自分が決めた範囲は良かったのかなというふうにいろいろ見返したいと思いますと言っています。Well, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much, Tamas.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. ありがとうございました。お疲れ様でした。Okay, next we have Junさん。イエーイ、ジュンさんお疲れ様でした。ただいまの対局いかがでしたか？
いや、ちょっと緊張しちゃいました。はい。初めてラスを取りました。
He was very, very nervous, but he was happy that he got the last one. やっぱりストリーミング配信卓っていうのは初めてでしたか？
はい。生まれて初めてです。
It was his first time streaming, so that really like amplify his nerve. わかりますよ、すごく。でも高宮選手と一緒に対局できてやっぱり嬉しかったですか？
嬉しかったです。はい。思い出になります。
緊張と嬉しさとどっちが勝ちましたか？
嬉しさですね、やっぱり。はい。
To play against Takamiya, of course I was nervous, but I was more like happier than nervous because it's such a rare experience. 今回、全試合終わったということになるのかなですけれども、今後どうやって麻雀をプレイしていきたいですか？
一応麻雀は結構昔から楽しんでて、うちにも麻雀卓がありますんで、友達を呼んでこれからもどんどんやっていきたいなと思ってます。はい。
To use this experience, I will continue to play Mahjong. And then I have a lot of friends also play Riichi Mahjong, so I will continue to play. This was a great, great experience. ジュンさん、どうもありがとうございました。お疲れ様でした。Okay, now we have Zoe, or Zoe? Melissa, I'm so sorry. I got list mixed up. Melissa, everyone. Marisa-san desu. Come on in, Melissa. Hello. お疲れ様でした. Great game. You got some great moments. How was it? How did it go for you?
Well, East won the 8,000 Dao in was the shape's little keep like struggling, but I was e-shouting, so I was like, okay. And Tamas-san have no overflow, so I was like, maybe I can continue pushing. But yeah, other than that, I'm trying to make back the 8,000 loss.
Okay. 手配がそんなに良くなかったところもあったんですけれど、いいシャン点もあったし、なんとかこぎつけたかなっていう感じで、あとは失った8000点をなんとか取り返したいなと思っていますということです。What was it like to play with Takamiya?
I think if it wasn't, I was very nervous. I think if it wasn't live, then I'd be more excited than nervous. Yeah.
高宮選手と試合した時は配信卓だったっていうのもあって緊張感の方がすごくて、それがなかったらもうちょっとリラックスしてできたかなとは思っています。But it was still like a very awesome experience overall because it's such a rare experience. でも珍しい経験だから。Alright, now that like everything ended, how would you like to play Mahjong after this?
Well, I still have 2 Hanchang, but actually I still haven't gotten a single top this tournament yet. Okay. So Flo has been struggling. So hopefully my goal is to get a top in the remaining 2 Hanchang.
トップを目指してまだ半チャンが2 remaining 半チャン OK 半チャンが2つ残っているので、そこで取り返してまだ1を取ってないので1を取りたいというのことです。お疲れ様でした。 Thank you so much, Melissa. Yay! And last but not least, we have Mari Takamiya. Takamiya 選手です。お疲れ様でした。お疲れ様でした。いやー、なかなかいい試合出してね。どうでしたか？
結構みんなの点数が近くて、なんていうんですか、そのポイントが面白い状況だったので、そうですね、結構渋い試合になったかなと思います。渋かったですね。はい。
Score was really close, like everyone was really close score, so it was pretty deep game. Yes. ファンの皆さん、プロの皆さん、アメリカのプロの皆さんとこうやって試合してみていかがですか？
そうですね、すごく皆さん麻雀達者というか、その麻雀お強いですし、その私たちがその思ってる以上にそのレベル差ってなくなってるのかなと思います。そうルールとかね、その なんていうシステムの違いが若干あるので、そのあたりはすり合わせていけたらいいなと思います。そうなんです。ちょっとチョンもなしにしてあげたかったんですけど、はい、私がもうちょっと早く気づいてあげれれば。ただあれもルールによっては積もって進めたりとかやり直しで普通にやり直しとかもあるので、そのあたりはどんどん洗練されていくかなと思います。
でしたね。すごく。It's really great to play with the pros overseas and also fans here, and they were so good at mahjong. It really improved in just like the past few years, so she definitely felt that. There's a lot of hiccups in that last game because there's like chombo happening, and she didn't want that to happen, so they were trying to fix that. So there's still like few differences between the Riichi Mahjong here and the Riichi Mahjong in Japan. So she is hoping that we can find the way that we can meet at the middle so that everything will be smooth and fair for everybody. Takamiya 選手、ありがとうございました。Thank you very much. ありがとうございました。お疲れ様でした。All right, everyone. So we are done with all the games for the morning section of today. So now we are going to take a lunch break, and then after that we're going to have a little bit of a fan event. So we will be back at 7:45 p.m. which means ただいまから昼食休憩を挟みます。そして少しファンイベントがあるので、次の試合再開はですね、日本時間朝7時45分となっております。では、その時にお会いしましょう。We'll see you soon. Bye. Thank you.
The game. Hello and we're back. Welcome back to the M.LEAGUE World Reach 2026 US Tour. We are here in Las Vegas. It's Jen and Yusong.
Woo! You're stuck with us for the rest of the day, folks.
We're the new peanut butter and jelly.
Mm-hmm.
So how is Yusong played on stream?
Jen, I played on stream today. I was so nervous that at one point my hands were shaking so badly that I kind of like handled my tiles and then like my hand broke apart and I roughly showed around 4 to 5 tiles of my hand to everyone at the table. Luckily, no judge was called. Luckily, not everyone at the venue stood up, pointed at me, and laughed directly. And so, barring that, it was really, really exciting. I don't think I played the best because I was like, at a certain point during a half flush, I was like, oh, there's no online indicators. I have no idea what this weight is going to be. So there was a little bit of...
That was the Monzu weight, right? The
yeah.
characters.
And I think I could have upgraded, but
it was a 7 on the... It was to make the Ipeiko.
The pure double sequence was the easiest to keep, and so that's what we did, and luckily it worked out. So you don't have to be great at Mahjong to luck out a Mongon here or there. But yes, thank you so much.
No, you played so well. It was really good. Everyone was cheering you on and really enjoying watching you play. And they were like, "Wait, isn't he commentating? Why is he playing?" And I think everyone is so excited that they got to see you do both this week.
Sometimes it's nice to be a mahjong clown, to do a lot of commentary, to just do a lot of talking in general. But sometimes you got to sit down at the table and show them that you mean business, that you can fold with the best of them, and you can win a hand here or there. So
they're actually saying that they thought your luck was better, not online. They thought that online was stacked against you.
Perhaps the losing streak online led to this moment. And if that's the case, then you know what? I suppose I'll take it. It's not a bad time.
No, they said that was your preparation for this. You got all of the bad luck out of the way so that you could win here in Las Vegas.
Jen, speaking of winning, we got 2 more games left on today. What exactly are we playing for? Obviously, we've narrowed it down to the top 8, so we're looking at 4 players in the top 8 now. We'll look at...
we have 8 players in the top 8, and we're going to watch 4 of them. So there's 2 tables going on. We're going to watch table 1, which has Kotaro Uchikawa, and also Katayama, who we watched earlier today as well, and Erik, World Reach Pro.
Yes, Erik.
So they're there on the table. Of course, Kotaro Uchikawa is the reigning world champion. And so if he wins this as well, he's gonna be the eternal WRC champion, I believe.
I believe he might be giving some remarks to the venue in a second.
Kinda looks like it.
But or just maybe clearing out a microphone, because as much as we would like some
just sitting there?
IRL Riichi Mahjong cosmetics, I don't believe that is a Riichi stick. Of course, the world champion is sitting here, but Erik earlier today did teach me how to handle tiles.
Yes.
And so
we got some good video footage of that.
I'm very biased. I'm hoping that Erik pulls out a dub here. But no matter what, I think we're going to see some very, very exciting Mahjong, because it is coming down to the wire. Jen, what's on the line? Like, what are people playing for? There's a lot.
The top 3 players of the final table all win an auto table, first of all.
Now, if a Japanese pro mahjong player wins one of those tables, are they going to take it, or does it go down to the next?
It's going to go down to the next.
Okay, so there's a lot to play for.
There's a lot to play for.
Even if you see a pro just absolutely crush it at the table.
You know what I think is even better than an auto table? An auto table isn't expensive. It's a really cool prize.
Absolutely.
But the winner of the entire tournament gets an M.LEAGUE jersey of the team of their choice with their own name on the back.
Oh my goodness. Wait, Jen, if I had known that, I would have played in this entire tournament. You would not have been able to get me on commentary.
You could have been Shibuya Abemas with You Song on the back.
Oh my goodness. And for those of you who didn't catch it earlier, I play with Shiratori Pro, and yeah, he did psychically destroy me last night. It was like, I came in here a little bit cynical. I hate to admit it, being like, I know what a triple-sided weight looks like. What could possibly be the difference between myself and a pro? Very cocky, obviously very undeserved. But then to have my soul read, I was like, oh, this is the gulf. This is the gulf of experience between you and I, Shiratori Pro and I. Like, there's such a depth to this game, and I'm so excited to dig into the Mahjong literature that has been released alongside this event. But we don't have time to talk about that. We're getting into our first of 2 final Hanchans.
There they are getting started.
Absolutely. And we're hoping to see some freaky things. I mean, earlier today, I believe we saw Melissa win a 7 pairs Mongon, and that was freaky only in the sense that I had also dealt into a 7 pairs hand into Melissa earlier that day. So maybe the flow is a little freaky here at the featured table, but let's talk about some starting hands. The door for this starting hand is going to be that 9 of characters. Uchikawa, an interesting spot. That south wind is not necessarily their seat wind, so while that pair looks good, it's not. I would be surprised to see a pawn there, and of course we don't see the pawn whatsoever. Yuha's hand looks really, really good. You probably won't be able to turn that into an all simples or anything, but just being able to make a lot of double-sided sequences into that completed run, if you had to push me to bet on a player to reach Tenpai first, I mean, look at this hand. It's wonderful. And that's a cold-blooded killer right there. We just saw the draw of the Dora, throwing it away. But, of course, that's just good game sense. That's going to slow you down so much efficiency-wise if you keep that in your hand. And so
it's a lot harder to use, and if you're going to get rid of it and you know for sure that you're going to get rid of it, you want to get rid of it before somebody else can use it.
Yeah, the danger is that if you keep it into the late game and then someone calls Riichi, you never want to discard the Dora into someone else's Riichi call. That's something that I reserve for my own play when I'm tilted out of my mind, but obviously you won't see that. You won't see that here. Uchikawa, So the hand a little bit awkward looking at first, but this is a pro player we're talking about. Not only do they have just great game sense and obviously like incredible fundamentals, but yeah, finishing that 6-7-8 sequence in the circle suit means that even though that Southwind is probably never going to become a triplet, you can just use that as your pair and maybe even look for like a 6-7-8 mixed triple sequence somewhere in that hand as well.
Yeah. I think these players are always looking to hedge those mixed sequences.
Ooh. Yeah, a little bit
this is
awkward here. Could have kept
one
that
way.
pair of the 8 of characters, but maybe just going for the Sanshoku instead.
I mean, the thing is, when you have 2 pairs, it can be really efficient. When you have 3 pairs, it really drags down your efficiency a lot.
Yeah.
So you'll see a lot of pro players. They call it sort of like massaging out one of the pairs. So he's using that as a floater. If something sticks to it, especially Sanshoku. I mean, that's why he chose that one, because the Sanshoku can stick to it. If it wasn't a Sanshoku possibility, it probably would have been maybe the south or the edge tile.
Yeah,
That
absolutely.
he would have done that for.
Things are definitely heating up. Eric's hand starting to take shape. Maybe a pure straight in the character suit. Finally, after all this time hanging on to that 9 of characters, dreaming about potentially being able to use the Dora, like Katayama is able to do in their hand. But Eric realizing, you know what? Why chase after a foolish dream when I can call Chi, confirm the pure straight, and just be in Tenpai right now? It is a pure straight only hand, but the benefit of winning a hand like this is that you can just squash someone else's hopes of winning a Mangan. And then all the while Uchikawa actually becomes the Sanshokler. I don't know if I'm gonna get kicked off of the broadcast by using the Sanshokler nomenclature, but the 6-7-8 in all 3 suits, the 6-7-8 in all 3 suits is genuinely happening.
What is that from? I don't know that nomenclature.
Jen, it's from nothing. It's from the depths of my mind, my sick and twisted mind. Katayama's hand, no slouch either. That red dragon being a pair this late into the game probably makes everyone at the table sense that there's some amount of danger around that tile. A live honor tile later into the game is never that fun to draw, and Uchikawa just, speak of the devil, it's not necessarily the red dragon, but that east one has not been very much discarded either, and maybe making their way towards a 7-8-9 Sanshoku, getting that half outside hand as well. I don't know if we've mentioned it lately, as we see I believe call Riichi, but immediately deal into Eric with that pure straight. But this is Akanashi, so you might be thinking, wow, all these players are getting really unlucky. There's no red 5s anywhere. That's right. There's no red 5s anywhere in any of these games. So you're going to see players especially play aggressively towards things like mixed triple sequence, especially towards things like pure straight, because otherwise it's hard to get value. We saw in the last game that you commentated before the lunch break that all the scores were very, very close towards the end, and that's not surprising when you're playing without red 5s. A Baimon and above, I've talked to so many people who have unfortunately experienced that in this tournament, but that's a very, very rare occurrence. So we move into the next round. Perhaps something freaky is happening, but no, absolutely not. The Dora is again the 9 of characters. Perhaps invoking some spirits at the table. Perhaps something extremely spooky happening. But Eric, perhaps feeling a little bit of tile flow. You already are starting with a pair of the white dragons. You don't need that much else. And if you're Eric in particular, like, you just want to keep the dealer seat right now. Despite the fact that your hand might not look that large. Sure, you have maybe just a white dragon only hand. You can potentially use a 9 of characters Dora tile if it comes into your hand, but probably not. So all the same, you saw that Eric was able to diffuse that Riichi situation from an opposing player with just a one Han hand before, and that's the benefit of a one Han hand. If you're also wondering why, Yusung, it seems like you're an awful person to cast with, in the sense that you're not letting Jen get in a single word. Jen is doing a million behind-the-scenes things, and I also wanted to selfishly save my public image to not be known as someone who just talks over everyone. Uchikawa, for a second, perhaps thinking about taking a page out of Eric's book from last round, going for that pure straight, that 1 through 9 in the bamboo suit, but that hand, there's enough solid shapes all around, these lovely two-sided or Ryeonmen weights, and so going for that going for that pure straight. Unfortunately, just a little too slow and a little less flexible. Like the benefit of Uchikawa's hand is that we're going to Pawn City, and it's a one-way train trip. Erik doing a very freaky thing there, not pawning the white dragons, perhaps waiting until the end. Jen, can you give us some actual good player insight on why someone might not pawn the white dragon?
Let me see. So he has no Dora.
Mm-hmm.
It's worth, what, 1,300 points? 1,000 points if he pawns.
Mm-hmm. He's in the dealer's seat, which might give some incentive to stay in the dealer's seat.
The thing is, he's only one away from ready. I think he can see a good chance at a reach here.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And a reach is going to be so many more points. Remember that they have to get first or second place at this table. So they need to get points. This is not a not losing table.
Yeah.
You cannot just play last avoidance here.
I think one of the things that was jarring in my game earlier was that Shiratori Pro had called a Riichi, and then the Dora was immediately cut into it. And that is not a reckless play born out of, like, ignorance. It is actually a good play because being in this tournament with this specific rule set, with these prizes on the line, makes you play differently. It genuinely changes the entire... it changes a lot of the decision-making process of what you're going to discard in what kind of situation. So
I mean, it's the same as in a lot of games. If you're playing a ring game versus a tournament, you're going to play very differently. So when you're playing online on a ladder game where last place has a huge negative and first place doesn't have that big of a positive, then you have to play last avoidance. But when you're in a situation like this where it's basically winner takes all, you have to rack up those points.
Mm-hmm, absolutely. Some could say that maybe I'm the poster child of getting last place in online clients, but I don't know if that's an official nickname or just something that I have nightmares about. But Yuha has an interesting spot here, but we'll come back to it in a second. The pawn gets called, and we're slowly starting to heat things up as everyone makes their way closer to Tenpai. The interesting thing about this hand is that you have so many circle suit tiles that you're thinking about that pure straight, but at the same time, you're just one tile away from Tenpai with a Riichi one Dora hand. You're not going to be upset at just calling the Riichi anyway there. Erik?
Yeah.
With an interesting spot. Neglecting to take the Nobentan shape, the 3, 4, 5, 6 in the circle suit.
I mean, that makes it an extra block for him. He already has 5 blocks. So it is a really good shape and probably better than that middle shape. But in the Sozu...
Jen, I
just check below his his right lord.
Wow. And here's the Riichi making the right play. And you know what? That's why Erik's sitting at the final table, and I am not. So Erik, shout out to the occult that is the Church of the Three of Bamboo. We are single tile waiting for the Three of Bamboo in Erik's spot right now. As far as we can see, it is a Riichi only hand. Unfortunately, not able to pair up that triplet of the white dragons. But the good news about Riichi, you might be confused as to why Erik might do this. Isn't the white dragon one Han and isn't Riichi just one Han as well? What's the point differential between these two? Well, Riichi can still lead to things like Oradora. Riichi can lead to things like Sumo. Unfortunately, missing the Ipatsu, but you still want to give yourself a chance to get that Ipatsu. So a lot of
I don't know. Maybe this was just a reach because of the 3-so.
But
Uchikawa gets a 3-so instead.
Oh no!
And this is just a Tanyao hand.
Yeah, just a Tanyao hand. But again, we saw honestly a lot of good decision making by Uchikawa. A lesser player, and I'm pointing to me as I'm saying this, a lesser player could have maybe gotten lost in the sauce. Oh, I have so many good bamboo tiles. Let me go for that pure straight. It's 2 Han if it's closed. Let's walk that path for more value. But going for that quicker, more aggressive Tanya plan yields dividends. And yeah, that's 1,000 points away from Erik as well because of the Riichi stick. So Uchikawa taking a lead. Unfortunately, or fortunately for everyone else competing in the tournament, they're not going to be able to bring home an auto table. So it's
no, but you
okay.
definitely, you still want that title. You still want that W, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And just the sheer aura of winning against a pro. I mean, you can't even, perhaps the most dopamine surging thing that you could experience in Riichi Mahjong.
So I think it will be interesting to ask Erik why he decided not to pawn the white dragon. It did not. I don't think that it advanced his Shanten if he had pawned it. It would have given him a Yaku for sure with... He would have had to use the 7 manas pair and discard one of the 7s. but probably one would have come out first, and it looked like he really wanted to keep that one as a safe tile, maybe to Uchikawa. I'm not sure what he was thinking about what Uchikawa was doing, but
Yeah.
that would be a good interview question.
Absolutely, and it's certainly like a tricky spot when you could see a player has two things pawned up. You know if they're going for Tanyao, and this is the beautiful thing about Akanashi or playing without red fives. You know that the Dora in that case was the 9 of characters, and so they're not just randomly gonna have two red fives ready to ambush you in their hands. So, but at the same time, like you still want to play defense. Two completed sets means that they have made empirical progress towards Tenpai, and so I can understand Erik having a little bit of hesitation. I mean, it's certainly not going to be missing the pawn because you're Yusung and you just weren't looking and paying attention. But yeah,
Is that what happened with the East?
no, but I was genuinely like I've never focused more in my entire life to not miss a pawn for a Yakuhai or a dragon or a set or anything. Erik's hand shaping together quite nicely. You had that he had that 1-2 block in the character suit that was really not great. We won't have that much time to talk about it. Uchikawa is going to call the Riichi. This just looks to be a Riichi Pinfu, but what a great Riichi Pinfu it is.
Oh my
wow,
god.
and Katayama draws into that pure double sequence, farm to table, needing no help from anyone else. Holy moly.
He has that floating Dora in there that's all by itself, so looking to pair that up.
Yes, but it's going to be a difficult fight. Erik with the chasing Riichi, and it is a perfectly fine chasing Riichi as well. A double-sided waiting for that 5 of bamboo and
Oh, this is
the
Tenpai
8
for
of bamboo.
Katayama too. Is he gonna go for the
Oh my goodness.
Dora Tanki?
We might see the single tile wait on the 2 of bamboo, or the
That's
single
his
tile
only
wait.
choice?
Yeah, that's the only choice. Single tile waiting on the 8 of characters does nothing for your hand. It's very, very dangerous
Okay,
here.
but no reach.
No Riichi, but this is still a valid hand because of that pure double sequence. You don't need to call Riichi. Perhaps
No,
thinking
it's because the Dora was the reach declaration tile for Erik, so it looks safe to the 4th player who is to Yuhao.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a false sense of security. We know that the Dora tile is safe for these 2 behemoths who have called Riichi, and so yeah, you're absolutely right. If Yuhao draws this ironically or unexpectedly, the Dora, very usually a safe tile, or very usually a dangerous tile, actually looks very safe in this
But
situation.
now Katayama's forced to use it as his safe tile.
Of course.
Left with the 6-0 wait.
Yeah, that might be the kiss of death right there. The 6 of bamboo not looking great, and perhaps just showing great game sense right now because Erik is waiting around that upper value bamboo suit for his weights. No one has called a sumo yet. And this is the difficult thing, about
gives
trying to dance around in Tenpai.
Yeah, but hot take, the 6-0 actually didn't look very bad. It was kind of good. There's a lot still in the wall. It didn't really look like it was in other people's hands based on the discards. So, but you couldn't risk dealing in with.
Of course not. Erik gonna take a sumo victory here. I don't believe he hit any Oradora, but certainly happy to get the extra Riichi stick as well. It's neck and neck. It's gonna be. Hopefully it's neck and neck the entire time, or we have a very, very spicy South 4. That ended up being a huge hand. I think that was a sumo mangan, but with those 2 extra Riichi sticks, it's plus 10,000 when it's all said and done. So Erik in the lead. I earlier made the mistake of thinking, oh, I can just kind of coast on this, but playing in a tournament setting, there's no such thing. You have to keep fighting.
And it's something that we talked about on the stream while you were playing. You can debate about whether or not there is flow, right? But there is momentum, and streaks do happen.
Yeah.
And a lot of times you don't want to really hold back too much. If you have a potential winning hand, then you really want to keep pushing it, even when you have all those points.
Yes. There was genuinely a moment, and where I think I went for a Shitoi hand, but I could have pawned the East one. We were still in the East rounds.
Yeah, that's what everybody was asking about in the chat.
And then in the moment, I was like, is my soul weak? Am I just not able to push here because I feel weak? Enough about my own self-consciousness, folks. We're in East 4. Let's talk about some players' hands. The Dora is going to be the 5 of circles, so while it's going to make Tanya much more of an attractive angle to go for in this hand. Erik with a whole bunch of circle suit tiles, and holy moly, when it rains, it pours. Yeah, making his way towards Tenpai. Perhaps if the circle suit tiles continue to flow, that's a great suit to have flush in. You can accept the Dora, and you already have a few copies of the Dora, 2 copies of the Dora already.
Yeah, if you're going for a flush, you definitely are much happier if it's in the Dora suit. The only thing is that if it's too obvious, then people are going to be folding to you. But if you look at these discards, these are not obvious at all. He started with 2 honor tiles, and that actually signals not a flush to the table.
And this is a very, very scary hand that's coming up. So it looks like Pinfu because, it's all sequences, but it is not Pinfu. That pair, for Pinfu, you can't have a pair of any of the Seat Wind, Prevalent Wind tiles or the Dragon tiles. So Erik, with that pair of the East Winds right now, just going to use it as a pair. And what a beautiful Riichi this would be. You still have that pure double sequence chance if he can manage to find his way towards a 6 of circles. But Riichi with 2 Dora, there's nothing wrong with that. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that, especially if you just want to, push your lead even further. Stop Katayama's dealer seat and just keep the points flowing in your favor. Perhaps a Sanshoku as well for Erik, but not that he really needs it. A little bit awkward. Yuhao's hand is going towards Tanya, keeping that 3 of circles for a longer time. But that's a great strategy, just because you definitely want to be able to accept the
Yeah, and you see Erik right here. He just decided not to hedge the Chitoitsu at all, and that's because of all the open-ended weights.
Yeah. Why pawn when you can call Riichi and get a million tiles worth of value? In
I think he was only 1 away from.
Interesting.
With the 5, so he was only 1 away from all pairs. But he chose to lock in the open-ended weight instead.
Yeah.
Because of all the good shapes, he didn't want to push. The Chitoitsu is a lot harder to win on because you're always a single tile away. But we have a reach from Makoto.
Yeah, this is and what a great Riichi it is. So not all double-sided sequences are considered equal. The getting to wait on a terminal tile feels way better than having to wait on a 3-6 or a 4-7. Just because, those tiles are more dangerous. Not only can you deal in with those tiles for a myriad of very flexible shapes, but they also kind of give Tanya most of the time. So getting to wait on the 9 of circles is great. Unfortunately, there are 2 copies of the 9 of circles in Erik's hand. There's 1 copy of the 6 of circles, and we have that omniscient.
But that's it, though. There's none on the board, so that means there's 5 left in the wall still.
Yeah, so still, the chances are fairly high.
Oh, there's one of them.
Up another one. It's gonna be hard to shake this tile. Yeah, there's a lot of danger around the around the circles right now. Has not been hugely discarded this round. Yeah, very sparse discards of the circle suit.
Oh, there's another 6.
There's another 6.
So we're down to 3.
We're down to 3 tiles left that Katayama can win from, and that's a Riichi only hand.
Oh, there's another one. They're down to 2.
As we continue talking about it, more and more draws are being picked up by players around the table. I wonder if Yuhao is actually going to be able to push towards Tenpai. Your Ishantan, you're 1 tile away. Just that tile is a very dangerous one. The 3 of circles, pretty close to the Dora tile. Certainly not one that you're particularly happy to discard. But here's Tenpai, and you can chase with a double pair weight for the 6 of circles and the 8 of circles. I don't know if this is.
Oh, he's gonna reach.
Yeah, Riichi Tanya. It's 2 on. It could lead to more. He knows for a fact that Katayama cannot fold, so, maybe there's a little glimmer of a dream for Ippatsu.
Again, in this case, the 6 would deal in. One option is to not reach, because if you draw the Dora, you don't want to be stuck discarding it.
Of course, experiencing the kiss of death is never fun, as in drawing the Dora. Uchikawa is in Tenpai, but you have to cut the Dora. I would have been very, very shocked. It just doesn't seem worth it when 2 players are representing a lot of danger already, and cutting the Dora when it's not revealed to be safe, when 2 players have called Riichi. Look, there's a time to play bold in tournament play, but that's a little too spicy, I think, for any.
So the three keys to pushing your hand, or to reach, or to whatever, are speed, score, and weight. Uchikawa does not have speed. He's 3rd to Tenpai there, right?
Yes.
At least 3rd to Tenpai, maybe 4th, for all he knows. Does not have the good weight at all with the 7 mon. And also, he did have the score, except for he would have to discard the Dora to get that Tenpai, so he loses his score there as well. So in that case, he's just going to fold.
Yeah, sometimes your 0 souls, maidenless, touch grass, etc., etc. It kind of got nothing going for you. nothing going for you right now. Erik having a hard time dancing around Tenpai, probably looking to fold, but there's still a chance that you can at least end up not having to face an exhaustive draw penalty when it's all said and done. And because we're playing in the rule set of no red fives.
Erik had already discarded like from 6, 7, 8.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's from 6, 7, 8. He discarded the 7, so
Yeah.
looks like he was pretty much out of it. The only way is if you re-tenpai after giving up, which is the mawashi.
Yeah. Certainly not easy. And I don't know if this has been covered on the stream, but we're playing with head bumps, so there's no double run. Someone cannot truly be sent to the Shadow Realm. It's just going to be the person who wins that's next in the dealer seat rotation is the one that's actually able to win that hand. I lost a hand to head bumper earlier, and I'm very upset about it. And that was a rude awakening. But you know what? All's well that ends well.
I like to call head bump the Jen is not allowed to win rule. There was one stream that I was on for an M.LEAGUE like audition.
Yeah.
And I got it twice on the stream.
Oh my goodness.
When I was tenpai with the Baimon. And another one I think was a dealer Hanemon or something. Lost both of them.
So
2 head bump.
Yeah, so it's good to know that even pros are not immune to experiencing the ultimate despair of reaching from time to time.
Well, this pro isn't. Those pros obviously are immune to it. The ones who won.
Some people have all the flow. The next Dora, or the Dora for this hand is going to be the 7 of characters. So again, I wouldn't be surprised if players play this hand in particular even more aggressively than usual, because trying to assemble value in this kind of a situation is very, very difficult with the lack of red 5s. And so when you have 2 Riichi sticks left over from the hand previous and 1 repeat counter as well, it's a free 2,300 points to whoever can win this hand. So speed is definitely a high priority for everyone at this table. Erik kind of looks like maybe he can do it. A little bit awkward with some of these shapes. Can't necessarily guarantee Tanya, but opening up for a 6 of circles or something, definitely a possibility.
Let me just look at Erik's hand real quick. There it is.
Yeah, 9 of
maybe
9 of characters being kept around for that Dora acceptance. Happy to draw into an 8 or a 7 of characters, especially. Yuha's hand.
Not sure if he. Yeah, I guess if you draw the Dora right there, you'll sort of have a double gutty.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the Ryankan shape, 5, 7, 9. Even though the 5 is connected to the open-ended, I mean, it's connected already to a completed sequence. You can count that as a double gutty.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure how long he'll keep it though. It gets really dangerous to keep if there's a good chance you're going to discard it, because anything that straddles the Dora. So you call it the straddle Suji. So for a 7 Dora, the 6, 9 is going to be the straddled Suji. Also the 5, 8. So that 9 is going to get really dangerous really fast.
Yeah. Usually keeping a terminal tile like that is a decently sound strategy if you want to keep a safe tile somewhere in your hand. But in this case, it's because of its proximity to the Dora, definitely that's safe. Yuhao drawing into some wonderful shapes.
Yeah, wide, one-away shape.
So it's Riichi, it's Pinfu that's coming up, but this is definitely going to be a race. It's not going to be that easy, because in the meantime, Karayama, 2 called sets already, and while not in Tenpai, very, very close to Tenpai. Just that red dragon hand, nothing special about it, but because of the 2 extra Riichi sticks on the table, that red dragon only hand is going to feel a lot better.
I think he has a Dora in there, so.
He does have 1 Dora. You're absolutely right. He does have 1 Dora. And we're going to keep the east one as a safe tile, because all 5 blocks in our hand are totally accounted for. In the meantime, Uchikawa has paired up the pair of the green dragons, but it's a little late in the game, and this hand's shape isn't very good. Jen, would you pawn the green dragon here if it came out?
I don't. Maybe now that the Dora has been stuck to. When the Dora was floating, I'm not that happy to pawn it, because I see myself in a future where I have to discard that floating Dora. But now that it's very usable with that 8-mon draw, I'd be more likely to.
Absolutely. Erik making some good progress on his hand. But Karayama finally makes his way into Tenpai. Waiting on that straddled Tsuji that you were just talking about, that 5-8 shape, or 5-8 weight in the character suit. So yeah, now tiles are going to be very, very dangerous around there. And here's another straddled Tsuji waiting for the 6-9. So again, folks, if you need a reminder that tiles around the Dora are particularly dangerous, look no further than this hand. just because, yeah, all the tiles around the door are gonna deal into somebody at this current situation.
Katayama's kind of stuck now. I don't think we'll see him folding. Oh, but we get the Ippatsu!
You have a very, very patient player this hand, waiting to just call the Riichi, but Riichi, Pinfu, Sumo, Ippatsu, plus 2 Riichi sticks, also hitting an aura, so guaranteed Mangan, plus 2 extra Riichi sticks, plus 1 Hamba as well. They're going to do the math on the broadcast, and thank you for doing that so that we don't have to do it, but that's...
I can't do it.
in layman's terms, it's a truckload of points.
Truckload.
Yeah.
So how much is a Hanemon? Boatload?
Boatload.
What's bigger than a boatload?
A cosmic amount of points.
Okay.
Earth, a despair invoking.
I just want to make sure we have our terminology all squared
Absolutely.
away.
I mean, sometimes it's too difficult to translate Japanese terminology into English. Sometimes you have to bring down the prestige of your Mahjong Pro friend by making them say things like left lord and right lord.
I really like that.
So
because I am there. There's 2 camps, but I am definitely in the camp of I want to use English as much as possible. So that's one of the things I really love about your stream.
Yeah, not for any reason of like I wanting to avoid the Japanese terminology, but just in case it's someone's first game, I don't want to drown them in terminology. Uchikawa's hand looks great here. Already 1 tile away from Tenpai. The East Winds are no longer looking that amazing. We are now in South 1, so it's not his Seat Wind nor is it his Prevalent Wind. But every hand needs a pair anyways. Some hands need 7, so definitely not happy or definitely not upset to just use the East Winds as a pair for this Pinfu hand that they could be going for. Katayama also very, very close, just looking to pawn a red dragon and go home basically. But hey, if no one cuts a red dragon anyway and you're able to call Riichi with that hand, that's also going to feel very, very good.
I think in the South round, so we were watching Erik try and go for more points in the East round, and that's sort of the strategy in the East round. You try and go for bigger hands and save up those points, and then the South round you can lay back and get some quicker hands and try and end people's dealerships a bit more.
Yes.
In the East round, you don't have to worry so much about ending people's dealerships. But I don't know, because he's a little bit behind. If he was in first place, he would definitely be going for those cheap, quick hands.
Absolutely. We saw Uchikawa hesitate for a long time around that 8 of circles draw, and I think that was probably because of the fact that they do have a Sanshoku in their hand. I believe it is either a 6-7-8 or a 7-8-9, but just thinking about, different ways to squeeze value, a closed Sanshoku is worth 2 Han, and so that's not going to be you're not going to be upset about that. There was the possibility of a 7-8-9 mixed triple sequence, but when you're 1 tile away from Tenpai, I think you're just happy to keep the shapes as they are in this instance. Unfortunately, we see that 3-5 weight isn't.
Who had the Sanshoku?
There was a Sanshoku chance from Uchikawa drawing into an 8-pin, but thinking of it and then throwing it anyway to preserve the
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I gotta at least help out a little while I'm bringing the average IQ of this Mahjong stream down a few pegs. So, but yeah, taking a longer time to get into Tenpai, and in the meantime, Katayama very happy just to chill. This red dragon is going to probably shake loose from Yuhao's hand. We just hope for his sake.
He's working really hard to keep it.
Yeah, he's working really hard to keep it. Perhaps sensing some. I mean, it is the Dora tile, so you definitely don't want to just discard it willy-nilly. But if it comes out for Tenpai, suddenly this is such a good Tenpai. You can. Wow!
Nope, he's not gonna do it. He's gonna try and pull in that Forso and go for Toi Toi Dora Dora.
Folks, this is what demons are made out of. I would have cut the Dora 15 times out of 15, but Jen is absolutely right. You might have forgotten, in case you're like me, but Yuha had already pawned up the South Wind, so the Prevalent Wind, and the 1 of Circles. So all triplets, 2 Dora, Prevalent Wind. You're going for a Mongon.
Okay, now he's gonna okay, maybe not, but he was thinking about discarding the 4 so that if he got the 5, he could just go for the Doratanki way, which I think is fine as dealer.
Oh, Uchikawa made it into Tenpai, but a single tile weight on the 4 bamboo doesn't feel that great. You don't have value or speed or a good weight. So yeah, none of the signals are there to send it on the Riichi. Perhaps waiting just to upgrade this into a double-sided weight, or I don't know. Probably it's a little too far away from that half outside hand, but it's certainly just not worth going for in the current state.
No Dora. I wonder if because he has no Dora and stuff, we might see, like if he drew a 4, a Furiten reach. But he's going to reach with the Shavo with the East weight.
Wow. Yeah.
1 East on the board so far.
Yeah.
And so he's reading that as a really good weight. I think there are no more 8-sos. There's 2 on the board already, so he's just going for that last East.
It's diabolical. And this is why, if you're making Riichi Mahjong videos at home, you always want to put a Riichi weight for the honor tile in the thumbnail, folks. It's just good business practice, and it's diabolical. It's absolutely diabolical. We're in the South rounds now. I mean, doing it in the East round would make it a lot more dangerous to discard, but in the South rounds, it kind of feels inconspicuous, and so we might see it come out if it gets drawn.
Well, that for sure, and I think he's trying to stop people, but the 18 is going to deal in.
Yeah.
Does not stop. Nobody is like scared of the M.LEAGUE reaches in this tournament.
I mean, hey, it didn't come from me, but perhaps if they're just not atomic enough, perhaps there's not enough. There's not enough.
I know
sauce
the
on
atomic reach also did not stop anybody in their tracks.
Yeah, I think it's certainly scary to play with a professional who has had infinitely more experience than you, but at the same time, it really makes you want to win.
I mean, I think that the good strategy is just sort of to close your eyes and push, especially in a tournament like this. If you're with someone, or if you're playing against someone who is like way more experienced than you, first of all, if you reach a lot, they're not going to be able to read your hand that well. And you're going to put pressure on them, and they have to make a decision. If you... what was I going to say? Sorry.
Close your eyes and send it on the Riichi.
Oh, you're not going to be able to read their hands very well.
Yeah.
So it's better to not waste energy on that and just focus on your own hand and your fastest or most expensive routes to winning.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly. Some would even say that hand reading is impossible. But Jen, I just want to reiterate for the viewers at home, you are not saying to do this in online games. You are saying this specifically for tournament games. Sometimes it's better to close your eyes and just push.
Yeah, well, if you know your opponent, right? If you know that your opponent is far more experienced than you.
Yeah.
In online games, it gets tricky because you can sort of like read what kind of player they are. There are a lot of stats that you can look at by clicking on their profile or whatever. So there are certain things that you can put in your little knowledge bank about that player while you're playing against them.
Yeah.
But like if you're in the lowest room and you're playing, you don't know who's a Smurf or not, right? So in that case, it's mostly better to play efficient.
We need to cut Jen's mic. Just to protect my own sanctity of the comment section. She's not saying close your eyes and push on every single situation. We need to talk about this game. So in the meantime, there has been a pawn. I believe it was Katayama who had pawned into the east wind, and so that's a difficult hand to make. But Uchikawa, such speed already is going to call the Riichi. It's a double-sided weight for the 3 and the 6 of 3 and the 6 of circles, but they do have 1 door in their hand as well, and so they're at a point deficit right now. They're sitting in last place. They definitely want to try to make a comeback, have some momentum going into the dealer seat. Unfortunately, didn't get Ipatsu there, but yeah, definitely a good Riichi. That one has speed because it was very, very early, and the weight is great. It's
so can I tell you why there was an option not to reach there?
Please.
So he has a 4-4-4-5-5.
Yes.
If he gets a 6 of the Manzu, that's a chance at Sanshoku. And he can still keep the rest of the shape.
Yeah.
Because he needs points and we're getting close to the end of the game, that definitely would have been a valid option.
Yeah.
But I think that what he's reading is that because even if he gets that 6, it's not a guaranteed Sanshoku. He could win with the 3 instead, and so he didn't want to risk waiting for that and missing out on a win with no Yaku.
Yeah.
While he waits for the Sanshoku to take form.
I mean, Mahjong players definitely know what you're talking about. It's a spiritual form of FOMO. You just want to be able to call the Riichi as soon as possible. And so, yeah, and sitting with a double-sided weight, you're not going to feel upset. Katayama folding with the white dragons, perhaps thinking like, there's another dealer seat coming up. It's going to be all last. And there's a little bit of timer pressure. You don't know if we're actually going to be able to make it into that South 4, but there's still another dealer seat for you to make your points back. This hand doesn't even have that much door to begin with. Perhaps the greatest version of it was a Riichi White Dragon only hand, so didn't feel amazing to just try to push with reckless abandon there. Erik, very far from Tenpai as well. Would be very shocked if Erik managed to make his way into Tenpai even before exhaustive draw with the threat of this Riichi looming. You are drawing a lot of good shapes.
Three-sided weight.
Yeah, it's a triple-sided weight.
But that 6-0 does not look that good.
Yeah, I mean, the Uchikawa, who is called Riichi, has discarded a 9 of bamboo, but that's not enough safety. We see very few copies of the 4 of bamboo and 5 of bamboo, especially from his perspective, but also in the discard pool. So, yeah, very spooky, scary tile to throw in
you
this
can
spot.
see 3 of the 5s from his perspective. That's not a load.
Okay. It's becoming a one-chance tile, and so perhaps not the worst push to ever see.
I think because when you discard that 2 and that 8, you see Uchikawa has in his discards the 2 and the 8. It's hard to see on the stream, I know, but we can see that the 2 is discarded and then the 8 as the reach declaration tile. So a lot of times you have that 5 in your hand already when you're discarding like that. You have the 5 in your hand, so you discard the 2 and then the 8. So if you discard like a 2 or an 8 early in the discards, and a lot of times you have that 5 Suji in your hand.
Right.
So that could make the 3-6 look really dangerous. But we see it's not, as Uchikawa has discarded both the 3 and the 9.
Yeah, and despite the best laid plans of a double-sided weight, unfortunately, just not coming to fruition. Waiting for the 3 and the 6 of circles. We see 2 of the 6 of circles in Erik's hand. We see one of the 3 of circles in Katayama's hand. It still looks like a decent amount of. Never mind. We just cursed. Erik draws into another one, but there's still a decent hope for Uchikawa to pull this out. Erik, I wonder if he's thinking, just trying to weigh the pros and cons of trying to keep this dealer seat, making it into Tenpai before exhaustive
Erik,
draw.
move your elbow.
But deals in with the 6 of circles. Let's see the aura. Not sure if that hit an aura, but I do believe it did. Yeah, this is gonna Riichi Dora aura, and so
The Ura was the 1.
okay. So maybe did not hit the door after all, but certainly taking a bite out of Erik and making that lead shorter between himself in first place and himself in third place. So, folks, we're in South 3, making our way through this Hanchan at a brisk pace.
Yeah.
Not a lot of games. I mean, sometimes your game is going to be able to finish. I believe most games on average this tournament have finished, but depending on repeats and stuff, we'll probably see South 4. At least I hope we get to see that completed Hanchan. But who knows? We have a pro sitting in the East seat, and so literally anything could happen right now.
Okay. Yes, this is a reminder that the semifinal is top 2 move on. It's just one game. Usually for the semifinals we have like 2 or 4 games, but this is just one game, top 2 move on. So it is last and third place avoidance that these players are playing right now.
Yes, absolutely. Yuha's hand is pretty decent right now. The Dora, for I think the 4th time this game, is the 9 of characters, which is very, very spooky. Yeah, Erik with a pretty decent hand. I mean, a lot of bamboo tiles, but not necessarily enough to go for the half flush. Breaking up that 1, 2, 3, 4 is just a little too heartbreaking when you're still searching for shapes in general. Katayama's hand a little bit awkward as well. Have 3 pairs in a hand is going to make it a little bit slow. Yuha, cold-blooded killer. Going to discard the Dora. Too much good stuff and tile acceptance in the rest of the hand to be dreaming on a 9 of characters, making it into the final form of that hand. Pretty nice shape here, drawing into perhaps a pure straight as well.
That's a really good draw, yeah. But you see how he has 3 pairs in the hand and how much it slows it down.
Absolutely. So in that situation, like you'd be happy to turn one of those pairs into a double-sided weight. Most of all,
Yeah, the best I think would be the 2 pin would fill in.
Ooh,
All right,
perhaps
that's
this is a
it's a 6.
6.
It's hard to see with the thumb.
Okay, and just cutting one of the pairs and casting a wide net. But great Riichi. So this is a Riichi double-sided weight for the 4 and the 7 of characters. It's Riichi Pinfu. It's the classic, folks. We finally get to see some good old-fashioned Riichi Pinfu farming. 2 of the 7 of characters are we just saw in the previous hand and 1 in this hand. So it's not 4 on either side, despite. Oh, but sometimes you don't need it. Sometimes you just get the sumo ibatsu. You all making a huge surge here in the final minutes of this game. Holy moly!
1300, 2600.
Yeah, not sure about the aura. Did they hit any
No
aura?
aura, no.
Okay, no aura. So that's just a straight up Baimon, or a straight up Mangon. Excuse me.
No, it's just 1300, 2600.
5200, 400.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
400, 25.
Yes, okay. So not the not a Mangon, but eclipsing that 40,000 score point. As we move into all last, there is enough time here. There's 8
Actually,
minutes.
this hand is looking really good for Katayama.
Mm.
We might see a comeback. And it
Holy.
only has to get ahead of Erik.
Yeah.
Okay, it didn't look that good. It looked good until that Hatsu. The green dragon. The draws after the green dragon were not great.
Perhaps taking a moment to count orphans, but that has to eventually turn into a half outside hand or a full outside hand or something.
I mean, as dealer, okay, I'm someone who will go for orphans from 6 tiles, 6 terminals, but as dealer, I think it's really hard to go with. He really didn't have that many. It was like 4 or 5. So probably hoping to pair up one of those value tiles instead.
Yeah, just trying to repeat as many times in the dealer seat as possible. And you
Although
said
we don't have a lot of time to repeat is the problem.
Yes, only 7 minutes left. And just to remind people, so the way that the top 8 works is that currently 4 players are playing at this table, 4 players are playing at a non-stream table, and the top 2 from each will play in the next and final hanchan of the tournament. A chi was called from Karayama, chiing into a 1-2-3. So perhaps just valuing being able to open the hand. Whether it's half outside, whether or not they just pair up the red dragons or something along those lines, but it's not a bad half outside or full outside hand.
I'm so excited about this comment. I have trained my viewers so well. Tenecro says Uchikawa is out of Mangan Sumo condition, and that is the condition that you want to get in before all last is the placement that you need, which in this case is 2nd place. You want to be within 10,000 points of that, unless that target is the dealer, and then it can be within 12,000 points. Because if you sumo Mangan, it's a 10,000 point swing with a non-dealer.
Yes.
But this is a 12,100 point difference, and there is nothing on the board to help Uchikawa out, so this is a Hanemon sumo condition.
Yeah. 3 completed sets. It should be very obvious to the table what Karayama's win condition is or what Yaku they are going for. But to our knowledge, that hand is not completed yet. I believe we just saw Uchikawa fold, killing a 5-6-7 shape in the bamboo suit. Perhaps just laying this hand down and.
Well, he's hoping that Katayama will win the hand from Erik or Yuhao, and he'll get a little bit easier conditions.
Folks, that's absolutely true. Sometimes you don't even need to win at Riichi Mahjong. You just need to not be there as someone else experiences a devastating moment in Riichi Mahjong. Karayama, kind of with a tricky choice. You have all these floating terminal tiles that you could maybe wait on, and it's just counting how many other tiles around those have been discarded previously to this point to give yourself just the best chance. Uchikawa folding, but fortune keeps finding them. Maybe moving into a half flush in the character suit with only that 7 of circles left to discard in their hand for non-character suit tiles. So
when you're in a desperate position like that, you have to go for the most expensive hand possible and be prepared to fold. Because Katayama is calling so much, he can hope that Katayama will win. But he wants to have the Hanemon prepared. If he can get the Hanemon sumo potential, then I think we'll see a reach.
Folks, this is why you shouldn't allow kids to watch Riichi Mahjong. I don't know if you just saw this, but Katayama's last 3 discards were a 9 of bamboo, a 7 of bamboo, and then an 8 of bamboo. So, unfortunately, just the decision making or just the luck backfiring ever so slightly, but still 1 tile away from Tenpai. We might even see a Tonki wait or a single tile wait, just because, yeah, you're in desperation mode right now. You're in 3rd place, but you definitely want to at least start a repeat before the timer goes down, and so 4 minutes left on the clock is going to be difficult. Yeah, Uchikawa not trying to deal into any half outside or full outside shenanigans, just breaking up that pair of the white dragons instead of making a bona fide push for this hand instead.
And I think we're actually at the risk of Katayama not even being Tenpai, which is going to be devastating for Uchikawa as well.
Yeah. In terms of the game just ending and Uchikawa not having a chance.
Tenpai for Erik. Erik could shut this game down right now.
He taught me how to handle tiles later, but this is finally Tenpai for Katayama. Waiting for the 3 of circles. One of them has already been cheat up. I'm not sure how many we see in other players' hands. Okay,
there's one on
copy.
The board. One discarded. So.
Okay, so I believe there's 1 left in the entire game. But Erik, a cold-blooded killer, is going to solidify that 2nd place, as you should, of course, in this tournament situation. And a Tanya is sometimes all you need. Tanya 1 Dora. And that's going to be it for the South 4, folks. Actually finishing up this Hanshan. Woo! So we're going to see Yuhao and Erik moving into the final table.
And we will have interviews we'll get to hear from the world champion whose run in this tournament ends here.
Yes.
Of course, the 4 players that do not advance will play 1 more game with the rest of the group who's playing for their placings right now. I'm really interested to hear how the other table is going. Of course, Sayaka Okada.
Yes,
M.LEAGUER made it to that semifinal table.
She who earlier won a 13 Orphans hand in this
in
very
the first
tournament.
game.
Yeah, so that luck has continued throughout the entirety of 10 Hanshans, folks. That's I shouldn't even say luck at that point. I mean, it takes a good amount of a great amount of skill to make it into the top 8. Everyone's playing their heart out. I don't know if
Makoto Katayama, who had an amazing run in this, he was in first place for a while and 2nd place overall.
Wow.
So resetting the scores was really not advantageous to him in this case.
I love that we have the player cams as well. Erik with just the slightest smile like after the game initially ended.
I see a sigh of relief. Okay, it's over.
Yeah, absolutely.
Made it to the final.
I mean, a lot of players are, not only playing for themselves, but to the organizations in which they belong, different Jansos across the U.S. and trying to represent that, or just their own pro affiliations as well. So, I can definitely see, everything that Erik is playing for in this.
Yeah, the World Reach Pro, of course. Yeah. World Reach Professional Mahjong is new. I think it was announced just 2 years ago, and so there have been a few testing sessions to sort of build up the pro base, and it is absolutely international. There is a European contingent. The Jimmy is here from Hong Kong.
Yes.
And he's running all the World Reach stuff, the World Reach League and pro stuff in Hong Kong with his own mahjong parlor. Yeah. Also, by the way, Valentin is here from Europe. And he has been instrumental in just setting up all of the World Reach Professional Mahjong systems and working with the testing. Erik as well has been doing all of the work with the testing in the U.S. So we're well represented here at this tournament, and just everybody's working so hard to make this a great organization that is based outside of Japan, the first ever. So it's really exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And even for those who aren't in a pro organization, I've talked to so many people from Canada, from all over the U.S. Like, there's been so much travel from China. Like, there's been
from Japan.
Yeah. There's been a ton of travel to either meet with their favorite M.LEAGUE pros or participate in this tournament, or both. We saw a shot previously of everyone still playing in the Hanshan, despite the top 8 being already solidified. There's still a lot to play for. There's prizing a good
so
way
many
down.
prizes, yeah.
And so if you think that it's not very fiery and competitive for the rest of the games. I think there's still a lot to play for all the
There's
players
so many
here.
cool gifts. There's M.LEAGUE merch. You can get a set of 3 books, the Riichi Mahjong trilogy, as we're calling it.
Yes.
With mine as your intro book, Uchikawa's book as your intermediate primer, and then Matsumoto's book is more advanced and gets you thinking about the game at a really high level.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of great prizes, and we can hear the interviewers.
Yep, I think we are ready. Now, don't go away because we'll have the interviews, and then we're going to go to the final table right after that. So let's hand it over to Sayaka.
Hello, welcome to M.LEAGUE World Reach 2026 US Tour Semi-Final Post-Game Interview. M リーグワールドリーチ2026 US ツアーセミファイナル対局後インタビューへようこそ。ここでは選手の皆さんに一言ずつお伺いします。In this segment, I am going to interview each player who just finished the semi-final. That said, everyone please welcome コタロウ内川。まずは内川選手です。内川選手、セミファイナルお疲れ様でした。対局を終えて、今どのようなお気持ちでしょうか。
いやーちょっと悔しいですね。ここまで来たので決勝戦に、残りたかったんですけれども、ちょっと手が来なかったかなと思います。
Very disappointed a little bit since he made it to the semifinal. He really wanted to make it to the final, but unfortunately, the tile that came to him was not so great. So that was part of the reason he feels like couldn't make it there. 他の皆さんと対戦してみてどうでしたか、対局自体は。
みんな1回ずつ当たってるんです、実は。そうですよね、確か。なので、大体やり方は分かってたんですけど、単純に自分の手がちょっと厳しかったです。一番上がれそうなスチーピンの時に、エリックにね、マンガン積もられちゃって親かぶりで、その前はね、エリック倒したんですけどね、1000点でかわしてね。あの曲の結果が一番大きかったかなっていうふうに思っています。あとあるとしたら、最後ね、片山さんに、連チャンしてもらおうと思ったんですよね。で全部チーチーってやらして、もう一曲あると一本馬で、羽マンで上がりとか、もう一回チャンスが来るかもしれないと思ったんで、片山さん頑張ってって思ったんですけど。そうですね、ちょっと自分の手がもう羽マンにはならなかったので、そこを狙ったんですけど、エリックがしっかり自分で自力で蹴ったのでお見事だと、思います。
He played with all those 3 players in this past 2 days, so he felt like he knew what kind of style each of them had, but just simply he didn't have really good tiles. And then before the last, he was actually going to give more to the Katayama side and then aiming for the Yakuman because he knew he was not going to get to the top. But Erik, at the end, he got it all in by himself, so he would like to applaud Erik for the huge win. 本当にお疲れ様でした。これで試合終了となりますが、ニューヨークにまた行くことになりますし、見てくださってる皆さんに何か一言あれば。
はい、皆さんご視聴ありがとうございます。この US ツアー、非常にレベルの高く、またね、素晴らしい施設で、こちらの配信等ね、なんか新しい試みがスタートしたかなっていうふうに思いますので、ぜひこれが2回3回と続くようにお祈りしてますし、僕も協力したいと思いますので、これからもぜひご視聴ください。で、決勝戦をお楽しみにしてください。
Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. This is the very first time doing this U.S. tour, and this is such a high-level tournament. So I'm very happy that how it's turning out, and then this facility, and then how we do the streaming is at such high level. So I am hoping and praying that we will get to have a second time, 3 times, and continue and becoming a thing. And then please, everyone, enjoy the final. Thank you so much again for tuning in. 内川選手、ありがとうございました。
さやかもお疲れ様です。
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。お疲れ様でした。Also buy his book。英語版の選手の本が出てますので、ぜひお買い求めください。ありがとうございました。お疲れ様でした。はい、he's gonna go to New York。いってらっしゃい。All right, everybody. Next we have Yuhao. Yuhao, come on in. Yuhao-san desu. Yuhao. お疲れ様でした。Congratulations on make it to the top 2. Top 2. ファイナル決勝進出です。How do you feel? お気持ちは
Excited. Yeah. Yeah, I'm so lucky. Yeah, I'm so lucky to get those 2 ippats. Yeah. Yeah, this really like feeling good. Just feeling good, yeah.
I mean, obviously, besides the skill set that you had, the high level of mahjong player that you are, what do you think was like other reason that you can think of that why you were able to win?
Just like balancing like my hand. They're trying if I'm getting like bad hands or like not making not be to like make it quick. So I'm like maybe like thinking about like hyper. Like yeah.
You're just like really patient and really observing the hyper that you got, and then really take time to like be really calm and then making the each step as far as possible. Okay. Yeah. すごく全体的にラッキーだったかなとは思ってるし、一発もあったりしたんですけれども、他に勝因を挙げるとするなれば、自分が落ち着いてできたことかなと、ちゃんと自分のハイパーを見た上でじっくり考えて慎重にしたので、それも勝因の一つかなと思ってるとおっしゃってます。So now that you're going to final, what are you aiming?
Of course.
優勝目指しますとのことです。I'm so excited for you. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Good luck. 頑張ってください。
Thank you.
ありがとうございました。All right. Now we have 片山さん。Mr. 片山、come on in. 片山さん。泣いてる。He's crying. お疲れ様でした。なかなか難しかったです。It was very tough game. How do you feel?
自分としては自分なりの普通の手組みをしたんですけども、やっぱり皆さん3人の対皆さん強いんで、あとスピードがありますよね。だからそれにちょっと間に合わなくて、そんな感じです。はい。
I feel like I was able to keep my style. However, it was so quick that I feel like I rushed, and I feel like that's the reason why I lost. 片山さんは今回じゃ全体的な試合を通して一番これ良かったなと思うところはどこですか？
実は今回配信卓2回目なんですけども、昨日のゲーム4、オーラスでパーソーを積もったんですけども、パーソーはマイフェイバリットタイルなんです。だから最初からパーソードラになったので、もしかしたらこれパーソーが味方してくれるんじゃないかなと思って、手組みを最終的にカンパーソーに持っていったんです。
奇跡ですね。So actually, besides the semifinal, he was able to be on the streaming table one more time yesterday, actually, and that one was really epic. He played against Uchikawa again, and then that time he was losing towards the last. He actually won over with Paso, and then he said Paso was favorite tile, and then so he felt like this means maybe something. So then he like bet all on in that, and then that's how he ended up winning that round. So he feels like on and all, like just thinking back all of the game that he had in this tournament, he feel like that was most memorable. いい思い出できましたね。You had a great memory. はい、じゃあお疲れ様でした。ありがとうございました。Good job. Thank you very much. Okay, y'all. Last but not least, we have Erik. Erik, come on in. Congratulations to make it to a final stage. How do you feel now?
Oh, I'm still riding off the high of all those exciting moments during the game. It was really tense throughout the whole thing.
It really was. すごく嬉しいんですけど、今もまだそのハイが抜けきれてない状態ですごくなかなかチャレンジングなゲームだったのでとおっしゃっています。You're also repping the USPML. So now that you're going to the final stage, do you feel like your folks are proud of you?
I think so. Yeah. I'm really trying to do well for my fellow pros, and my parents are maybe going to be watching, so I hope not to disappoint them.
Oh, are they here?
No, they're in New York. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Well, hi, Eric's parents. You wanna say hi?
Hi, how are you guys doing? I wasn't prepped for this, but hello, and thank you for all the good luck.
Sorry, I threw you under the bus. That's what I do. But ファイナルに向けてどう挑みたいですかと聞いたら、彼はですね US プロ麻雀リーグの一員でもあるので、まずその US プロ麻雀リーグのみんなのことをみんなが僕のことを誇りに思ってくれてたらなと、チームのためにも頑張りたいし、あとご両親が見てくださってるということで、はいっていう話をしたところでした。 Alright, now for the final game. What are you aiming for?
A table.
That's it. ですね、優勝したらジャン卓もらえるんですよ。なのでそれを狙いに行きたいと思います。 That's very good reason, and I hope you're gonna get it. Yes, good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
ありがとうございました。お疲れ様でした。頑張ってください。 Alright, Sho, that was the interview for the semifinal. Now we got final game coming up. We are going to start in a few minutes, so please stay tuned and we will see you soon.
Welcome back to the M.LEAGUE World Reach 2026 US Tour. And we are getting ready for our final table. You can see Laura up there announcing the prizes. And these are our final table contenders. Of course, we have M.LEAGUER Sayaka Okada has made the final table.
Yes,
Yay.
very exciting. We were worried if we were going to see an M.LEAGUE pro
I know.
at the final table, but it's so much more exciting with them present.
Definitely, absolutely. And Sayaka Okada, probably the most famous M.LEAGUE pro at this point, debuting a single this month. Kokushimuso Love is the
Translating
name.
to 13 Orphans Love.
It has its own dance.
It has its own dance. I'm going to be pressured into doing mahjong-based
Oh
TikTok
my God,
dances.
you're gonna have to do it.
Okay.
You're gonna have to do it. Everybody is going to pressure you into that, absolutely, including myself.
No, but it's so exciting. She's a super talented, multi-hyphenate person, human being, but
Yeah.
also an M.LEAGUE player.
She's
And-
on TV all the time now at this point, so even people who don't know mahjong know Sayaka Okada.
Yes.
Absolutely. Of course, we have Erik Karhan sitting there on the right side, World Reach Pro. We have Yu Hao, who was on the semifinal table that we just watched, and then there's Justin right there in front of us as well.
Yeah.
What a final table. I mean, obviously, these players are all super strong.
Yeah, I mean, one tournament later, we've narrowed it down to the 4 top players, and this is like a very intimidating table. To have this amount of consistency over 10 Hanshans is like, it's not, it's not nothing. You can only luck your way so far, but to maintain that success throughout the entire tournament is a very difficult feat in and of itself. Perhaps some cheers going on.
Giving a word of
encouragement or
yeah, so we'd say like ikioi, or ikigomi, like what you would like, how you're gonna play, or I'm gonna win, something like that.
And it looks like everyone's very aware that these 4 players are at the first table. So is it the top 3 players get auto tables, as in all 3 of these contestants already get
All of these
auto
3
tables?
contestants already are guaranteed auto tables, but they're playing for that personalized jersey.
Of course. I gotta see if Eric's looking for more friends. This is, I mean, it's been so nice playing on these auto tables this entire time. Jen, how does this, so at this point, all that matters is getting first, right? There's no such thing as playing coy defense. If you start falling behind, you have to be as aggressive as possible.
As aggressive. Well, I mean, you have to have a good balance, which is where Matsumoto's book, Balance Your Game, comes in. Because you can be aggressive, but if you just end up dealing in a whole bunch, especially after you've saved up some points, then it's going to just kill your chances. So you need to just pick your spots.
Yeah. Plus, it's the pressure of being at the final table and the social aspect of everyone watching you. And I mean, wanting to play for the respective pro organizations you're in, or representing the M.LEAGUERS in general. But it's super exciting to have 3 Western players at this final table. We got hands.
It's just a testament to how like high the level has become now in the West, and especially the U.S. With so many players. The bigger player base you have, the more resources you're going to have to improve your game. Of course, we're working on getting books, and of course your videos are really great to get people into the game and learning how to play and what to do. I mean,
I'm laughing because there's a good pipeline established of getting people into the game, but then once people want to find better strategy, there's so many wonderful resources such as yourself and other streamers.
But you're
and
bringing
content
those
creators.
resources onto your YouTube channel as well.
Yes, and I will be. I mean, like, 2 books have been launched today, and people, I'm sure there will be links aplenty to those for purchase. But I can't wait to share the information that's being gleaned from those books to the audience, because I think, like, those are. I think people are starving for reaching mahjong strategy in the West and just not able to access most of it.
So it looks like they're doing the raffles for the auto tables.
Okay, right.
So because there were 2 auto tables also up for raffle.
Oh my goodness, this is just hitting life or a 3. Like this is. You need some good luck here in this instance too. But yeah, one of the great things about this event is that even if you have a really, really bad tournament, you can still get an awesome prize to take home. As there's, I mean, but even if you don't get one of the 2 auto tables, the pricing in this event is very, very extensive already. So if this is what you need to hear in order to want to go to your first IRL tournament, then yeah, I mean it's definitely worth trying if you got the time.
And there were plenty of people here who were here at their first tournament, as their first tournament. I know Kip, who's always in my stream at our commentary streams, watching. I learned from your streams. Learned mahjong from your streams, and then started watching all this English commentary. He's only been playing 5 months. He got first place on the streamed table that we broadcasted right from here.
Yeah, shout out to Kip. You kind of seem like the main character right now. I hope the mahjong journey continues going well. A lot of talk being had in the tournament lobby. Maybe exchanging some words about.
Yeah, so coming to this tournament, you haven't played in an IRL tournament either, right?
No, this is my first time, and I didn't even really participate. I got a 30-second rundown of how to change up your strategy when it comes to playing without red 5s, and then beyond that, everything has been very, very new, including the just like more IRL experience in general. The tiles feel different if you're not used to this tile set, and just like knocking things over like that. But yeah, very nerve-wracking, and we're at the end of it right now, starting this final Hanshan, and
I think they keep saying 3, 2, 1, and then doing something else. So I'm not.
Okay.
Sure. Okay, now they're starting.
Here's
Now we'll
the
get
final.
on the table.
All right, folks. Just if you're joining us, this is the final Hanshan. First place takes home a custom M.LEAGUE journey, a jersey of the team of their choice with their name on the back. The representative from the Japanese mahjong pros are joining us. Sayaka Okada has made it to the final table. We've also got Erik and Yuhao, who we just commentated with, but joining us at the stream table is Justin Mendelsohn, who also managed to top 2 at Sayaka Okada's table as well. And so, yes, this is the final match of the tournament. I can't wait. Sayaka Okada has already hit 13 orphans. Hopefully we get to see something just as exciting on this final table. But we're starting things off pretty spicy. Green Dragon is the Dora. No one's got a pair of it yet, but we just saw one fly by in the previous player's hand. And I'm very, very excited. Don't try this at home. It's often nice to, look at streams and try to adapt some of that into your own playstyle. But again, just the things that you're playing for in this situation versus online mahjong are going to be way, way different. So the push-fold sway that you might experience is gonna differ vastly. Sayaka Okada already with a very interesting decision is going to discard the Dora because we have so many character suit tiles. I believe we're 1 tile away from Tenpai, and you can, if you draw into that 2 of characters or 7 of characters as we're about to see, you can get that confirmed pure straight. There it is, and it's a super fast Riichi confirmed pure straight. Holy moly, so this is at least going to be 3 Han, and it makes everyone else at the table very, very uncomfortable and having to dance around this Riichi. Jen, there's no point in waiting, right? You have the pure straight confirmed. Might as well send it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. And a decent amount of unique tiles as well. Aura Dora is definitely a possibility to hopefully get that Mongon as well. Sumo would make it a Mongon or hitting an Oradora, or maybe there's a little room for both. Luckily for everyone else, Sayaka Okada is not the dealer right now. Erik is the dealer, or perhaps unluckily for Erik, he might have to pay a big dealer penalty if Sayaka Okada manages to sumo. Erik with a little bit of a tricky hand. Like, there's good shapes, but they're only good shapes if you don't have to dance around this Riichi. I mean, perhaps if you continue drawing straight up gas, there's a lot to play for. If you start imagining what your name would look like on the back of a Sakura Knights jersey, I mean, it could get a human being to do a lot of silly things. Jen, do you think any of these other hands realistically have a chance at even Mawashi at this point, or do you think it's a fold and pray that this hand does not come to fruition?
I think Erik's hand has a decent chance. Especially since he's a dealer, he's willing to push a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely wanting to stay in that dealer seat.
And this hand is only one away, but that 1-3. So a middle two-mon way is great if you're first to reach, but it's not so great if somebody has already reached on the board.
Yeah, definitely. And we're seeing, despite the Riichi, the last discard that Justin did was a 5 of circles. Not guaranteed safe either. I mean, we saw an 8 of circles be safe, but that 3-4 weight was definitely still alive.
Well, and Justin is the final dealer. It's really difficult when you only have 50 minutes.
Yes.
Being the last dealer is generally a big advantage. But in this case, he's not sure if he'll even get his second dealership.
Yeah.
So it's not that great of an advantage in this sort of situation. And maybe he feels like he has to be super aggressive to get there in the first place.
Absolutely. And making his way towards Tenpai pretty quickly. One tile away from Tenpai with a perhaps ending on a double pair weight with the 2 of circles and the 8 of characters. Sayaka Okada's weights right now. We see a pair of the 2 of characters in Yuhao's hand. I don't believe we see any of them elsewhere. So it looks like there's still 2 left in the wall. Not amazing odds. I need to stop cursing it. I genuinely, because Erik literally just draws a third. So now there's only 1 left in the wall. I don't believe any of these 2 of characters are going to come out unless someone really has a weird moment. Justin makes it into Tenpai, though. What do you call the Riichi here? It's Riichi, nothing.
You have to reach, and he
does. Yeah, absolutely. And this is the type of fiery play that we might see at the final table. Defense.
Trying to see if 5 so looks like. I mean, to me, it looks like it is worth pushing. It doesn't look super excessively dangerous, and it gets Ippatsu from Sayaka.
My goodness. Missing the Oradora, the 3 of circles, but Riichi Ippatsu is gonna feel great, and yeah, Sayaka Okada almost with a potential Mongon there, and so being able to nip that in the bud is certainly gonna feel amazing. For Justin as he takes a healthy 3,600 point lead here in now East 2.
And yeah, it does look like they are going to abide by the timer. Yeah, I would also ask the same question since it's a final table. Maybe there's no time limit, but it looks like, and I think it's because all the other tables are still playing, so they're going to have the time limit for all the same time limit for all the tables.
That makes a lot of sense.
And it's because there's so many prizes.
Yes.
In this tournament, like basically the top half of the field is guaranteed a prize. So they're playing for those placements on all the other tables.
Yeah, and despite your placement, it's been a busy weekend filled with meet and greets, mingling in general, a lot of fun
autograph sessions. Everybody lined up to get a picture with all the M.LEAGUERS.
Yes, that was very fun.
6 M.LEAGUERS in one picture, and you?
and somehow they let me in there too, so that was nice. Erik with a pretty nice hand. A decent amount of circle suit tiles, so maybe going for that pure straight, or maybe just casting a wide net and going for a Riichi Pinfu moment as well. Sayaka Okada here in the dealer seat, maybe hedging a half outside hand of some kind, but Yuhao with a very interesting opportunity because he is the one in the south seat right now, and the south wind is the Dora tile. Not only that, if he is eventually going to cut that pair of the 9 of characters, he can do a half flush. It's a little bit of a slow walk to Tenpai, but if you want to get a half flush with 2 Dora and make a Mongon here and in East 2 as another bamboo suit tile gets picked up, it's not it. You certainly have a path.
Absolutely. Just trying. I'm having trouble keeping up with the hands right now, so I'm just taking a closer look.
Yeah.
Well, 3-sided weight in Erik, so that's really awesome. I think he's hoping that something sticks to that 5-so, and he can get a better weight than that side 7-so. Although I think side 7-so is probably the best weight.
Yeah.
In the world, in history.
Yuhao ends up calling pawn on the east wind, so that still is the prevalent wind. The pair of the 9 of characters still exists in their hand, excuse me. So rather than maybe going for value, they might be thinking to themselves, let me just make it into the dealer's seat. But yeah, please talk about Okada's hand for a second.
I think that's just, as far as the Monzu go, she just needs one more for that to be another pure straight.
Yeah.
And then just the side weight and the Pinzu, the 1-2 shape, that will probably come out because the other shapes are just too good.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can take another look at this monstrous.
Oh, nope, she'll get that first.
Here's Tenpai, but you have to. Oh, no, it's not Tenpai.
Still one away.
Still one away.
No, she's going to go for the outside hand.
Wow! Holy moly. Now, is this good strategy, or do you think she's trying to do some Kokushi Muso love by keeping the honor tiles and orphan tiles in her hand?
It's great strategy, and I'll tell you why. She had the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8 in the Monzu, right? So that's what you call an overlapping weight. She's waiting for the 3, 6, and the 6, 9.
Yes.
So she's waiting for the 6 mon twice.
Yes.
By doing that, she gets rid of that and keeps the 2 separate non-overlapping weights, which is good strategy even when you don't have that potential for the outside hand.
Yes.
And is there even Sanshoku? Is that?
Oh
no, it was 1, 2, 3. No Sanshoku. Nope.
Yeah, no Sanshoku.
Nope.
But I imagine all the other players are feeling scared seeing that 5 of characters, 6 of characters discards coming from her hand, which means that it signals certainly something dangerous. Even for me, I think that would certainly raise some eyebrows. Yuhao realizing, hey, you know what's better than winning with Adora? Just being in Tenpai. Let me make it into the dealer seat. Let me throw some elbows and try to get some points here and make it. Again, I don't know how conscious of the players are of their timer, but I would be too. Just trying to guarantee themselves some time in the dealer seat. And if you can have a miracle run, a few repeats, that is certainly going to feel worth it.
And you know what? Actually, she got the wrong side for that, but she's just going to reach.
Yeah.
And that means that she can discard the 1 pin, which is a little bit safer than the 4 pin. To reach for that, especially since there's 2 1 pins on the board already.
Yeah.
If she had drawn the more expensive side, she'd have to discard the 4 pin, which doesn't even really look that safe to Yuhao. So.
Yeah. I mean, she gets to wait on a terminal tile, which is great, but unfortunately...
And she tries to
I was just about to say there's 2 of them in Erik's hand, but who cares when you're just that good? Holy moly.
Let me tell you, you know a secret about Mahjong?
Yeah.
You only need 1 tile to win.
But sometimes it feels like there's none tiles, and
there's a lot of times when we can see that there's none, even though to them it would look like there's a million.
For another side, yeah. That's the pros and cons of having this omniscient God view. It either makes you really optimistic or really cynical, depending on the lessons that you take away. So, Sayaka Okada is in the lead. What happens if she wins this Hanshan? Perhaps I'm caster cursing it, but does that mean second place gets the jersey?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So there's still.
She already has an M.LEAGUE jersey with her name on it. She has, you know what? She has like a dozen, probably.
Yeah, probably that one for every day of the week. That makes a lot of sense. So the door is going to be the 4 of. Whoa, hang on. 4 of circles. Justin. I mean, probably not. Probably not big 3 dragons, but there's hope springs eternal. 1 green dragon already thrown, probably not, but again, very happy to have that close triplet of the white dragons, guaranteeing that that hand is going to be valid no matter what. Yeah, perhaps not going for the meme dream of the big.
But he does have three of the green dragons, so. So, oh no, 2 red dragons out now.
Yeah. It does not look good.
For a second it looked like, he got the one that had already come out, so maybe we can dream, but no dreams left in this hand.
Yeah. And unfortunately, with a hand like this, you want to go for the half flush, but that 2, 3, 4, 5 sequence in the character suit is just too good to pass up. You can even pawn into the 1 of circles and wait for that the 2 or the 5 as your pair for the hand. And so a lot of good flexible opportunities here for Justin. Yeah, even keeping that 5 of bamboo. Now you can draw into a 4 or a 6 and be happy. You can even draw into a 3 or a 7 and still be decently okay with that result.
Looks like a super flexible shape with it. Also, the Monzu are very flexible.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lots of sticky places in that hand.
Yes, a sticky Ishan 10. A pawn is called on the east one. We still are in east 2, repeat 1 after all, and so Sayaka Okada looking to repeat things here in the dealer seat after a huge the momentum of winning that last one. And here we go. Justin makes it into Tenpai, or I believe we are on a single tile wait for the 4 of characters, but you might not think that that's very good. There's still room for improvement. Much like my ability to just draw tiles without knocking stuff over. There's a lot of room for improvement. You can draw into a 2 of characters or a 6 of characters, and then suddenly that single tile weight can become a double-sided weight. Con? Ooh! Okay, so would you con in that opportunity, or would you wait to get into Tenpai if you are Sayaka Okada with the east winds already pawned up?
Still 2 away, right? Probably at least get to 1 away. I think if she draws a 4-7 mon, should probably con because it's just so wide.
Yeah.
If she draws like the 1-4 pin, she might wait.
Yeah. And this is the cool thing. Even though anyone who's streamed Riichi Mahjong knows that when you have the opportunity to con, you're not going to be able to have an intellectual discussion in the comment section. Everyone is going to be screaming at you to con. Before we get into any of that, Erik is going to call the Riichi a perfectly fine double-sided weight, waiting for the 2 and the 5 of circles. And then this is the benefit of waiting to call con as well. You are able to use that last and 4th east wind as a safe tile. You certainly don't want to call a con after the Riichi is called. It's just helping your enemies achieve more Oradora. Justin is also in Tenpai as well, and it does not seem like Sayaka Okada is going to slow down in this hand either. So this could be a very explosive situation.
There were a couple of choices for him to choose a weight there.
Yeah.
Decides to keep that middle 4 mon instead of maybe going to a 5 mon Tonki once and then waiting for something to change. Just going to keep the shape that he decided on in the first place. And I always think of that, especially like with Chitoitsu when you're choosing your single weight. Oh, sorry, let's do this first.
Justin, so a long and patient path towards that single tile 4 of characters weight. Erik, doing the right thing, calling a Riichi with a double-sided weight, but unfortunately, the thing about Riichi, sometimes it forces you to discard just the tile that you don't want to see it, and so Justin is gonna take that hand now neck and neck with Sayaka Okada for first place.
So when you're like trying to decide what weight and you have different choices, and especially with the Tonki weight where you draw and you have a choice every time to change it.
Yes.
Does it remind you of the Monty Hall problem?
The Monty Hall, yeah. It's a goat or a car, and we're just choosing doors.
So like if they change the door, you're supposed to switch your answer, right? Or they get rid of one. So are you supposed to switch your weight every single time with Chitoitsu? That's what I feel like it's telling me.
I think God has lied about the car, and when you play Riichi Mahjong, it might only be goats. But yeah, that's very, very tricky.
Everything in my life makes sense.
Okay, so we've made it into East 3, going at a pretty brisk pace. Definitely we're going to see all 4 players get a turn as the dealer seat. Whether or not we make it to the end of South 4, that's a different question entirely. The Dora this round is going to be the 3 of a bamboo. Now, this is certainly going to be a buff for the Western-speaking, the Western Riichi Mahjong players that believe in the Church of the 3 Bamboo. Justin already has one in their hand.
Sorry, I had to clear it. You got to clear your throat sometimes when you've been talking for 10 hanchan in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we saw the Erik also keep the 1 copy of the 2 of bamboo just to try to accept the Dora with a little bit more ease here. Finding his way into a decent number of triplets, that 1 tile away from Tenpai already, which is very, very fast. I think Erik's game plan is to try to use that Dora tile, but if the red dragon comes out, would you pawn in this situation if you're Erik? You're dead last and you need a lot of points. Do you wait for the Riichi or do you just slam it for the pawn?
I think he's so close that he really wants to try and reach that.
Yeah, especially now drawing into that 2-2-3 shape in the character suit. Now a million tiles that you can accept to get yourself into Tenpai. Whether or not that red dragon becomes tripled up, you're still really happy to call Riichi.
The thing is, his hand is so wide. So if you can pawn to Tenpai and you have value, like Dora or something, or if somebody else looks dangerous and you can pawn to Tenpai to try and shut them down, those are great instances to pawn to Tenpai. But in general, you really want to aim for reach, I think, in the East round, which is how we saw Erik play in the last game as well.
Here we go. Here's the pawn. Maybe not wanting this... not wanting Yuhao to be able to accumulate any more points on the dealer seat, and Erik sitting in Tenpai, waiting for the 1 and the 4 of circles. That 6 of bamboo that we just see right now in Justin's hand, I hope that we get to see it come out, because this is a moment where you have a double-sided weight, you're in last. The con seems kind of decent. Would you con in that position if you're Erik and you have this double-sided weight on the 6 of bamboo?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's... I mean, I wouldn't say that you're in pure desperation mode yet, but the 6 of bamboo could genuinely shake out from the 6-8-8 shape that we just saw flying by.
I think in Tenpai, you probably want to con almost every time, unless somebody else is reach and you're going to give them extra Dora.
Yeah. Okay, that's sobering to know.
It gives you an extra draw, right?
It does give you an extra draw.
And maybe even an extra Dora.
Yeah.
You don't get the Ura Dora, so the risk is giving other people a chance at the Ura Dora.
You just don't want to be the Bozo-con giving people Oradora for free.
I mean, so that's why you wait until you're Tenpai? If you can.
Yeah. Sayaka Okada taking some time here. Yeah, pivoting off of that 7-7-9 shape and just going for Tanya. Tanya, 1 Dora. There's nothing wrong with that. Especially when you're in the lead and just trying to throw some elbows to make sure no one can follow you. I wonder if we're also going to see Tanya here from Justin and cutting that one. Whoa, cutting the Dora instead. Is there a 6-7-8 mixed triple sequence in that hand, or is that just or maybe just trying to call Riichi as soon as possible in this position?
But wasn't it? I'm confused. It was 3, 4, 5, 6,
yeah,
right?
3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe hedging towards the 6-7-8 mixed triple sequence, or it could also just be these aren't gods, these are human beings.
Yeah, it might be. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know the
yeah.
answer to this.
Hey, sometimes look, I am no stranger to playing around for 20 seconds before realizing what the Dora is. This round has gone a long time. But again, there's a lot to play for right now, and so I imagine all the players are feeling pretty stressed out. Justin calling a Riichi with that 5 of circles, it's a late game Suji trap, so that 5 of circles discard belies the fact that you're not waiting with a 3 and a 4 of circles. But a late game Suji, like trusting Suji with later tiles is not as good as trusting Suji on earlier tiles. Is that generally true?
Let's. He actually won the hand.
He actually won the hand.
Let's do this first. Let me think about it for a second.
Yeah, absolutely. This is something that I read, but I don't know if this is just a bro just trust me moment or if it's certified mahjong ball knowledge. Sayaka Okada, again, very strong hand in the last round. A very fast Tenpai, very close to Tenpai. But now Justin squarely in the lead going into the dealer seat. More than a 8,000 point gulf between himself and second place. I wonder if he already has a team in mind for the jersey, or if that's not something that you think about until the last round is complete.
It would have been more points, right? He discarded the Dora first.
Yeah, the 3, 4, 5, 6 shape.
So it could have been double that. Yeah, I still don't know. Yeah, hopefully he just like missed what the Dora was, hopefully he had like a really genius strategy that we didn't see.
I'm getting some confirmation from the Church of Threeso that it is actually sometimes a ritual sacrifice that you must get in order to get Ipatsu. And so
okay.
Sometimes it's just different rituals and practices for different groups.
It worked.
Yeah, it definitely worked.
So we were talking about something that I was supposed to answer.
Early Suji or late Suji. But
Okay, so what have you read?
Jen, I'm gonna be real with you. I forgot where this came from. I believe it came from Riichi Book 1, where if you're gonna rely on Suji to make defensive decisions, make it based off of earlier tiles that have been discarded rather than later tiles that have been discarded.
Because they're thinking of like the 1-3-5 shape or the
Yes.
5-7-9 shape.
Yeah.
That sounds legit.
You heard it here first, folks. You can trust that with like 60% confidence, I believe. Okay, let's talk about this round. We're in East 4. The door is going to be the one of circles. Yuhao picking up one of them, and we're still in the East round. So there's the Eastwind Pawn and the Red Dragon Yakuhai. Both very, very good, but Justin's hand also looks incredible. Finishing up that 3-4-5 shape as well. This is really, really strong. One tile away from Tenpai with 2 Dora in your hand. You might even be able to end up on that double pair weight for the Dora and something else as well. So, yeah, definitely a Mongon potential, but they're gonna have to fight. I mean, Yuhao, I don't believe that he's gonna shy away from the pawn button from either the Eastwind or the Red Dragon in this case.
Oh, yes, people who know who we are. Somebody asked who was casting, and the chat just takes care of it. We don't have to do anything. Thank you very much.
Folks, thank you. Yuhao also drawing into a lot of pairs. It is a it doesn't have 2 Dora though for Chitoi. Would you still pawn here in this case?
It's 2 value tiles, so I really want to pawn that.
Yeah, just lock in that hot, and absolutely Yuhao is going to take your advice and just go for it.
Oh no, hopefully. It's when people take my advice, I feel like it backfires more.
And I don't know if people are actually taking my advice ever, which I think is sound for if you want like a decently stable mental as you play this game.
So I actually love it when I say, I think that this is probably the better move, and they do a completely different move, and it works out for them.
Yeah. Oh, here's Tenpai for Justin. I wonder if we're going to see the Riichi being slammed. It is a Suji trap for the 2 of Bamboo as well. You see 3 copies of the 3. That 2 of Bamboo is like looking harder to use for other people.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just seeing if there's none on the board yet, but still, when you can see 3.
Yeah.
The only problem is the other people can't see those 3.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
And especially in North America, you're going to see a lot of people choosing that weight.
Yuhao's still keeping this 1-2 shape. It might look a little weird, but again, the 1 of circles is the Dora. So you're going to, like, they had a 4-5-5-7 shape, and that is technically better than a 1-2 shape. But just keeping that for the sake of value. Sayaka Okada's hand, moving towards Tenpai, I believe, Ishanten or Tushanten. And as the player in second place, representing all of the Japanese Mahjong pros, like, oof. Yeah, this is going to be difficult. I mean, we know where the Red Dragons are, but it's not like she knows. It's going to be a pawn. So we're so close to Tenpai for Yuhao. I don't believe this is ever going to turn into an all triplets hand unless they draw into the last copy of the Dora. But still a pretty scary hand. 2 Han already confirmed, and you have the Dora as well, plus the Riichi stick. So a decently sized victory here for Yuhao if he's able to land this plane.
What I really want for Yuhao is to draw the 5 Mon and then the 8 Ping and wait for a Dora Tonki. But instead,
Riichi.
Justin is just going to completely control this table.
Oh my goodness. This is a dealer Mongon. Riichi Sumo Dora. Riichi Sumo Dora. Yep. This is just straight up 12,000 points, folks. And now it becomes very, very difficult. So, Jen, like, do you think that other players are going to, like, keep their hand closed no matter what? Because now there's a huge point gulf between themselves and Justin.
I mean, I think they're going to aim for Yaku that has points, but it would be also a decent strategy to just end Justin's dealership right now and give themselves a chance at being the dealer.
Yes. If you're going to have a chance to make an epic comeback, doing it in the dealer seat is easy because, again, hands are more valuable when you win them as the dealer. For this next hand, East 4 repeat 1, the Dora is going to be the 5 of Bamboo. Again, we are playing with no red 5s, and so the reason that this point total looks even more, I don't know what you want to call it, sobering than it usually would, is because it's not like free value is on the table. Erik perhaps trying to count to 13, but electing to go for the more sane option, let's just say, and not going for 13 orphans.
13. Like when you put it like that, 13 is so far away from 6, which is my general threshold, and sometimes reduced to 5.
In a pinch. Yua's hand is pretty decent. There's a chance for that 4-4-5-5 shape to become a pure double sequence if you can draw either 2 3s or 2 6s, or draw one of them and one off of the other. Sayaka Okada's hand is also looking very good. The pair of the one of circles, it's no longer the Dora, so we might see both of those come out in order to make that hand Tanya.
But how does Justin have 2 Dora again?
Yeah, very spooky, scary. I don't know what kind of, ritualized bloodletting he did before the event actually started, but Sayaka Okada with 2 Dora as well, so this could be turned into like a very like explosive knife fight between these two players.
And when did that happen? I didn't feel like she had the potential for 2 Dora, and all of a sudden,
wow.
she's like...
Yeah, and here we go. Drawing into that 2-3-4 shape, completing that holy, and then just doing folks, I have a very smug smile. You can't see it right now, but we did discard the one of circles to go for Tanya. Maybe even accompanied by a Riichi. Riichi, Tanya, Dora, Dora. I mean, that's certainly a start if you want to catch up to this 25,000 point difference. Maybe a pure straight in the character suit as well. Do you ever seriously consider that if you're Sayaka Okada, or do you just think more about Tanya rather than keeping that one of characters?
I think it's too far away. I think you're thinking more like a 4-6-8 is the Ryankan shape and not a full straight bow.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Now with that 4-6-8 shape, because you've drawn into the 1, you can accept either a 5 of characters or a 7 of characters. So just, opening up possibilities here. You make it one tile away from Tenpai at this point, could end on a triple-sided weight given some of the shapes he has in his hand. Erik kind of struggling to find a footing in this hand. That pair of the green dragons is nice, but like you said, it could just be worth killing Justin's dealer seat with a one-on hand, but you might just want to take your time too and find yourself a valuable Riichi in this position.
Yeah, so I think, I don't know if I said it to you yesterday, that Takeo Kojima, Mr. Mahjong,
yes,
said, when you're having trouble winning your hands, then just keep it closed.
Yeah.
And then reach. When you reach, you put all the decisions on the other player.
And here we go. Sayaka.
Okay, so she's locked in the Tanya shape.
Yeah. Upgrading that hand so that no matter what she has Tanya, still keeping that 4-6-8 shape intact with that second copy of the 4 of characters that she drew into. We do see Tenpai for Justin. Justin waiting a double-sided wait for the 4 and the 7 of bamboo. This is unfortunately not going to be pure double sequence just because that necessitates your hand to be closed entirely. But with 2 Dora, you are not unhappy to win this either. And then at a certain point, if Justin's able to win this one, I feel like it becomes absurdly different. Like then.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We just gotta start mouthing the lyrics to Kokushimuzo Love. Otherwise, there's just no way to come back into this game. Interesting draw. Could go for a 2-2-3-3-4-4 pure double sequence, and it looks like that's what we might be angling towards.
Yeah, definitely keeping the door open for that, but also looking for the 7 mon apparently. But it's just a better shape than that Kanchan.
Yes. Kanchan being that 2-4 shape, that closed weight. Exactly.
Actually, that 2-4 with waiting for the 3 is looking really good on the board right now. I didn't notice before, but there's a lot of, she can see a lot of the 4 pins and all of the 2 pins. So that 3, and with 1 out, it doesn't look like it's like a triple in somebody's hand, right? So.
I see. So based off of those discards.
Except for it is a triple.
They draw into it immediately.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Yeah, for the record, in that moment when we had the information, it was the right call. Yeah, this is. Would you call this Ishanten like HE double hockey sticks? You're just trapped in Ishanten forever and ever. I mean, Sayaka Okada.
You can say purgatory.
Trapped, trying to improve the shape, but not necessarily getting there. Maybe at this point, just gonna call Chi to again end Justin's reign of terror as the dealer. Certainly a valuable thing, especially. I mean, they might not know that Justin has 2 Dora, but there's certainly a lack of Dora visible to a whole bunch of players right now. The Riichi does get called from Yuhao's side, waiting for a 5 and an 8 of bamboo. So waiting for the Dora tile, but they don't know what we know, in that all the Dora tile are currently and presently accounted for. Here's a chasing Riichi from Sayaka Okada, waiting for a 5 and an 8 of circles as well. Holy moly, folks, we might genuinely see a little bit of point movement, and Justin draws into the 8 of circles, and he's going to deal it to Imatsu. Oh my goodness!
And the
this is going to be a 2 Dora! Zawa. What are the chances of the Oradora indicators? Also the 4 bamboo. Holy smokes, folks. I think this is Hanemon?
Ichipatsu Tanyo, Dora, Ura.
This is I cannot believe the people in production are freaking out. Like we
People are walking over to like, what is going on this table? This should be Hanemon.
Jen, I gotta start recording a single. Are you kidding me? If that's what it takes to get better Riichi Mahjong luck, then I'll take it. It looks like it was genuinely a Baimon. Sayaka Okada is now in the lead from a point deficit that was over 25,000.
Yeah, because we missed ton. I think we missed Pinfu when we were counting.
So that is a Baimon, folks. We're gonna ask for a little bit of. I mean, me especially, because you know. Kind of a Riichi Mahjong clown at the end of the day. But that did, in fact, turn into a Paimon. And oh my goodness, Sayaka Okada reminding us that, you know, the Japanese pros are here for a reason. They're not just going to, you know, make nice and sign autograph boards. They're here to win as well.
Yeah, the autograph boards are your consolation.
Holy smokes. Yeah, if you want to win an M.LEAGUE jersey with your name on it, you're really going to have to earn it. Erik with a decent hand. The Red Dragon pair looks, feels good, but also a decent number of pairs, so you might see a Chitoy moment. Erik is going to call pawn. You're in the dealer seat. This hand feels a little bit tricky to accrue a lot of value. Why not just repeat the dealer seat for as long as humanly possible? Yeah, Jen, would you have any other thoughts? Like, once the timer runs out, do you just have to throw one last Hail Mary?
Yeah, definitely. I'm always looking for Yakuman at this point. I'm sorry, I'm mixing up my Japanese. From this point, actually, I would start to look for possibilities of, I guess nobody is far enough behind that it has to be a Yakuman, but sometimes it's a lot easier to go for a Yakuman than a Baimon or a Sanbaimon.
Oh, okay. And Erik is going to make it into Tenpai. So this is just Red Dragon 1 Dora. It's not that bad to just have 2 Han in the dealer seat. If you're Sayaka Okada in this position, where you have like a lead, but it's not like you can't coast on this by any means, do you start playing with a little bit more defense in mind, or are you still pretty aggressive if you're her?
I think you're aggressive.
I see.
I mean, I think like the people who get first place, I've never got first place ever before. The people who do get first place, I think they keep the pressure on.
Yeah.
And they push just to the very limit and then might pull back.
I see. I mean, some of us only exist in last place, and so that's mostly where I'm coming from.
I don't want to tell you my last place
In the meantime, other players are still definitely progressing with this hand. We see one Dora in Yuhao's hand. The interesting thing about Erik's hand that we're going to see right now is that if he draws into another Dora or a 9 of characters, there's a difficult decision to be made, because in the dealer, he could also have Red Dragon, 2 Dora, all triplets, which is a 12,000 point swing. And so we could be seeing some real haymakers as we get into the South round. Only 15 minutes left on the clock, but still definitely enough room to move some mountains here for all these players still at the table. We got to, Sayaka Okada doing a public service announcement or a public service and bringing Justin's lead back down to a reasonably manageable moment. Justin going to keep the 5 of bamboo. Do you think that's to hedge towards Sanshoku or a different thing?
I think maybe it looks more on the safer side, just barely because of the 7.
Justin drawing into 2 of them. I mean, it's certainly going to be revealed to be safe. Erik is an MFing demon right now, so this is a single tile weight on the Dora tile. So this is a Mongun in the dealer seat. Red Dragon, all triplets, Dora, 12,000 points. And if you're Erik right now, do you con even though you're on a Tanki weight, a single tile weight for the Dora?
I mean, if you're Tenpai and you have the option to con, I think you con because you want that extra draw.
Okay, I hope we see it. I genuinely hope we see it. Yeah, and just simply foregoing a perfectly fine 2-tile wait, waiting for the 4 or the 5 of bamboo potentially, just because the Dora is that much more valuable. We are seeing some Spidey senses as well. I don't know if you saw, but Sayaka Okada just cut a 2 of bamboo from her hand, perhaps sensing the danger at the table and just getting out while the getting's still good. And just, evasive maneuvers to protect a lead. Maybe realizing that, you know what, she doesn't have to win this hand. It's okay to play a little bit more balanced and still make up some score, as she also has a dealer seat coming up, so long as Erik does not repeat.
I wonder if Erik might con. I don't know if they're out or not. I haven't checked, but con one of his Ongo even because he needs so many points that just getting an option for more Dora might be to his benefit.
Justin making it into Tenpai. I mean, the benefit if you're Justin is that you don't have that much of a point deficit to make up if you want to get into first place. So you can go for some of these like medium-sized hands instead of waiting for like a huge hand meme dream. Waiting for that 5 of circles and the 8 of circles. He doesn't see what we see, which is that all 4 copies of the 5 of circles are represented. Erik has 3 of them. The remaining copy is in Sayaka Okada's hand. As for the 8 of circles, we see one of them here. I believe that there are 2 more left in the wall, so it's not necessarily over. Wow!
Still draw. Justin is unstoppable.
And we weep tears if you're an Erik stan right now, because you can't fault him for going for that 12,000 point dealer seat Mongon.
And that means that all his turns at dealer have been exhausted. We have 11 minutes left and potentially 3 hands.
So if you're Erik, you just go fishing for Yakuman?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Hopefully we get to see it.
I think, yeah. Well, let me just calculate this for a second.
It must be. Folks, if you're wondering how good it feels to be invited to do commentary and not have any of the onus to do math, let me tell you, from my perspective, God, it feels amazing. God, it feels so good to not have to do any math right now.
I mean, if you can't see a Yakumon in your hype, Baimon is definitely enough for just taking first place right now.
Yeah.
But that means that if you get just like a Mongon and a Honeyman, that's also enough.
Yes, absolutely. So we might not have to win the Mega Millions jackpot, but we still need to have an unexpected windfall here or there. Justin already in the blink of an eye has already called pawn on, I believe, the White Dragons. The Dora is the 8 of characters for this round. We're in South 2. This is the final table of this tournament. We're playing for a lot of things. The top rated player who's not a JP Pro will receive an M.LEAGUE jersey with their name on the back of the team that they choose. So a lot to play for. All 3 of these players are already locked in for an auto table, so they're gonna have to figure out some shipping on the way home, but they're certainly gonna be happy about that. I don't believe anyone has any copies of the Dora. Erik has 1 copy of the Dora, but it's not like someone's starting to salivate with what this hand could be.
The people in the chat are saying that Erik gives them mad Akagi vibes.
I mean, there's a lot of aura to holding that Tonki tile in between your closed triplet as well, like not putting it on the edge of your hand, but putting it on the center. I don't know if that's just good showmanship because he knows that we're watching, or if it's something else. But the symmetry was genuinely very nice. Sayaka Okada, a ton of shapes in the character suit, but now just narrowing it down to a 1-2-3 and a 2-3-4. You're gonna be so happy if you're her to draw into another 1 or another 4 to turn that into a pure double sequence, but you're not unhappy. Jen, Erik is getting some pairs. Erik has a triplet. Do you ever go for a 4 concealed triplets moment here, or do you think about that?
How many Gen Shanten are we?
I believe we're 2 tiles away from Tenpai. 3 tiles away from actually getting it. A little bit awkward here, but...
Yeah, 2 Gen Shanten. 2 Gen Shanten is definitely a Yakumon chance.
He did elect to cut the Northwind though, so maybe just hedging bets for a 3 concealed triplet stand instead of going for the Hail Mary, 100-yard touchdown pass. Ooh, this is Tenpai. I wonder if you go for the 3 concealed triplets and cut the 6. Oh wait, you can't get it in this moment. So this is just Riichi pure double sequence. Nothing. But Riichi pure double sequence is still pretty good if you're Erik.
Yeah, you have to count it with Ippatsu and Ura and Sumo.
And that's the type of math that I like to do. Math based on nothing but hope. Yuhao, cold-blooded killer. Folks, the 8 of characters
That's how winners do math, I think. I don't know from first-hand experience, but from what I see, that's winning math. Except for
yeah, Yuhao. I mean, I don't know. Like Yuhao had to cut the Dora into Erik's Riichi, I believe, on the Ippatsu turn to win that 1 Han hand. And I think that the reason that Yuhao is doing that is because he needs to speed run this next hand and then make it into the dealer seat. And so instead of having to win a Baimon or something, maybe just winning a dealer Hanemon can get him back into first place. And so that is the name of the game. Just hoping to end this round and start South 4, but while there's still a little bit of timer left, because as soon as that timer ends, that's going to be the last hand that's played no matter what here at the final table.
Okay, so the scores just changed. I think you have, right now, you just aim for a dealer Mangon. But at the very least, you aim for continuous dealer.
Yeah, excuse me, Yuhao is in the dealer seat, so yeah, you're trying to make the most of this 7 minutes.
I think that's what you do.
Erik, for the fans at home, 13 orphans, please. I mean, it still could be the half flush. It still could be a million things. But if you're in last place right now, you kind of don't have very many options.
He's discarded the right first discard for it.
Justin, about 5,000-ish points away from first place, so you don't need to move mountains. You can just win some decent sized hands if you want to get into first. But Sayaka Okada, a lot of pairs and triplets in her hand as well. Not too far off from a Riichi tile, and also the Dora is the 1 of bamboo. She has 2 of them in her hand. I gotta feel like if Sayaka Okada wins this one, it's gonna be very, very tricky for any of the other players to get a footing in coming back into this. Yuhao, a great hand though. 1 away from Tenpai. Very solid shapes all around.
Justin, that a 7-mon that just got filled in, right?
That was a 7-mon that got filled in from the 6-8 shape, so you're feeling very, very good whenever that happens. A single tile wait for Sayaka Okada as well. 6 blocks in her hand, so one of these shapes has to go. But earlier in the game, it doesn't seem that bad to cast a wide net, and if you get lucky and that 4-6 shape gets filled in, you're happy to just pivot.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, in the beginning, yeah, definitely in the beginning of the game, in the East round, you want to go for big hands, and then Sayaka's in a position now she can just try and move the dealership along, and also has a lot of room to fold if she needs to.
Yeah, Yuhao not going down without a fight. Here's the Riichi Pinfu in the dealer seat, waiting on a perfectly fine double-sided wait here with the 4 and the 7 of bamboo. Let's see how many we see as we go around in all the players' hands.
So there's 1 on the board already.
There's 1 on the board already, making that 7 tiles instead of 8 tiles.
I think 3 in.
Yeah.
Sayaka's hand.
Erik with
4.
4. Oh my goodness. Are we about to see a chasing Riichi? We are about to see a chasing Riichi. So this is Riichi 2 Dora. It's a single tile wait, but can you talk through the logic of this? It's just like I might as well, even though my chasing Riichi doesn't have a very good weight, it has high score.
She's reading something with that 4-pin pair discard, I think.
And folks, I'm just going to tell you from first-hand experience, pros can. So, it's not just like I hope that they don't have X, Y, and Z. Like they know somehow. It's genuinely scary. Very tense.
I think, okay, so the 4-pin discard, 2 pins that have come out from Justin's hand, and the very early 3-pin from Erik. So I think she's reading that the 5-pin is still in the wall.
And now a lot of other players are folding. I mean, Erik wasn't necessarily like close to Tenpai from. This is going to sound like shade, but it's absolutely not from any point in this hand. But Justin, I mean, if you're Justin, you were literally just trying to be like an innocent human being. You had a pair of the prevalent wins in your hand. It's such an easy pawn that and then go home moment. But just it never came to fruition. And now because it is so far into the round, because two players have called Riichi, it's just not worth it to chase here. Hopefully, I think if you're Justin, you hope that Sayaka deals into Yuhao and then it becomes very, very even as we go into South 4. Or are you thinking about something else if you're Justin?
No, you definitely hope for that kind of stuff. And is that what just happened?
Is that?
I think that's what just happened.
Oh my goodness.
Not a very big hand, 2,900.
Yeah. But this
But she
makes
had also
South
given
4.
up the reach stick before that, so this is pretty even and definitely gives Justin a great chance to overtake.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, what we're gonna see as the production figures out the scores, it's neck and neck. Justin, if they win with a 2-on hand, it's guaranteed, or a direct hit 1-on hand off of Sayaka Okada, that's guaranteed first. Yuhao in the dealer seat, a lot of things. 4-on. 4-han is not necessarily guaranteed if it's weak mini points, but 5-han definitely is enough to take home the bacon.
Yeah, I'm thinking about Erik's conditions. I think a Baimon Sumo gets him very close.
If there was ever a moment to do it. 13 Orphans, one time for the fans at home. And you can see the player cap. God, I love having the player caps. And you know what, folks? Let's just remind this for everyone at home. Anytime anyone wants to bully anyone for into going for 13 Orphans, people at the highest level, even when they have a lot to play for, even when they're at a deficit, 13 Orphans is a long ways away from a real reality here.
Well, it's one of those things like, yeah, you just have to go for sort of the biggest hand that you can possibly make.
Yeah.
And if he cannot make a Baimon hand, which I think Baimon Sumo is enough to put him maybe in first place even with the continuance.
Yeah, I mean.
But sometimes it's so much harder to make a Baimon than it is to make a Kokushimuso. It's just...
Yeah, definitely. Yuhao's hand looks amazing, by the way. There's certainly like, I mean, I don't know if he's going to be able to win before this timer elapses, and so that's going to be like really interesting. Sayaka Okada is not going to just sit here and die. There's a lot of pride on the line, even though, she most definitely has an auto table and obviously her own jersey. But if you're Sayaka Okada, any hand, whether it's a 1-han hand to a 13-han hand, just allows you to end the game in first place. And so she calls Chi with the, I believe the 6, 7, 8 of characters. So probably just going for a Tanya moment here. Yuhao's hand, a little bit awkward. You have one Dora in your hand. Yeah, you definitely cannot throw away the Dora here. Maybe thinking about what Sanshokus, what mixed triple sequences are available to you in that position and having a little bit of hesitation to try to squeeze the most amount of value. Erik does draw into the Dora, but Sayaka Okada is one tile away from Tenpai, just trying to end everything with a quick and easy Tanya here in South 4. If you're Erik right now, you have one Dora. It's you just have to slam Riichi and pray. Ooh. Okay. We are now in Tenpai. Sayaka Okada is in Tenpai, waiting to end the entire game from a double pair wait for the 7 of circles and the 8 of circles. We see one of each here in Justin's hand, so there's only 2 copies of it left. We see one of the 8 of circles here in Erik's hand. So as far as we know, there's only one copy of the 7 of circles somewhere else in this game, but being in this predicament, not having the greatest weights, could lead to you wanting to stay in Tenpai and then dealing into someone else's hand. So I think we're about to see some fireworks because it's Yuhao's last dealer seat. He must find a way to call Riichi with this hand. This is the last hand that's being played no matter what.
And that's why I was saying when we were in about South 1, we have to start thinking about it being like South 3 or so.
Yes.
Maybe this it wasn't this game, but one of the games earlier I said that. Normally you can count backwards, but we cannot here. And 3, 4, 5 Sanshoku.
3, 4, 5 Sanshoku. It happens to Riichi, Pinfu, Sanshoku, 1 Dora. So this is guaranteed
first place.
Guaranteed first
win.
place, whether it's a Ron or a Sumo.
Yep.
Holy smokes. And now if you're Sayaka Okada, this is such a difficult, like, I wonder if we're going to see the kiss of death. It's a dangerous tile, but we're going to push. There's nothing to do anyways.
You can't aim for second place. You got to aim for first.
Absolutely. So the 4 and the 7 of bamboo is what we're waiting for. We see 1 here. We see 2 here. So already 3 tiles of that 8 tile weight gone. I'm not sure how many have been discarded. Sayaka Okada being really put through the ringer, having to discard a lot of tiles close to the door.
Slam down that winning tile.
Yu Hao actually manages to pull off the comeback.
And the Ura is a 3-mon.
Oh my goodness. Is
Dora
this,
and Ura.
is
Why
this
is
dealer
this
Hanemon?
stacking on each other?
Oh my. This is disgusting.
Sumo-san, Shoku, Dora, Baimon.
Folks, magic is real. You can come back from 3rd place into 1st place. At one point, Justin was over 50,000 points in this game.
Oh, it's not Tanya, sorry. Menpin, Sumo-san, Shoku, Dora.
Mm-mm-mm.
I was totally wrong. It's Hanemon, but either way,
Either
Mongon
way,
was enough.
Huge congrats to you.
He got all
What a
those extra
comeback.
points for no reason.
Holy moly. I mean, yeah, talk about being an overachiever. Congrats to all the players. I mean, again, we can't harp on this enough. To just make it into the top 8 and to make it into the final table takes so much skill, mental fortitude, a tiny bit of luck as well, but kudos to all these players for showing up this entire weekend here. And
So Yu Hao takes 1st place. 2nd place goes to Sayaka Okada. 3rd place to Justin, who we thought was going to take it all. Remember at the end of the East round?
50,000 points. Holy moly.
He does not look amused.
Yeah, but the rest of the game,
Okay,
you're just
no, a little bit.
Yeah, you're just waiting to get into Tenpai, and I felt like sometimes just the flow is not in your favor.
Absolutely true.
There's nothing you can do. Oh, that pair of the Southwinds was so heartbreaking because just being able to stop everyone else's momentum there would have done so much for him and his score. But yeah, that's Mahjong, baby. And yeah, huge congrats to Yu Hao showing that Western pros have got hands too. Western Riichi Mahjong players can definitely throw down in some high stakes moments.
I mean, all these players are so super strong.
That's making it.
I was just like, I'm really sorry to Justin, but part of this just like makes me feel happy that this is a game where there are comebacks.
Yes,
you
of
know,
course.
so just getting that huge score in the East round doesn't mean it's locked in for you. And that's like the complications of the game and what makes it so interesting.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Erik just did not have any luck at this table. He was, I think, of course, he was playing super solid. He always plays super solid.
Yeah.
But all these three players are all going home with auto
With
tables.
auto tables, there's no such thing as a losing. Like, there's no such thing as losing at this final table. Holy moly!
And Yu Hao gets to take home a
Yeah.
personalized jersey, which is crazy.
All smiles too. I wonder what. I mean, I'm sure we'll find out in the post-game interview, which is going to happen in a second. Stay tuned. But yeah, I wonder what team he's going to pick, or if it's still up for a little bit of debate in his head.
I hope that that's an interview question. I am so interested, and because this is not something that you can just like pick up and buy.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's so special. I think. I want one.
Yeah, I also want one. I mean, I don't think they're handing them out like party favors, but
No.
maybe if we ask really, really nicely, they'll turn a blind eye.
I think they would say no to me. They'd be like, "You have to be drafted. Why do you think you deserve a jersey?" They might give one to you, but I do not have the following that you have.
Jen, thank you so much for your expertise throughout this entire cast. I'm sure everyone in the comments has been so grateful to have your wisdom as a pro and a Riichi Mahjong author. Jen, where can people find your book, which is filled with not only Riichi Mahjong strategy, but anecdotes of you becoming a pro and stories from your life as well?
Oh, okay. You're so kind. And now I'm all like embarrassed and teru.
Not paid,
it's
by the
available.
way.
It's available on Amazon. It's published by Huntington Press, which is based here in Las Vegas. You can get it on their website, which I think is shop LVNV.
But if they
Las
wanted to
Vegas,
search
Nevada
the title
.com.
on
Oh,
Amazon
sorry, Reach Mahjong: The Only Way to Play.
by Jen.
Yeah, if it's REACH, that's the first edition, which came out in 2009. RIICHI for Reach Mahjong: The Only Way to Play is the 24 edition that came out very recently. 100 pages added, 2,000 edits made to the original, and lots of essays added as well. So much strategy added because before it was actually the first edition had the crazy white dragons game. I think it was like wild white dragon, something like that, where all the white dragons are wild.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Which is a great training game.
Yeah.
But at the time it was fun, but I think that the way that the community has evolved, they wanted more like strategy to get you to the intermediate level.
We're all sweat lords now. We take it too seriously. Yeah.
And a lot of the information is just available online. There's a couple strategies that I came up with myself and included, like when to reach or not, like a whole kind of index. And it's not something that you can like count easily at the table, but it's something that you can study and sort of put in your mind, and then use this like combination of things to make decisions on what to do.
Yeah, you practice it until it's internalized, and then you don't have to think about it that much.
Yeah, I mean the actual numbers don't actually matter, but when you're analyzing your games later, you can sort of use those numbers and do things like that. So, and tell us about your channels.
Oh, you can find me online, both on YouTube and on Twitch, YU_SONG, if you want to see some Riichi Mahjong being played. I'm not going to say it's the greatest Riichi Mahjong played, but we have a ton of fun, and we're always trying to improve. So whether it's through, we've been coached by Jen before, we've been coached by so many people in the Riichi Mahjong community. We try to give good advice, whether you're a beginner or an intermediate player, you are absolutely welcome. I'm sure with almost like everyone in the Riichi Mahjong community, please don't be shy in reaching out or asking a question. Like, I think everyone remembers being there, and like, this is still, I mean, don't get me wrong. There were 25 auto tables being played here concurrently in Vegas. A lot more being played online, obviously, but it's definitely still growing, which is very, very exciting. So we all know that it's a growing but incredibly strong and kind community. So please don't hesitate to reach out to.
Can I tell you that I totally hesitated to reach out the first time I reached out to you? I was so nervous, and when I see the notification on Discord, like reply from Yusong, I'm like, oh my god, he's responded to me. I'm not joking.
No, Jen, I appreciate it. And then one day you're going to get sick and tired when I ask you the 50th. Jen, what's the foo of this hand? I have no idea.
I wish you would ask me more.
Okay, well, this is the monkey's paw is genuinely going to curl, because every time I call Khan, I'm just preparing myself to say the words like, folks, I don't know. Can someone help me out with the scoring at the end of this? So I appreciate it.
There are tips for scoring con hands faster in my book as well.
Oh my goodness! So you can find it all in Jen's book, Riichi Mahjong: The Only Way to Play. We're gonna have interviews with all 4 players on that final table, and coming up in just a second.
We just wanna pitch a couple more things. So Sankei Shimbun Cup season is starting this week. The new year. WRC has a team. We'll be announcing that team this week as well. We got the exhibition matches coming up as part of this tour. The streams for this tour are not finished yet. From New York, we're going to be streaming 5 games. Our guests from Japan versus World Reach Pros. So we'll have the M.LEAGUERS. We'll have like Uotani, who has come as well. They're going to play against World Reach Pros, like 2-on-2. Not like in teams, but those are the combination for the 4.
And that's this channel.
People on the team. This channel.
Okay,
yeah.
so Jen.
Sankei Shimbun Cup is this channel. We have to finish up the Saikyo-sen team battle, which we're already in the playoffs for. That will happen in July and August. So much to look forward to on this channel. If you like watching Mahjong, you will love it. I promise you.
Jen, if I'm reading in between the lines, I believe what we're telling people to do is to smash that subscribe button.
Smash that subscribe. And also, I get so much dopamine when you hit the thumbs up button.
And you can also hit thumbs up on the stream to show the stream to more and more people. Yes, please stay tuned. Jen, this is not, you're no longer going to be just commentator, Jen. You haven't just been commentator, Jen, but you're also going to be playing in some of these
no, I'm commentating on the exhibition matches.
You're commentating on the exhibition matches, but the upcoming team league that you're in.
Right, yeah, okay, yeah. So the Sankei Shimbun Cup, I will be leading the team. I've been like the team leader, I guess.
Yes.
I don't know. So Gemma is like captaining the team from England. It's an all-women's league. So I'm generally the team leader just because I have to do the go between the sponsor and the team. These are all teams that are sponsored by like companies and local businesses and things like that. So of course we are sponsored by the World Reach Championship.
And hey, my DMs are open.
It is an all women's league, so when we get
No.
we will definitely think of you for future leagues. I hope I get the chance to commentate with you again.
Oh, Jen,
sincerely from my heart.
It's always genuinely so much a pleasure. That was a horrible pun, and I genuinely did not mean that. But just your name is a very frequent occurrence in words. I don't. Oh no. Okay.
What did I miss?
Folks,
so
if you're just
sorry.
tuning in, you just witnessed me failing a quick time event for a social
It's
interaction.
not Yusong's fault. Do you know how tired? This is the last game. Do you know like when you have the adrenaline running, and now that
Yes.
we're almost over, that I'm missing a lot of things right now. It's definitely my fault.
I've been missing things all tournament long. Again, interviews are coming up in just a second. We should also take a time to shout out all the tournament organizers, the production staff, everyone here at the HyperX Arena.
Absolutely.
in Luxor.
Albon sent the tables over, sent
Yes.
all the merch over for all the other stuff. USPML, of course, the host of the tournament. WRC, also the host of this tournament, the brand of this tournament. And M.LEAGUE has
Yes.
been so gracious in providing so many things, prizes, letting us use the logo for so many different branding things, the autograph boards that everyone's receiving, designed with the M.LEAGUE logo, and also like cute little Las Vegas sign and a Statue of Liberty to commemorate, this tour in two cities.
And huge shout out to all the pros themselves. They
have been troopers.
They have been folks. Not only have they been playing like immaculate mahjong, jet lagged out of the wazoo, but there's been so many meet and greets and like different activities, and I don't know how they've managed to do it so kindly and not cranky and genuinely with such like a warm-heartedness that I don't know. It's really inspiring. So huge shout out to all the
Yeah,
pros.
it's a testament to their actual love for this game and their dedication to helping spread the love for mahjong throughout the world. Because for them, I mean, right now they are on the biggest stage, but there's a bigger stage that we are all dreaming of, the world stage. As I think somebody said at the press conference that they are looking forward to M.LEAGUES in lots of different countries, and then M.LEAGUE World Championship, like the World Cup kind of thing. So right now we have the WRC, which is awesome, and that's individuals who are qualifying from their own countries and then coming together once every 3 years for basically the Mahjong World Cup. But there's an even bigger stage, I think, with M.LEAGUE and getting more people playing and watching mahjong. So thank you for being part of that, everybody who's watching.
Thank you so much for watching along. I think that's also like I don't know, just a really important thing. And as we like grow the entire community across borders.
You are here on the ground stage, the ground floor.
Definitely. I believe that's all the thank yous that we have. All the players are still finishing up their games, I believe. I don't think they're about to do prizing until the very, very end. So
we'll have to set up, I think, for the interviews. They definitely will want to wait until all of the other tables are done, and then we will do the interviews on stage.
Yeah.
They don't want to do, loud things while people are still playing in the games. So I think we'll take a short break and come back for the interviews.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That thank you so much to everyone watching along at home.
Don't go away, though.
I believe this is us signing off, or are we?
Yeah.
Okay. This is us signing off.
I'm gonna miss you.
Jen, I'm gonna miss you. We'll be back though. You can't get rid of
I
us
hope
that
so,
easily.
yeah.
And thank you so much for everyone for watching along and for spending this wonderful tournament with us.
All right, so don't go away, though.
Don't go away.
Yeah, just wait for the interviews.
We'll be right back.
2026 US Tour Final Interview へようこそ。In this segment, we are going to interview top 4. ここでは4位に3位、2位、そして優勝者の皆さんにそれぞれインタビューを行いたいと思います。First up, Erik, placed in 4th place. Everyone, please give it up. まずは4位入賞、エリックさんです。And you get your own mic this time. Come closer to me so we can both fit in the camera. Is it perfect? Okay, great. Erik, first of all, congratulations on placing the 4th. 4位入賞おめでとうございます。It was such a wild game. How do you feel about that?
I was actually quite happy with the game, and I put together some nice hands. I didn't win them all, but that always makes me happy. So even though I wasn't able to get the first place, I hope that I was able to entertain the viewers, and I hope to do better next time.
なかなか接戦だったんですけど、自分としてはいい牌も入ったし、いいプレーができたんじゃないかなと思っています。個人的には満足するプレーができたので、視聴者の皆さんを楽しませることができたかなと思っていますとおっしゃっています。Now that you're placed in a 4th place, who would you like to tell this the most? 誰に一番この思いを伝えたいですか？ Now that you like a place in the 4th, which is a huge deal, it's a top 4. Anyone you would like to tell this huge news, who would you like to share?
I think my entire club back in New York already knows, but I would like to tell them they were rooting me on for the whole time. So, yeah, go Riichi no me. Thank you for.
そうですね。4位に入賞したこの喜びを誰に伝えたいですかと聞いたところ、もう全員知ってるとは思うんですけれども、自分の US プロマージャンリングのみんなに伝えたいとのことです。What about your parents? Your parents are watching. ご両親見てましたよね。
Oh, I haven't actually confirmed with them, but I was keeping them updated along the way. So I hope they were watching.
Okay, great. I mean, they can go back to the archive. So yeah. 生で見てるかどうかわからないんですけど、一応アップデートはしてたので見てくれてたらいいなと思ってます。Erik, that was an amazing game. And one last thing, somebody in the comments said that you were giving Akagi vibes. 誰かが赤木感があるって言ってたんですけど、How do you feel about that?
I think it must be the nose, really.
鼻じゃないかな、赤木感があるのはって言ってます。That's a great answer. Thank you so much, Erik. Once again, congratulations on your 4th place.
Thank you.
4位入賞おめでとうございます。エリックさんでした。Now we are moving on to Justin, who placed in 3rd place. Justin, come on in. 3位に入賞したジャスティンさんです。Justin, get closer to me. I know it's a little awkward, but this is the way. Thank you. ごめんね、変だよね、近いよね。Congratulations, first of all, placing a 3rd. What a game. That was neck to neck. ものすっごい接戦でしたよね。How do you feel?
I feel like I did my best. It was a very fun game.
You truly did. 本当に一生懸命やったなと思います。I just want to mention that at some point you got 50,000 points. Backstage was going crazy. 途中で5万点を取った時があって、その時は裏でも盛り上がってたんですけど、Do you feel like you were able to provide such an entertaining game?
I feel like I did. I made some entertaining choices.
すごく皆さんを楽しませるプレーができたんじゃないかなと思いますとおっしゃってます。Yeah, were you intentional? Not only you were going for the win, but also trying to be very fun and entertaining for the viewers?
I was just trying to play my best mahjong. Yeah.
ただただ一生懸命やっておりましたとおっしゃっております。Now that you placed in third, who would you like to share this news?
I just want to do a shout out to Luna with the Vegas Dragon Mahjong Club, and then Curtis and Art with the Bluebird Mahjong Studio in Vegas.
ラスベガスマージャンクラブのルナと、そしてブルーバードカフェのカーティスにこの3位入賞の喜びを伝えたいとのことです。That's amazing. I love the community and the support that you have. いいですね、仲間がいて。
Yes.
ね。
It's amazing, yeah.
It is amazing. Well, congratulations, Justin. He gets to have table, yeah? テーブルもらえるんだね。じゃんじゃん。Yeah! Woo-hoo!
I was so happy.
Congratulations. Since you live in LA, shipping should be easy. ね。ここに住んでるので、そんなに送料費もかからないと思います。Congratulations!
Thank you so much.
おめでとうございました。All right, Sho. Now we are going to welcome the queen, placing the second place. Sayaka Okada 2位に入賞しました岡田紗耶選手です。
お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。岡田選手2位おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
すっごい最終決戦にふさわしい接戦でしたね。
すごいお三方がすごい強くて、楽しい決勝戦ができました。はい、
そうですね。It was really neck to neck and I was able to enjoy that. 予想はつかなかったですか？
何の予想ですか？
これからどうなるんだろうとかっていう。ものすごくいろんなところで変化があったので見ていて。
そうですね。はい、裏裏とか乗ったりとか結構強行だったので、そうですね。オーラスも上がってもいいし、
そうですね、
先輩流局でもよかったんですけど、ちょっと悔しかったです。
そうですね。The entire game was so unpredictable. Even the old last, it could go any way. So it was very unpredictable game. でも2位は素晴らしいと思います。I just want to say this to everyone that how Sayaka's schedule was really, really tight. So not only she have to play hard, but also she have to. This was really tough because I don't think the condition wasn't the best for her. 岡田選手は本当にギリギリまで現地に来れなかったので、そういう裏事情もあってここまでするのはやっぱりすごいと思うんですね。なのでさすがです本当に素晴らしいです。Please give it up for Sayaka Okada. This is why. This is why she is on the top. 2位になった喜びを誰に伝えたいですか？
そうですね。はい。正直準優勝で喜びたいんですけど、ファンの皆さんにぜひはい。多分悔しがっているので、喜んでいいんだよとは言いたいですね。
そうですね。みんなすっごい応援してたんで、ちょっと。She would like to shout out her fans. I know they were all rooting for her, and you can still be happy for me. I'm in the second place. That's a good thing. Yes. 岡田選手おめでとうございました。ありがとうございました。And the last comes in first place. Everyone, please give it up for Yu-Hao. そして優勝者のYu-Haoさんです。They're chanting. Awesome. Yu-Hao, congratulations.
Thank you.
What a game. すごいゲームでしたね。How do you feel about going through all these unpredictable games and then placing the first?
Just keep waiting for my biggest hand.
とにかくいい牌を待ち続けた結果ですと言っております。You want to say that your patience was the key to get here?
I'm just lucky that I get my Sancho confirmed for that one.
最初に来たのがただただラッキーだっただけだと思って。No, you're just too humbling. But also like that's also part of your skills. でも実力のうちって言うから。Yes. Now that you're looking back, when was the moment that you feel like, oh man, like I could win this?
when I'm close to them, like 8,000 each from like Justin and
Yeah.
Okada-san.
8点のリーチをもらった時あたりから優勝を確信し始めたとのことです。That was such a thrilling game, and now that you're in the first place, who would you like to share this news with?
My all friends out there!
友達に喜びを伝えたいとのことです。You get the table too! Yay! Where do you live?
LA?
LA. So ロサンゼルスなんでね、タクはどうやって運ばれるのかわからないですけど、なんとかなるでしょう。You got the table. It's awesome. And congratulations once again for winning the tournament. 優勝おめでとうございます。
Thank you.
Also, since you are a winner, you have another prize which you get to pick the jersey from M.LEAGUE team of your choice. 優勝者にはもう一つ商品があるんですけれども、それを彼が好きな選んだ M リーグチームのユニフォームがもらえるそうです。Which team?
アベマス。
渋谷アベマスだそうです。Well, congratulations, you have say something to the camera.
I'm just so excited. That's it. That's all.
一
Thank
言
you
と
everyone.
言ったら本当に嬉しいですとのことでした。Congratulations! Yay, you have!
Thank you.
And that concludes final interview and concludes the interview overall for this M.LEAGUE World Riichi 2026 US Tour. Those of you who are keeping it up and stay with us this whole time, really thank you. ずっと一緒にライブで見てくださった視聴者の皆さん、本当にありがとうございました。We hope to do this again. We will see you soon. This is the end of the interview. I think something else is going on. これで終わりじゃないよね。
No, we're going to end the stream as well.
Oh, stream is
we
ending
still
here.
have prizes for everybody. The tournament is still going, but this is the end of the stream, so thank you so much.
会場にいる皆さんには、アワードセレモニーがありますが、ストリームはここで終わりになります。というわけで、Thank you so much! Bye!